Behemoth. A History of the Factory. And the Making of the Modern World. Joshua B. Freeman. As always, for Debbie, Julia, and Lena. Rereading your book has made me regretfully aware of our increasing age. How freshly and passionately, with what bold anticipations, and without learned and systematic, scholarly doubts, is the thing still dealt with here. And the very illusion that the result will leap into the daylight of history tomorrow or the day after gives the whole thing a warmth and vivacious humor compared with which the later gray in gray makes a damned unpleasant contrast. Karl Marx, in an 1863 letter to Friedrich Engels about the condition of the working class in England. At sea, the sailors manufacture a clumsy sort of twine, called spun yarn. For material, they use odds and ends of old rigging called junk, the yarn of which are picked to pieces, and then twisted into new combinations, something as most books are manufactured. Herman Melville, Redburn, His First Voyage, 1849. Introduction. We live in a factory-made world, or at least most of us do. Almost everything in the room I am writing in came from a factory: the furniture, the lamp, the computer, the books, the pencils and pens, the water glass. So did my clothes, shoes, wristwatch, and cell phone. Much of the room itself was factory-made: the sheet-rock walls, the windows and window frames, the air conditioner, the parquet floor. Factories produce the food we eat, the medicines we take, the cars we drive, the caskets we are buried in. Most of us would find it extremely difficult to survive, even for a brief time, without factory-made goods. Yet in most countries, except for factory workers themselves, people pay little attention to the industrial facilities on which they depend. Most consumers of factory products have never been in a factory, nor do they know much about what goes on inside one. In the United States, it is the absence of factories rather than their presence that gets publicized. The loss of roughly 5 million manufacturing jobs between 2000 and 20,161 led to sharp critiques, from the right and the left, of the international trade agreements blamed for their disappearance. Factory jobs are deemed good jobs, with little examination of what they actually entail. Only occasionally do factories themselves become a big story, as when in 2010 the mistreatment of Chinese workers who assembled iPhones and other electronic gear briefly became subject to international scrutiny. Things weren't always this way. Factories, especially the largest and most technically advanced, were once objects of great wonder. Writers, from Daniel Defoe and Francis Trollope to Herman Melville and Maxim Gorky, marveled at them, or were horrified. Tourists, ordinary and celebrated Alexis de Tocqueville, Charles Dickens, Charlie Chaplin, Kwame Nkrumah visited them. In the 20th century, they became a favorite subject of painters, photographers, and filmmakers, leading artists like Charles Sheeler, Diego Rivera, and Gigi Vertov. Political thinkers, from Alexander Hamilton to Mao Zedong, debated their significance. From 18th century England on, observers recognized the revolutionary nature of the factory. Factories visibly ushered in a new world. Their novel machinery, workforces of unprecedented size, and outflow of uniform products all commanded attention. So did the physical, social, and cultural arrangements invented to accommodate them. Producing vast quantities of consumer and producer goods, giant industrial enterprises brought a radical break from the past, in material life and intellectual horizons. The large factory became an incandescent symbol of human ambition and achievement, but also of suffering. Time and again, it served as a measuring rod for attitudes toward work, consumption, and power, a physical embodiment of dreams and nightmares about the future. In our time, the ubiquity of factory-made products and the lack of novelty in the existence of the factory has dulled appreciation of the extraordinary human experience associated with it. At least in the developed world, we have come to take factory-made modernity for granted as a natural condition of life. Yet it is anything but. Only a brief flash in the history of humankind, the age of the factory does not go as far back as Voltaire's first play or the whaling ships of Nantucket. The creation of the factory required exceptional ingenuity, obsession, and misery. We have inherited its miraculous productive power and long history of exploitation without giving it much thought. But we should. The factory still defines our world. For nearly half a century, scholars and journalists in the United States have been announcing the end of the industrial age, seeing the country as transforming into a post-industrial society. Today, only 8% of American workers are in manufacturing, down from 24% in 1960. The factory and its workers have lost the cultural purchase they once had. But worldwide, we are in a heyday of manufacturing. According to data compiled by the International Labour Organization, in 2010 nearly 29% of the global workforce labored in industry, down only a bit from a 2006 pre-recession high of 30% and considerably above the 1994 figure of 22%. In China, the world's largest manufacturer, in 2015, 43% of the workforce was employed in industry. 2. The biggest factories in history are operating right now, making products like smartphones, laptops, and brand name sneakers that for billions of people around the world define what it means to be modern. These factories are staggeringly large, with 100,000, 200,000, or more workers. But they are not without precedent. Outsized factories have been a feature of industrial life for more than 2 centuries. In each era since the factory arrived on the stage of history, there have been industrial complexes that have stood out on the social and cultural landscape by dint of their size, their machinery and methods, the struggles of their workers, and the products they produced. Their very names Lowell or Magnitogorsk or now Foxconn City have broadly evoked sets of images and associations. This book tells the story of these landmark factories as industrial giantism migrated from England in the 18th century to the American textile and steel industries in the 19th century, the automobile industry in the early 20th century, the Soviet Union in the 1930s, and the new socialist states after World War II, culminating in the Asian behemoths of our time. In part, it is an exploration of the logic of production that led at some times and places to the intense concentration of manufacturing in massive, high-profile facilities and at other times and places to its dispersion and social invisibility. Equally, it is a study of how and why giant factories became carriers of dreams and nightmares associated with industrialization and social change. The factory led a revolution that transformed human life and the global environment. For most of human history, up to the initial stirrings of the Industrial Revolution and the creation of the first factories in the early 18th century, the vast majority of the world population was rural and poor, living precarious existences plagued by hunger and disease. In England, in the mid-18th century, life expectancy did not reach 40, while in parts of France only half of all children lived to see their 20th birthday. Average annual per capita growth of global economic output during the period between the birth of Jesus and the first factory was essentially zero. But in the 18th century it began nudging up and between 1820 and 1913 approached 1%. In the years since it has been higher, with a peak, between 1950 and 1970, of nearly 3%. The cumulative effect of the increased production of goods and services has been utterly transformative, measured most basically in life expectancy, now over 80 in the United Kingdom, a bit higher in France, and nearly 69 globally. Steady supplies of food, clean water, and decent sanitation have become the norm in much of the world, no longer restricted to tiny pockets of the wealthy in the most advanced areas. Meanwhile, the surface of the earth, the composition of the oceans, and the temperature of the air have been profoundly altered, to the extent of threatening the species itself. Not all of this was strictly the result of the Industrial Revolution, let alone the giant factory, but much of it was. 3. In both capitalist and socialist countries, the giant factory was promoted as a way to achieve a new and better way of life through increased efficiency and output from advanced technology and economies of scale. More than simply a means to boost profits or reserves, large-scale industrial projects were seen as instruments for achieving broad social betterment. As factories came to embody the idea of modernity, their physical structures and processes were hailed by writers and artists for their symbolic and aesthetic characteristics. But even as giant factories inspired utopian dreams and reveries of machine worship, they also brought on fears about the future. For many workers, social critics, and artists, the big factory meant proletarian misery, social conflict, and ecological degradation. Understanding the history of giant factories can help us think about what kind of future we want. The outsized factory has been a marvel at reducing unit costs and pouring out massive quantities of goods. Yet these testaments to human ingenuity and labor often proved short-lived. Most of the facilities discussed in this book no longer exist or function at much reduced scales of operation. In Europe, the Americas, and most recently Asia, the abandoned factory has become a distressing, all too common sight. The concentration of production in a few massive complexes again and again created vulnerabilities, as pools of available workers dried up and employees began asserting claims to proper compensation, humane treatment, and democratic voice, demands manufacturers in many countries are confronting today. Heavy capital investment reduced flexibility when new products and production techniques emerged. Industrial wastes and heavy energy consumption led to ecological despoilment. What has kept the model of industrial giantism alive has not been its sustainability in any one locale but its re-emergence, over and over, in new places, with new workforces, natural resources, and conditions of backwardness to be exploited. Today, as we may well be witnessing the historic apogee of the giant factory, economic and ecological conditions suggest that we need to rethink the meaning of modernity and whether or not it should continue to be equated with ever more material production in vast, hierarchically organized industrial facilities of the kind that were the bane and the glory of the past. As once landmark factories in Europe and the United States closed, leaving behind physical ruins and social misery, a nostalgia for the factory and its world has grown up, particularly in blue-collar communities. Websites lovingly document factories long shuttered, what some scholars have dubbed smokestack nostalgia or, more cuttingly, ruin porn. There are literary versions, too. In an essay about Philip Roth, Marshall Berman noted his novel American Pastoral's theme of the tragic ruin of America's industrial cities. Roth writes vividly about the decay, but his writing really takes off when he tries to imagine the city as a utopia of industry. The voice he develops to tell this story could be called industrial pastoral. The common feeling here is that life was far more real and more authentic yesterday, when men in boots made things, than it is today, when it is a lot harder to say what it is we do all day. Berman reminds us, one important quality of pastoral vision is that it leaves out dirty work for. Some of the power of factory nostalgia comes from the association of the factory with the idea of progress. Out of the Enlightenment emerged the notion that through human effort and rationality the world could be transformed toward greater abundance, well-being, and moral order, a central belief of both the entrepreneurs who led the Industrial Revolution and the socialists who were their harshest critics. The factory was repeatedly portrayed as an instrument of progress, an almost magical means to achieve modernity, part of a larger Promethean project that also brought us the great dams, power plants, railways, and canals that have transformed the surface of our planet. Today, for many people, the very idea of progress seems quaint, even murderous, an artifact of the Victorian era that could not survive world war, genocide, and abundance. The modern appears old-fashioned in a declared-to-be postmodern world. For others, the notion of progress retains a powerful grip on their imaginations and a deep moral significance, informing a yearning for a return to or arrival at a world of large-scale industry. Understanding the giant factory requires coming to grips with the ideas of progress and modernity. Rather than a narrow exercise in the study of architecture, technology, or industrial relations, a full history of the giant factory takes us beyond factory walls to changing moral, political, and aesthetic sensibilities and the role of the factory in producing them. Modernity, with which the factory has been linked, is a slippery term. It can simply denote the quality of being modern, something contemporary, existing at the current moment. But it often has served as more than a neutral categorization. Until the 19th century, the modern usually was unfavorably compared to the past. Then, in the age of the factory, modern increasingly came to connote improved, desirable, the best that can be. Modern entailed a disavowal of the past, a rejection of the old-fashioned for the most up-to-date, an embrace of progress. One dictionary defines modernity as characterized by departure from or repudiation of traditional ideas, doctrines, and cultural values in favor of contemporary or radical values and beliefs. Modernism in the arts and literature, arising in the 19th century, took modernity as its battle cry, in what Jürgen Habermas called the cult of the new, even as it sometimes critiqued or mocked it. Novelty became its own virtue, a weapon in an assault on conventional values and ruling authorities. The factory system and the dizzying rate of change it made possible were its precondition. Not surprisingly, the factory itself became a favored subject for modernist artists. 5. This study focuses on very large factories, the largest of their time measured by the number of workers they employed. Not all factories. 6 Giant factories served as templates for the future, setting the terms of technological, political, and cultural discussion. They were not typical. Most factories were much smaller and less sophisticated. Very frequently, they had worse conditions for their workers. But giant factories monopolized public attention. Debates about the meaning of the factory tended to focus on the industrial behemoths of the day. There have been few studies of the factory, let alone the giant factory, that cut across time and space. Rarely has it been considered as an institution in its own right, with a distinctive history, aesthetic, social characteristics, political salience, and ecological impact. 7 But much has been written about particular factories. That is especially true of the factories discussed in the pages that follow, for they were selected in part because they were so celebrated or condemned in their time. Without the work of other scholars, as well as the wealth of journalistic accounts, government reports, visual representations, fictional portrayals, and first-person descriptions, this study would not be possible. The work of my predecessors is particularly impressive because while some factories have been proudly shown off by their creators, many others, from the earliest English textile mills to the giant factories of today, have been carefully shrouded in an effort to protect trade secrets and hide abusive practices. To many inhabitants of the modern world, the factory may seem distant from their everyday routines and concerns. It is not. Without it, their lives could not exist as they are. Except in some very isolated places, we are all part of the factory system. Given the great costs as well as great benefits of the giant factory, we owe it to ourselves to understand how it came to be. Behemoth. Chapter 1. Like Minerva from the brain of Jupiter. The invention of the factory. In 1721, a stone's throw from All Saints' Church, now Cathedral, in Derby, England, the first successful example of a factory, as we use the term today, was built on an island in the River Derwent. Unlike many older types of buildings, the church, mosque, palace, or fortress, the theater, bathhouse, dormitory or lecture hall, the courtroom, prison, or city hall, the factory is strictly a creature of the modern world, a world it helped create. As far back as the ancient world, there were episodic large assemblages of workers to make war or build structures such as pyramids, roads, fortifications, and aqueducts. But until the 19th century, manufacturing generally took place on a far more modest scale, engaged in by craftsmen and their helpers working alone or in small groups or by family members making goods for home consumption. In the United States, as late as 1850, manufacturing establishments on average employed fewer than 8 workers. 1. With John and Thomas Lombay's Derby Silk Mill, the factory seemingly popped into existence fully developed, without infancy. 2 A picture of the mill is immediately recognizable to our eyes as a factory. A 5-story, rectangular brick building, its facade punctured by a grid of large windows. In outward appearance it closely resembles thousands of the factories which were to come, including many still operating. Inside it had all the main characteristics of a modern factory, a large workforce engaged in coordinated production using powered machinery, in its case driven by a 23-foot-high water wheel. The combination of externally powered equipment and numerous people working together in one space might not seem like much today, but at the time it represented the beginning of a new world. 3. Figure 1.1 Sir Thomas Lombay's Derby Silk Mill in 1835. The first factories were built not out of grand social visions but to take advantage of mundane commercial opportunities. The Lombs put up their factory to profit from a shortage of organzine, a kind of silk yarn used for warp. To make cloth, yarn, called the weft, is woven over and under a crossing set of yarns, called the warp. Because alternate strands of warp are repeatedly pulled up to allow the weft to be pushed through, they need to be stronger. To make organzine, long threads produced by silkworms were wound into skeins. These had to be put onto bobbins, twisted, doubled with other threads, and then twisted again to make yarn, a process known as silk throwing. While on the continent machines were being used to throw silk, in England it was done using spinning wheels, a process too slow to meet the demand from weavers. In 1704, a Derby barrister built a 3-storied, water-powered mill to house imported Dutch silk throwing machines, but he proved unable to produce quality yarn. Thomas Lombay, a local textile dealer, tried next, sending his half-brother John to northern Italy to study the methods used there. Defying laws banning the disclosure of information about the construction of silk-throwing machinery, he returned with several Italian workers and enough information for the Lombs, working with a local engineer, to build and equip their factory. Children apparently did much of the work inside. Thomas Lombay claimed that his mill was never a great success, in part because of his difficulty in getting raw silk from Italy. This may have been a strategy to discourage competitors and convince Parliament to extend the patent he took out on his machines. Instead, in 1732 the British government, to promote industrial development, gave Lombay a large cash payment in return for making public a model of his machinery. 4. The factory system spread slowly. In 1765 there were just 7 mills producing organzine, though one, near Manchester, by the end of the century had 2,000 workers, a gigantic enterprise by contemporary standards. More common were smaller mills using power-driven machinery to produce tram, a weaker type of silk thread used for weft. 5. While entrepreneurs, driven by practical calculations, moved cautiously in following the Lombs' footsteps, observers almost immediately recognized the novelty and importance of the Derby mill. Daniel Defoe visited the factory of vast bulk in the 1720s, declaring it a curiosity of a very extraordinary nature. Like Charles Dickens's Thomas Gradgrind, fictional archetype of the early industrial age, Defoe, in the face of this modern marvel, fell back upon fact, fact, fact. Nothing but facts. Anticipating the gee-whiz wonder of so many future descriptions of large factories, he recounted how the Lombay machinery contains 26,586 wheels and 97,746 movements, which work 73,726 yards of silk thread, every time the water wheel goes round, which is 3 times in 1 minute, and 318,504,960 yards in 1 day and night. 6. James Boswell, who visited the same mill a half-century later, in the stream of tourists who came to see this new thing under the sun, more tersely described the machinery as an agreeable surprise. 7. Alone, the Derby mill might have remained a curiosity of a very extraordinary nature. But it turned out to be the opening of the factory age. In its wake came ever more factories, which would radically transform the British economy and ultimately world society. The large factory would prove to be the leading edge and the leading symbol of a broader industrial revolution that created the world we live in. Cotton. The lasting importance of the Lombs factory was not as a template for silk mills but as a template for cotton mills. Limited demand, foreign competition, and difficulty obtaining suitable raw material restricted British silk production. But cotton was a different story, becoming the driving force for the Industrial Revolution and the creation of the factory system we still use today. Cotton cloth, used for clothing and decoration, long predated the first British cotton mills. By the 16th century, textiles produced in India by spinners and weavers working at home with simple, hand-powered equipment were being exported to Europe, West Africa, and the Americas. A century later, they had become a truly global commodity. 8. Until the late 17th century, it would have been rare to have seen someone in Europe wearing cotton clothes. Imported cotton textiles were used largely for household decoration. Most clothing was made out of other fibers, wool, flax, hemp, or silk. 9 But the quality and variety of cotton cloth soon made it a favorite for European garments. With increasing population and rising income pushing up demand, local merchants tried to take over at least some of the processes for making cotton textiles from foreign producers, an early example of what would later be called import substitution. 10 Instead of importing calico's cotton cloth with printed patterns, European traders began buying plain white Indian cloth, which they had decorated by local artisans. By the mid-18th century, large-scale calico printing shops, some with hundreds of workers, were operating in various parts of Europe. 11 English merchants also began weaving imported cotton yarn with flax to produce fustians. 12 In 1774, Britain ended restrictions on producing and decorating all cotton textiles, earlier put into place to protect the silk and wool industries. Deregulation, along with fustian production, contributed to ballooning demand for cotton yarn. 13 Merchants, artisans, and entrepreneurs set out to capture the market with locally produced product. But the obstacles they faced were considerable. Simply getting enough raw cotton was the first problem. Indian producers used Indian-grown cotton, but the European climate was unsuitable for its cultivation. In the late 18th century, Britain imported cotton from all over the world, including Asia and various parts of the Ottoman Empire. Supply lagged behind demand, leading to the increasing cultivation of cotton in the Americas using slave labor, first in the West Indies and South America and then, after the introduction of Eli Whitney's cotton gin, patented in 1794, in the southern United States. By the early 19th century, over 90% of the cotton used in Britain was grown by slaves in the Americas. As British textile production exploded, cotton growers in the United States moved westward into the Mississippi River Valley, where a brutal empire arose on the labor of enslaved Africans, food for the cotton field, Frederick Douglass called them. Thus, the rise of the factory system, with its association with modernity, was utterly dependent on the spread of slave labor. Without slavery you have no cotton, without cotton you have no modern industry, wrote Karl Marx, an overstatement, but one with much truth. 14. The technical demands of turning raw cotton into weft and warp presented a second challenge. As Edward Baines wrote in his 1835 History of the Cotton Manufacture in Great Britain, whereas silk needs only that the threads spun by the worm should be twisted together, to give them the requisite strength, cotton, flax, and wool, having short and slender filaments, require to be spun into a thread before they can be woven into cloth. The raw cotton used in Britain had individual fibers generally less than an inch long. To convert it into yarn it had to be carded, combed to pull apart the fibers and line them up in parallel to create a sliver. Slivers were then drawn out to a prescribed thickness, roving, and twisted to gain strength. Both the last step and all the processes together were called spinning. 15. Until the 1760s, spinning was a domestic industry, with men doing the heavy work of carding, while women used spinning wheels to create finished yarn and children helped out in various ways. As Blaines noted, the machines used were nearly as simple as those of India. However, it cost more to produce cotton yarn in Britain than in India and the quality was lower, too fragile to use as warp. And there was not enough of it. It took at least 3 spinners along with a few ancillary workers to keep one weaver, generally male, in yarn, meaning weavers often had to go beyond their own household for supplies, a problem exacerbated by the introduction of the flying shuttle in the 1730s, which greatly increased weaving productivity. 16. Conditions were ripe for a radical change. Expanding fustian, hosiery, and cotton textile production ensured inventors and investors a payoff if they could increase the output, improve the quality, and lower the cost of cotton yarn. Merchant entrepreneurs already had experience with large-scale production through their organization of extensive networks of domestic spinners and weavers, who were given raw materials by a central agent to make specific types of yarn or cloth and paid by the piece. Though the banking system in the textile districts had limited financial and technical capacity, manufacturers, merchants, and landed gentry had capital resources to back new enterprises. A large, underemployed agricultural workforce constituted a potential labor pool for large-scale industry. 17. In the last decades of the 18th century, English inventors, artisans, and merchant manufacturers developed a series of machines to boost the quality and quantity of locally produced cotton yarn. James Hargreaves developed the first mechanical spinning device in 1764, the jenny. It proved of limited use, since it could only produce weft and required a skilled worker to operate. Richard Arkwright was more successful. A tinkerer, who had had his ups and downs as a barber, wig maker, and public house owner, Arkwright applied for a patent on a spinning machine in 1768 and 7 years later for carding equipment. With partners, he first built a mill in Nottingham that used horses to power spinning machines. He soon switched to water power, long used for sawmills, grain mills, mineral crushing mills, and paper mills, building a factory in Cromford, an isolated spot 16 miles up the River Derwent from where the Loms had built their mill. Once he perfected his carding and spinning machinery, Arkwright and various partners built additional factories along the Derwent and then elsewhere. Arkwright's profits from his mills and royalties from his patents made him a very rich man. 18. In part to circumvent Arkwright's patents, other carding and spinning machines were developed, including Samuel Crompton's spinning mule, giving those seeking to go into cotton yarn manufacturing a choice of equipment, some better suited for warp and some for weft. The boosts in productivity were startling. The earliest jennies increased output per worker six-fold or more, while Arkwright's equipment, once perfected, proved several hundredfold more efficient. In the late 18th century, the first power looms for weaving were introduced, mechanizing the next step in textile production. The early looms had many problems and could produce only low-quality fabric. As a result, hand weaving remained dominant in cotton production until the 1820s and even later in worsted and wool. But with incremental improvements, power looms gradually became the norm in virtually all forms of weaving. 19. Arkwright's Nottingham mill employed 300 workers, about the same number as the Loms. His first mill in Cromford was smaller, with about 200 employees, mostly children. A second mill he put up in Cromford had 800 workers. Jedediah Strutt, a hosiery manufacturer and early partner of Arkwright's, erected a mill complex in Belper, 7 miles south of Cromford, that employed 1,200 to 1,300 workers by 1792, 1,500 in 1815, and 2,000 by 1833. The complex of mills in New Lanark, Scotland, which Arkwright helped build but Robert Owen and his partners took over, had 1,600 to 1,700 workers in 1816. By then, steam-powered cotton mills were being erected in urban areas, with several factories in Manchester employing over 1,000 workers. The giant factory had arrived. 20. Figure 1.2 English inventor and entrepreneur Sir Richard Arkwright in 1835. Why the giant factory? Why did cotton manufacturers adopt factory production? And why did their factories grow so large? This was a subject of considerable discussion both at the time that the first big mills were built and among scholars in more recent times. Popular accounts of the birth of the factory often present it as a technologically driven imperative, the outgrowth of a series of paradigm-shifting inventions, like Arkwright's spinning machines. But as many scholars have shown, there was no simple relationship between mechanical innovation, social organization, and production scale. Early mechanized spinning equipment did not require a factory environment. The first models of Arkwright's machines were small and could be powered by hand in a cottage setting. That also was true of the early jennies and mules. Arkwright apparently promoted centralized factory production not because of technical considerations but to protect his ability to collect patent royalties. Reasoning that if his machines were widely used in domestic production they inevitably would be copied without his receiving payments, he only licensed his equipment to be used in units of 1,000 spindles or more, practical only in large, water-powered mills of the sort he himself constructed, hence his spinning machines were dubbed water frames. Even then, Arkwright tried hard to keep information about his equipment secret. In 1772, he wrote to Strutt, "I am determined for the footer future to let no persons in to look at the war Ks 21. Even as large factories became a familiar sight in the early 19th century, they were not the most common mode of production in the British textile industry. Non-factory production, far from disappearing, continued and even grew in various sectors of the industry. As late as the mid-19th century, many textile manufacturers had both factories for spinning and weaving and networks of domestic hand weavers. 22 Furthermore, well into the 19th century, the typical British textile mill was small. In 1838, the average cotton mill had 132 workers, the average woolen mill just 39. In Lancashire, the most important textile region, in 1841, only 85 of 1,105 mills employed more than 500 workers. 23. Factories did not necessarily follow the Lambe/Arkwright model of a single manufacturer operating an entire, powered plant. Some factories housed large numbers of workers using hand-powered equipment. Also, until the 1820s, it was common for mills to rent space and power to multiple small employers. In 1815, 2/3 of Manchester cotton firms occupied only part of a factory. One Stockport mill housed 27 master artisans, who collectively employed 250 workers, a system not unlike that common in metalworking factories, where artisans rented individual workspaces and access to steam power. In the woolen industry, into the mid-19th century, one historian wrote, multiple tenancy of mills and the subletting of room and power were common features. There were even some cooperative mills used by subscribing small producers. In the silk industry, when steam-powered looms began being used in the 1840s and 1850s, the technology was adapted to domestic production. Steam engines were erected at the end of rows of cottages occupied by weavers, each with a few looms, with power transmitted through shafts into the small buildings. 24. Myriad arrangements, then, of technology, scale of production, and business organization could be found for nearly a century after the first large, water-powered cotton mills were constructed. Only in the mid-19th century did steam or water-powered equipment located in factories owned and operated by single entities become the dominant model in all the major subdivisions of the British textile industry. And even then, what by the standards of the day could be considered very large factories, mills employing over 1,000 employees, were the exception, not the rule, in both urban and rural settings. 25 But the very large mills received a disproportionate amount of attention, both at the time and since, because they were seen as the cutting edge of not only industry and technology but also of social arrangements. 26. Why did the owners of these facilities choose to go big, to adopt the large, centralized factory model? Charles Babbage, the great English mathematician and inventor, devoted a whole chapter on the causes and consequences of large factories in his influential 1832 book, On the Economy of Machinery and Manufacturers. Babbage began with the obvious, that the introduction of machinery tended to lead to greater production volume, resulting in the establishment of large factories. A leading student of the division of labor, he contended that efficient production units had to be multiples of the number of workers needed for the most efficient division of labor in a particular production process. He also noted various economies of scale. These included the cost of maintenance and repair workers and accounting staff, who would be underutilized in too small a factory. Additionally, centralizing various stages of production in one building reduced transportation costs and made one entity responsible for quality control, making lapses less likely. 27. But what exactly was large? Babbage elucidated the factors that set a floor on efficient size, but not how to determine optimal size. In the cotton industry, only a few workers were needed to operate each spinning or weaving machine. In practice, during the first decades of the 19th century, it seemed as if there were few production economies achieved by the giant cotton factories that mid-size or even smaller enterprises did not share. In the late 19th century, the path-breaking economic theoretician Alfred Marshall noted that there are some trades in which the advantages which a large factory derives from the economy of machinery almost vanish as soon as a moderate size has been reached. In cotton spinning and calico weaving, a comparatively small factory will hold its own and give constant employment to the best known machines for every process, so that a large factory is only several parallel smaller factories under one roof. 28. Writing just after Babbage, Leeds journalist Edward Baines echoed some of his explanations for the adoption of the factory model, while adding a few that pointed in a different direction. Centralization, he argued, allowed greater supervision of every stage of production by a skilled overseer. It also lessened the risk of waste and theft of materials. Finally, it facilitated the coordination of various stages of the production process, preventing the extreme inconvenience which would have resulted from the failure of one class of workmen to perform their part, when several other classes of workmen were dependent upon them. 29. In sum, centralizing gave manufacturers the ability to better supervise and coordinate labor, the work of many individuals who under the putting out system would be supervising their own labor, and that of family members, in far-flung domestic settings. Scholars trying to explain the rise of the factory system have elaborated Baines's arguments. Until the 1970s, historians of industrialization stressed technology as the driving force for change. David Landis began his long chapter on the Industrial Revolution in Britain in his 1969 classic, The Unbound Prometheus, by stating, in the 18th century, a series of inventions transformed the manufacture of cotton in England and gave rise to a new mode of production, the factory system. New machines opened the possibilities for increased productivity and profits, sparking a series of organizational and social shifts, often quite sudden, including the rise of the large factory and the industrial revolution that accompanied it. The academic neo-Marxist revival that began just as Landis was finishing his tome led to a reconsideration of the story, pointing toward advantages in labor supervision rather than technical superiority in the rise of the factory system. Concentrated workers could be made to work longer and harder than dispersed workers, while creating more consistent products and limiting endemic theft and embezzlement. Thus the example of early factories that brought workers under one roof without introducing power machinery or changes in production methods. But other scholars then challenged the idea that the reorganization of labor accounted for the savings gained by factory production, pointing instead to some of the advantages that Babbage, Baines, and Marshall noted in moving multiple processes, which in the past had been conducted by external agents, into a single location and within a single firm. Inventories could be reduced, transportation costs lowered, and production more closely aligned with shifts in demand. 30. Concurrent with these debates over the reasons for the adoption of the factory model was a growing literature that rejected the idea that the industrialization entailed a radical break with past practices. Rather, economic historians argued, a less visible process of proto-industrialization laid the basis for later, more dramatic and widely noted changes that came to be labeled the Industrial Revolution. By the early 18th century, in England and elsewhere in Europe, merchants and entrepreneurs were organizing increasingly large networks of home-based producers, selling to broadening markets, and accumulating capital. In the process, urban-based manufacturing migrated to the countryside, where excess and off-season agricultural workers provided a ready labor source. Thus large-scale, rural-based manufacturing already had emerged before the invention of power-driven machinery and large mills, making the seemingly revolutionary leap not quite so great. 31. Even with the old and new explanations for the rise of the factory system, it remains unclear why cotton mills so quickly reached a very large size, in the 1,000 to 1,500 worker range, but thereafter stopped growing, with new mills tending to be smaller. In the early days of the factory, the economics of water power may have made large-sized plants attractive, given the relative scarcity of sites and the capital investment needed to construct dams and channels to deliver a steady flow to water wheels. At New Lanark, the largest mill complex in Great Britain, workers had to carve out a 100-yard rock tunnel to get water to the mill wheels. Steam power provided greater flexibility. While some steam-powered mills also were large, perhaps as a way to quickly grab market share, historian Vac Gatrell suggested that, after the first wave of cotton mill construction, new entrants saw few economies and greater risks in matching the size of the pioneer plants, recognizing that managerial constraints could make larger plants less efficient. 32. Perhaps plant size did not simply reflect economic calculus. At a moment when most wealth in Britain took the form of land ownership or government bonds, large factories provided a way to establish social status. Arkwright built a castle, Willersley, near his Cromford Mills, having bought most of the surrounding land. The ex-barber was soon acting as a paternal grandee, building a chapel and school, with compulsory attendance, for the children who made up much of his workforce and sponsoring festivals for his workers. In an extravagant gesture that symbolized the social elevation made possible by his inventions and mills, Arkwright lent the Duchess of Devonshire £5,000 to cover her gambling debts. His son, while continuing to operate the family mills, invested heavily in land and government bonds and provided mortgages to the gentry and even the nobility, becoming the richest commoner in Britain. The Strutt family, though better established than Arkwright, followed a similar trajectory. Frances Trollope portrayed the use of a large factory to transform social status in her 1840 novel, The Life and Adventures of Michael Armstrong the Factory Boy, with Sir Matthew Dowley building a mansion on an estate from which the grim-looking chimney cones of his factory could be seen. 33 As it would do over and over again, the giant factory brought into existence not only a new mode of production but also a new class of wealthy industrialists who sought to join the ruling elite. Creating the factory world. Cotton mills were on an entirely different scale than the small commercial and residential buildings in the river valleys and towns where they first appeared. England had big buildings, buildings bigger than the biggest new cotton mills. The great cathedrals were much larger. And in the 17th and 18th centuries, new types of large urban buildings sprung up: hospitals, barracks, citadels, prisons, colleges, warehouses, and dockyards. But cathedrals and other big buildings had interior spaces organized for very different activities than manufacturing. 34 To accommodate large-scale production, power-driven machinery, and masses of workers, new architectural designs and improved building techniques and materials were needed. Innovations to meet the specific needs of the cotton industry soon spread beyond it, shaping the built environment in England and elsewhere for the next 2 centuries. Arkwright apparently modelled his first Cromford mill on the Lawns, also 5 stories high. Its long, narrow proportions, height, range of windows, and large areas of relatively unbroken interior space, wrote historian R.S. Fitton, became the basic design in industrial architecture for the remainder of the 18th and through the 19th centuries. Arkwright's second mill at Cromford was 7 stories high and 120 feet long, and a third mill he erected nearby was 150 feet long and topped by a cupola. 35. Arkwright used timber post and beam construction for his mill interiors, leaving them vulnerable to the ever-present danger of fire, with so much flammable thread and cloth lying around and cotton dust in the air. In the early 1790s, William Strutt, Jedediah's son, erected a mill with cast iron columns, ironclad wood beams, and brick arch floor supports to reduce the fire danger. Soon after, Charles Baige, a friend of Strutt, designed a 5-story flax mill that was the world's first completely iron-framed building, forerunner of all the iron and steel-structured buildings that were to come, including the skyscrapers that steel framing made possible. Improvements to iron beams quickly followed. Replacing wood timbers with iron not only reduced the danger of fire but increased the distances which could be spanned, allowing wider floors to accommodate the large, self-acting spinning mules that were introduced in the 1820s. To heat their multi-story mills, which reduced thread breakage, Arkwright and the Strutts followed the example of the Lambe mill, designing complex systems to circulate warm air. 36. Power looms, which became increasingly common in the second and third decades of the 19th century, did not easily fit into existing mills, because their operation created such strong vibrations that they could not safely be situated above the ground floor. Instead, it became the common practice to build single-story weaving sheds, often abutting spinning mills or in their yards. To light these extensive structures, their roofs had rows of pitched ridges, with windows on one side of each ridge to bring in indirect sunlight. The sawtooth roof soon topped all sorts of industrial buildings and can still be seen on both sides of the Atlantic. 37. In early textile factories, complex arrangements of shafts and gears distributed power from water wheels to individual machines. Water power was cheap and efficient, as long as there was a steady flow of water. That meant that mills had to be sited on rivers with substantial, steady flows, like the Derwent. Even then, sometimes there was not enough water, leading some mill owners, including Arkwright, to experiment with using steam engines recently perfected to drain mines to lift water into reservoirs, which could steadily supply water to a water wheel. The thin supply of labor in the often isolated areas with good mill sites presented a bigger problem. Arkwright chose Cromford for his mills in part because it was near a lead mine, hoping to hire miners' wives and children. 38 Using steam power to directly drive spinning and weaving equipment, though more expensive, allowed mills to be built in urban areas, giving access to larger labor pools and obviating the need of mill owners to supply housing. Technically, only minor modifications were needed to adapt mill design from water to steam power, but the change had huge effects. Steam engines required coal-fired boilers, leading to a vast expansion of the coal industry, which became another driving force of the Industrial Revolution. Steam-powered mills contributed mightily to environmental degradation, both from coal mining and the volumes of soot and black smoke emitted from their boilers. In Hard Times, Dickens described the rattling and trembling of factory steam engines, pistons going up and down like the head of an elephant in a state of melancholy madness, and boilers spewing out monstrous serpents of smoke. Black smoke and polluted air came to emblemize Manchester and other urban centers of textile production and the Industrial Revolution itself. 39. Another innovation, first seen in cotton mills, was the elevator, a clever solution to the challenge of rapidly moving people and material in and out of multi-story buildings. Primitive water-powered hoists were installed in several Strutt mills around the turn of the 19th century. A large 1834 Stockport mill designed by William Fairbairn, included a steam-powered elevator in each wing, a device so new that a contemporary description had no language for it, calling the shafts upright tunnels. Fairbairn was a key figure in the diffusion of design innovations. His company could provide a complete, fully equipped factory to specification. The capitalist has merely to state the extent of his resources, the nature of his manufacture, its intended site, and facilities of position in reference to water or coal, when he will be furnished with designs, estimates, and offers. Fairbairn's firm built plants around the world, including a wool factory near Istanbul for the Sultan of Turkey and a giant spinning and weaving complex in Bombay. 40. Nothing better captured the sense of invention in the textile districts of Britain than the round mill built at the Strutts factory complex in Belper. The 3-story, circular stone building, divided into 8 segments, apparently derived from Samuel and Jeremy Bentham's Panopticon. In its center stood an inspection station from which a supervisor could observe activity in the entire building, realizing the ideal of constant surveillance the Benthams championed. The struts may have adopted the Bentham's design to minimize the risk from fire, as the central overlooker could shut off any of the building segments by closing doors, isolating the flames and protecting the rest of the structure. 41 Though the round mill found few direct imitators, the idea of continual surveillance would become ever more part of the factory regime, never more so than in our own times. Change rippled outward from the large factory, beyond its own walls. Mill owners had to develop physical, social, and psychological infrastructure to make factory production possible. Simply getting people and material to and from rural mills required extraordinary effort. When Arkwright arrived at Cromford, the nearest road suitable for wheeled vehicles lay miles away. Small bales of raw cotton had to be carried over the moors by pack horses until 1820, when mill owners built a new road alongside the Derwent. Even with workers walking as much as 4 or 5 miles to work each day, not enough people lived near rural mills to staff them fully. So many early mill owners built housing for their workers, sometimes even what amounted to whole new villages, with churches, schools, inns, and markets. 42. Feeding so many people clustered near isolated mills also presented a challenge. Some manufacturers set up their own farms to supply their workers with foodstuffs. Very commonly workers received only a small part of their wages in cash, with the rest in the form of rent payment for company-owned houses and truck, goods, or credit at company stores, tommy shops, that sold food, coal, and other supplies, often above market prices and of low quality, a source of smoldering resentment among workers. 43. Truck helped solve another problem mill owners faced, a shortage of currency with which to pay their employees. Small denomination coins did not circulate in sufficient quantities to meet big payrolls, which were extremely unusual before the mills. Hoarding exacerbated the problem. Mill owners had to improvise, paying workers with tokens or foreign currency overstamped with new denominations, or issuing their own notes, which they hoped local merchants would accept. 44. Difficult as these challenges were, they paled before the problem of discipline. For Andrew Ure, a leading booster of the emerging factory system, the greatest hurdle mill operators faced was training human beings to renounce their desultory habits of work, and to identify themselves with the unvarying regularity of the complex automation. Of course, hand-powered, domestic manufacturing, like all work, required discipline, too, but it was a different kind of discipline, with the pace of work keyed to the completion of particular tasks. Much as in farming, intense activity alternated with slack times. Domestic producers interspersed carding, spinning, and weaving with household chores, farming, other kinds of labor, and leisure. Famously, in many trades workers used Saint Monday, and sometimes Saint Tuesday, too, to take care of personal business, recover from hangovers or bring on new ones, socialize, or simply laze about, putting in few hours of productive labor. Recalling the days of hand spinning, one witness testified before an 1819 parliamentary commission that it was generally the practice to drink the first day or two of the week and attempt to make it up by working very long hours towards the close of the week. The sometimes romanticized autonomy of domestic labor extended only to heads of households, generally men. Wives, children, apprentices, and employed journeymen did not have the same control over their time. They were subject to external discipline regulating not only their periods and pace of work but all aspects of the production process. Discipline was familial, embedded in their general subservience to the head of their household. It could be harsh, but it still was task-oriented, with production for the market intermixed with production for the home, domestic chores, and, if they were lucky, recreation. By contrast, factory production required coordinated activity by dozens or hundreds of workers, who were expected to start and stop work at the same time, day after day. Companies developed elaborate sets of rules and systems of fines and punishments for their violation. Overseers monitored when workers came and went and what they did inside the mill. Some workers had their activities regulated by the demands of the machines they worked on, having to do a particular task at a particular point in the cyclical operation of the apparatus. Ure pooh-poohed the strain of such machine-paced work, the piecers in fine spinning, children charged with retying broken threads, had at least 3/4 of each minute off, making it, in his view, an easy job. Friedrich Engels, writing a decade later, saw it differently. To tend machinery, for example, to be continually tying broken threads is an activity demanding the full attention of the workers. It is, however, at the same time a type of work which does not allow his mind to be occupied with anything else. It gives the operative no opportunity of physical exercise or muscular activity. It is nothing less than torture of the severest kind. In the service of a machine which never stops. In Handicrafts and Manufacture, Marx wrote in Capital, the workman makes use of a tool; in the factory, the machine makes use of him. 45. If, as David Londas put it, the factory was a new kind of prison, the clock a new kind of jailer, that in turn created another problem: how to be punctual in a world in which workers did not own clocks. In the past, workers never needed to be punctual or to key their work to particular moments of time. To enforce the new time discipline, some factories rang morning bells to awaken their workers. In urban districts, workers hired a knocker-up who used a long pole to knock on their upstairs window each morning to make sure they arose in time for work. Eventually, the knocker-up became a stock figure on Lancashire music hall stages, adding to the original meaning of the term a second one that it retains to this day. 46. Factory tourism. Although recent scholarship has debunked the idea that the factory system arose from the genius of a few inventors and entrepreneurs who changed everything, drawing a subtler picture of economic and social changes that began long before the Industrial Revolution took off, the Industrial Revolution nonetheless was a revolution, and seen as such at the time. Contemporary observers had no doubt that the cotton mill and the changes it wrought represented a technical, economic, and social break from the past. From the late 18th century on, factories, factory villages, and manufacturing cities drew tourists, journalists, and philanthropists from continental Europe and North America as well as Great Britain itself. 47. Part of the attraction was their novelty. W. Cook Taylor, the son of an Irish manufacturer who toured the industrial districts of Lancaster in the early 1840s, wrote that the steam engine had no precedent, the spinning jenny is without ancestry, the mule and the power loom entered on no prepared heritage, they sprung into sudden existence like Minerva from the brain of Jupiter. 48. The scale and setting of mill buildings, whether in rural river valleys or crowded industrial cities, startled visitors. British poet laureate Robert Southey wrote that the approach to the new Lanark mills reminded him of the descent upon the baths of Monquique, built by the Romans in southern Portugal. Like many other observers, Southey searched for precedents to understand the novelty he confronted. The view, he wrote, surprised him because there was too irregular appearance of the buildings, which at a distance might be mistaken for convents, if in a Catholic country. Alexis de Tocqueville, who visited Manchester in 1835, likened mills to huge palaces, a common comparison in a world with few secular structures of such scale. One German visitor to northern England wrote that he might have arrived in Egypt since so many factory chimneys stretch upwards towards the sky like great obelisks. Just when they seem engaged in revolutionizing themselves and things, in creating something that has never yet existed, Marx wrote 3 decades after Southey visited New Lanark, precisely in such period of revolutionary crisis, people anxiously conjure up the spirits of the past to their service and borrow from them names, battle cries, and costumes in order to present the new scene of world history in this time-honored disguise and this borrowed language. 49. Even more than mill buildings themselves, the machinery they contained mesmerized visitors. In Michael Armstrong, Trollope wrote of visitors being given a mill tour: it is the vast, the beautiful, the elaborate machinery by which they were surrounded that called forth all their attention, and all their wonder. The uniform ceaseless movement, sublime in its sturdy strength and unrelented activity, drew every eye, and wrapped the observer's mind in boundless admiration of the marvelous power of science. Trollope bemoaned the visitors' inattention to the child laborers nearby: strangers do not visit factories to look at them, it is the triumphant perfection of British mechanism which they come to see. French socialist and feminist Flora Tristan wrote of a steam engine she saw in England, in the presence of the monster, you have eyes and ears for nothing else. 50. The modernity of the mills dazzled observers. To lengthen hours of operation, in the early 19th century mill owners began installing gaslights, a spectacle that drew visitors from near and far. In Hard Times, Dickens described morning in Coketown as the fairy palaces burst into illumination. The size of the mills and accompanying warehouses even made possible new types of entertainment. Sam Scott drew an immense Manchester crowd in 1837 when he leapt off the roof of a 5-story warehouse into the River Irwell, surviving to repeat the stunt in Bolton. Another daredevil, James Duncan Wright, attracted even larger crowds in the 1850s with his act of using a pulley to slide down ropes attached to mill chimneys, which he claimed made him the fastest man alive. 51. Debating the factory system. For all the wonder of the buildings and the machines, though, it was the broader social innovation what came to be called the factory system on which discussion, debate, and conflict centered during the first half of the 19th century. An imprecise term, the factory system generally referred to the whole new mode of production that came with the factory, including the workforce that had to be assembled, the conditions of labor and of life for those workers, and the impact of the factory on economic and social arrangements. Cook-Taylor, allied with the new manufacturers, recognized that because England was already crowded with institutions, the rapid development of mechanized factory production dislocated all the existing machinery of society. A giant forcing his way into a densely wedged crowd, he wrote, extends pain and disturbance to the remotest extremity, the individuals he pushes aside push others in their turn. And thus also the factory system causes its presence to be felt in districts where no manufactures are established, all classes are pressed to make room for the stranger. 52. For many of its critics, and even some of its supporters, the exploitation of labor, particularly of child labor, became their focus in judging the new system. Though underutilized agricultural workers were a draw for manufacturers, the scale of the factories made recruiting and retaining a workforce a challenge, especially in the countryside. Many local men proved reluctant to take mill jobs, unwilling to submit to the unaccustomed close supervision and discipline that came with them. In any case, mill owners did not want adult men for most positions, preferring women and children whom they could pay less and who did not have the sense of pride and craft that came from apprenticeship training. Mechanical power eliminated the need for most heavy labor, especially in spinning. Instead, the new yarn-making equipment largely required constant monitoring to look for broken threads, full bobbins, and other problems that needed to be quickly addressed, work that necessitated nimble fingers and alert minds but not strength. So mill owners recruited a workforce that was young and primarily female. In 1835 estimated that a third of cotton mill workers in England were under 21, a half in Scotland. 53 Many were very young. At Cromford, some employees were only 7 years old, though the firm preferred to hire workers starting between ages 10 and 12. In some spinning mills, virtually the only adults present were overseers. Today, in the United States, factories are associated with masculinity, but in their early days they were spaces largely occupied by women and children. 54. Conditions for mill workers were harsh. Entering a factory for the first time could be a terrifying experience. The noise and motion of the machinery, the stifling air, full of cotton dust, in many mills kept oppressively warm to reduce breakage, the pervasive stench from the whale oil and animal grease used to lubricate the machinery, before petroleum products were available, and from the sweat of hundreds of laboring people, the pale countenances and sickly bodies of the workers, the fierce demeanor of the overseers, some of whom carried belts or whips to enforce their discipline. In weaving rooms, the deafening clatter of scores of looms, each with a shuttle being batted back and forth some 60 times a minute, made it impossible for workers to hear one another. Figure 1.3 Carding, Drawing, and Roving, a somewhat idealized 1835 illustration of English factory life. In the early decades, mill owners generally ran their factories day and night, with two 12 or 13-hour shifts, including an hour break for dinner, following the schedule pioneered by the Derby Silk Mill. Children worked both shifts. With Sunday the only day off, work weeks of over 70 hours were normal. To keep exhausted children awake and working, supervisors and adult workers hit them with straps, hands, and even wooden poles, though there was much debate about how common such abuse was. Point 55. Perhaps not surprisingly, early mill owners often found themselves unable to fully staff their mills with willing workers. So some turned to unwilling workers. Workhouses, the prison-like residences of last resort for orphans and the destitute, were tapped for child workers, whom parish officials apprenticed to mill owners, giving them full legal authority over their charges and making it a criminal act for the children to run away. In Yorkshire, it was not uncommon for 70% or more of a mill's workforce to be parish apprentices. At New Lanark, before Robert Owen took over management, some of the apprentices were as young as 5 years old. Ordinary apprentices, signed up by their parents, also could be jailed for running away. So could workers who signed fixed-term contracts if they quit before their termination date. Further, an 1823 law made any worker who left his or her job without notice liable to 3 months' imprisonment. Thus the power of the state helped assemble and keep in place a workforce for the new factory system. What's more, it was not uncommon for the state and an employer to effectively be one and the same, since mill owners sometimes served as magistrates who judged cases of desertion involving their own workers. Point 56. Legally unfree labor, not only in the growing of cotton but in the mills themselves, played an essential role in the early decades of the factory system. Today, in popular discourse and mainstream ideology, the Industrial Revolution is often associated with individual liberty and what is called the free market. Point 57. But in the early years of the factory system, it was as likely to be dubbed a new form of slavery as a new form of freedom. Joseph Livesey, a well-known journal publisher and temperance campaigner, himself the son of a mill owner, wrote of the apprenticed children he saw in mills during his childhood. They were apprenticed to a system to which nothing but West Indian slavery can bear any analogy. 58. In the life and adventures of Michael Armstrong, Trollope wrote that apprenticed paupers suffered miserable lives in labor and destitution, incomparably more severe than any ever produced by Negro slavery. In its structure, Michael Armstrong is a version of the slave rescue narrative, recounting the frustrated efforts of the heroine, the rich daughter of a factory owner, to liberate Armstrong from his villainous apprenticeship at an isolated factory and his ultimate escape. Point 59. The metaphor of slavery for factory labor no doubt reflected the intense debate over slavery itself during the early decades of the 19th century, leading up to emancipation in the British Empire in 1834. Still, it was a measure of how horrifying factory labor was seen to be that so many observers equated it with chattel slavery. One self-described journeyman cotton spinner wrote of the terrible heat in spinning rooms, where workers had no breaks. The Negro slave in the West Indies, if he works under a scorching sun, has probably a little breeze of air sometimes to fan him, he has a space of ground, and time allowed to cultivate it. The English spinner slave has not enjoyment of the open atmosphere and breezes of heaven. Engels, writing of English textile workers just a few years after Trollope, believed their slavery is more abject than that of the Negroes in America because they are more strictly supervised. He also bemoaned that, as in slavery, the wives and daughters of workers were forced to gratify the base desires of manufacturers. Elsewhere, Engels compared workers under the factory system to the Saxon serf under the whip of the Norman baron. Similarly, in Benjamin Disraeli's novel Sybil, or The Two Nations, one character pronounces that there are great bodies of the working classes of this country nearer the condition of brutes than they have been at any time since the conquest. Richard Osler entitled his 1830 letter in the Leeds Mercury, which launched the 10 hours movement to reduce factory working hours, Yorkshire Slavery 60. For Robert Southey, the association of slavery with the factory system did not stem from particular abuses but from the nature of the system itself. Calling the new Lanark mills under Owen, who even before his radical turn was known for his humane treatment of workers, perfect of their kind, he nonetheless felt that Owen in reality deceives himself. He is part owner and sole director of a large establishment, differing more in accidents than in essence from a plantation. The persons under him happen to be white, and are at liberty by law to quit his service, but while they remain in it they are as much under his absolute management as so many Negro slaves. The factory system, Southey believed, even at its best, tended to destroy individuality of character and domesticity. At its worst it was outright devilish. After visiting a Manchester cotton factory, he wrote that if Dante had peopled one of his hells with children, here was a scene worthy to have supplied him with new images of torment. 61. Some critics of the factory system and some defenders of slavery question the very distinction between free labor and slavery, given the circumstances in which mill workers lived. British laborers were slaves of necessity, wrote Samuel Martin in 1773, unable to mitigate their labors or increase their wages. Owen asked of factory operatives, are they, in anything but appearance, really free laborers? What alternative have they or what freedom is there in this case, but the liberty of starving? 62. Here lay a critique that went to the very heart of the spread of market relations, part and parcel of the Industrial Revolution. Besides the ill treatment of labor, environmental despoilment figured heavily in critiques of the factory system. Over and over again, accounts of Manchester and other industrial centres noted the darkness and foul air. Scottish geologist Hugh Miller wrote of Manchester in 1845, one receives one's first intimation of its existence from the lurid gloom of the atmosphere that overhangs it. Similarly, Cook Taylor wrote, I well remember the effect produced on me when I looked upon the town, and saw the forest of chimneys pouring forth volumes of steam and smoke, forming an inky canopy which seemed to embrace and involve the entire place. The air was so polluted, Taylor observed, that everyone who could live outside Manchester proper did so. 63 Major General Sir Charles James Napier, appointed in 1839 to command the northern district of England, which included Manchester, described the city as the entrance to hell realized, with its rich and poor, immorality, and pervasive pollution. The whole city was a chimney. 64. Water pollution was as severe as air pollution. Hugh Miller recounted the befouling of the River Irwell from cloth dyes, sewage, and other waste, so it resembled considerably less a river than a flood of liquid manure, in which all life dies. 65 Maybe the most impressive aspect of Sam Scott's leap was not the 5-story drop but his surviving the toxic brew into which he plunged. The environmental damage of cotton manufacturing extended far beyond mill sites themselves. Cotton growing required deforestation and it rapidly depleted soil, one reason why in the United States it migrated, along with its slave labor force, from the eastern seaboard to the Mississippi Valley. Coal mining polluted rivers and scarred the landscape. 66. Figure 1.4 Cotton factories, Union Street, Manchester, and 1835 engraving showing the proliferation of factories in England and resulting pollution. Perhaps the most famous critique of the factory system, at least the most remembered in our era, captured its despoilment of nature in just a few words. William Blake's decrying of the dark satanic mills that blotted England's mountains green and pleasant pastures, in an 1804 verse that formed part of the preface to his long visionary poem Milton. Set to music in 1916 under the title Jerusalem, Blake's words today are sung throughout the English-speaking world, in churches and soccer stadiums alike. At least in part, Blake seemed to be reacting directly to the smoke-blackened sky that was becoming a feature of urban English life. Near his home in London, a large, steam-powered grinding mill operated until consumed by fire in 1791, by some reports as a result of arson by angry workers. Yet for Blake, it was not just smoke that made mills satanic. For the great mystical poet, the mill symbolized a spiritual descent from a pre-industrial England on which God had smiled, a metaphor for a whole way of life Blake was determined to overcome in order to build a new Jerusalem in England's green and pleasant land. 67. Urban poverty was often portrayed as another form of despoilment, another fall from grace. The mechanization of the cotton industry brought an enormous increase in the population of the districts in which factories were located. The population of Lancashire almost doubled, from 163,310 in 1801 to 313,957 in 1851. What was once an obscure, poorly cultivated bog, Engels wrote in 1845, is now a thickly populated industrial district. Factory towns, like Manchester, Glasgow, Bolton, and Rochdale, experienced a mushroom growth. Manchester and adjacent Salford more than tripled in population, from 95,000 in 1800 to more than 310,000 in 1841. In Lancashire alone, in 1830 there were more than 100,000 cotton mill workers. 68 rural migrants from elsewhere in England made up much of the new industrial workforce, as did newcomers from Scotland and Ireland, where rural poverty pushed thousands upon thousands to emigrate. 69. The densely packed working-class neighborhoods that sprung up near mills were in their own way as novel and disturbing as the mills themselves. The congregation of so many workers in one place was unprecedented. Taylor wrote, "The most striking phenomenon of the factory system is, the amount of population which it has suddenly accumulated on certain points. Our ancestors witnessed the assemblage of such a multitude as is poured forth every evening from the mills of Union Street in Manchester. Magistrates would have assembled, special constables would have been sworn, the Riot Act read, the military called out, and most probably some fatal collision would have taken place." What was so frightening to Taylor were not just the sheer numbers but the fact that the factory workers were new creatures, an unknown and uncontrolled breed, new in its habits of thought and action, which have been formed by the circumstances of its condition, with little instruction and less guidance, from external sources. 70. Writing at almost the same time, Engels, in The Condition of the Working Class in England, provided some of the most graphic descriptions we have of the miserable living conditions of English factory workers. Their destitution, the meagerness and filth of their dwellings, their tattered clothing, the awful smell of their homes and the streets they lived on. Manchester's Assistant Poor Law Commissioner described streets so covered with refuse and excrementitious matter as to be almost impassable from depth of mud, and intolerable from stench. Like Blake, Engels compared life under the factory system to an idealized vision of pre-industrial life, the idyllic world of cottage textile workers, who vegetated happily, self-sufficient if outside the realm of intellectual or political consciousness. For Engels, it was not just the poverty of the new working class that appalled him, but also the work itself, the machine-paced production, the iron discipline demanded by overseers, the endless boredom. No worse fate can befall a man than to have to work every day from morning to night against his will at a job he abhors. 71. In the end, though, for Engels, like Taylor, the most significant aspect of the concentration of large numbers of workers in mills and factory neighborhoods was the creation of a new social formation, a proletariat, called into existence by the introduction of machinery. Urbanization, wrote Engels, helps weld the proletariat into a compact group with its own way of life and thought and its own outlook on society. Historian E. P. Thompson summed up prevailing sentiment in 19th-century England, however different their judgments of value. Conservative, radical, and socialist observers suggested the same equation: steam power and the cotton mill equals new working class. And that class, for Engels and many others, meant the coming of a new stage of history. 72. Of course, the factory system had its defenders. In the national debate it provoked, and more specifically around efforts, beginning at the start of the 19th century, to protect child and female workers, primarily by limiting their hours of work. 73. A few factory defenders claimed there were no problems, or at least not any that were the responsibility of mill owners. Andrew Ure, who Marx dubbed the Pindar of the automatic factory, argued that the beating of children in woolen factories working on slubbing machines, which prepared yarn for spinning, was strictly the fault of the adult slubbers. Slubbing machines were hand-powered, allowing their operators, Ure claimed, to slack off, leading them to beat their assistants in their efforts to catch up. Powered equipment, by setting the pace of labor, would eliminate the abuse of children. After acknowledging such problems also existed in cotton spinning mills using steam or water power, Ure retreated to simple denial, writing that in his visits to factories in Manchester and surrounding districts he never saw a single instance of corporal chastisement inflicted on a child, nor indeed did I ever see children in ill humor. The work of these lively elves seemed to resemble a sport, in which habit gave them a pleasing dexterity. 74. W. Cook Taylor acknowledged poverty among mill workers and granted juvenile labor to be a grievance. He blamed neither the factory system nor the mill owners but depressed economic conditions stemming from Britain's extended conflict with France and restrictions on trade, a view echoed by Charlotte Brontë in her novel Shirley, set at the time of the Napoleonic Wars. For Taylor, there was one thing worse than juvenile labor, juvenile starvation. I would rather see boys and girls earning the means of support in the mill than starving by the roadside, shivering on the pavement, or even conveyed in an omnibus to Bridewell. As a propagandist against the Corn Laws, which put a tariff on imported grain, for Taylor the solution to the ills of the factory lay in free trade, which would expand markets abroad and cheapen food at home. 75 Thomas Carlyle shared Taylor's view that the ills of the factory system were not intrinsic to it. Cotton spinning is the clothing of the naked in its results, the triumph of man over matter in its means. Soot and despair are not the essence of it, they are divisible from it. This faith, that the Promethean triumph of the factory fundamentally represents human progress and can be cleansed of its abuses, has remained a core liberal belief ever since. 76. While reformers defended the factory system in spite of its faults, others opposed all efforts to regulate mills. In the debate over an 1833 bill to limit the working hours of mill children, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Lord Althorp, feared that new rules would diminish Britain's competitiveness and reduce international demand for British textiles, hurting those meant to be protected. Some factory defenders opposed regulation on the grounds that property rights were absolute. 77. A potentially powerful argument in the defense of the factory system that if conditions were bad, they were no worse than elsewhere gained little purchase, even though in many respects it was true. Cook Taylor took a jab at the rural gentry supporters of the Corn Laws in claiming that conditions for agricultural workers were worse than for factory workers. Ure argued that the lot of handcraft workers was worse than those much lamented laborers who tend the power-driven machines of a factory, while children working in coal mines were worse off than in textile factories. Engels did not fundamentally disagree. His study of the condition of the English working class documented the miserable circumstances of miners, domestic workers, pottery workers, and agricultural workers, as well as mill workers. In his view, the most oppressed workers were not factory employees but those who have to compete against a new machine which is in the process of replacing hand labor. 78. Historian John Gray, in a study of the debate over factory regulation, showed how the mills came to symbolize the broad changes caused by industrialization and became the focus of efforts to ameliorate the often dreadful condition of workers, especially women and children. Non-factory workers, some laboring for less money under harsher conditions, were all but ignored. The novelty of the factory system drew attention to the exploitation of its workforce, while the long-standing exploitation of agricultural workers, domestic producers, servants, encompassing nearly twice as many women as in the textile industry, and others went largely unnoted by politicians, journalists, and writers, who generally had little interest in the lower classes. 79. The Factory Acts passed by Parliament in 1802, 1819, 1825, 1829, and 1831 regulated labor only in cotton mills and only the labor of children, doing nothing for the vast majority of British workers. 80 They had only very modest effect on actual conditions, lacking effective enforcement mechanisms. During the debate over the 1833 Act, which did bring substantial changes, ending the employment of children under 9 and limiting the hours and banning night work for older children. A royal commission endorsed the regulation of factories not because they were necessarily the site of the most onerous child labor, but because regulation was more feasible in buildings of peculiar construction, which cannot be mistaken for private dwellings, and where timekeeping was subject to the regularity of military discipline than at other work sites. Precisely because textile manufacturing had become so concentrated in large, well-known mills, it was more susceptible to regulation and improvement than dispersed employment. In the voluminous official inquiries and extended parliamentary debates about textile mill labor, Gray notes, the identification of problems requiring intervention was dissociated from any systematic critique of industrial capitalism, and indeed became linked to a vision of the well-regulated factory as the site of social and moral improvement, as well as the symbol of economic progress. Thus the large factory became the vehicle for not only visions of ever greater productivity and material bounty, but also for the notion that a more humane version of the economic system soon to be dubbed capitalism was possible. 81. Not everyone agreed. Engels said of the 1833 law, "By this act the brutal greed of the middle classes has been hypocritically camouflaged by a mask of decency." Admitting that the law checked the worst excesses of the manufacturers, he pointed to the ineffectiveness of some of its provision, like the requirement for 2 hours daily schooling for child mill workers, which Engels charged owners met by hiring unqualified retired workers as teachers. More profoundly, Engels, like Marx, believed that the exploitation of labor was an inherent characteristic of capitalism, of which the textile mills were the leading edge. For Marx and Engels, misery was not divisible from the factory system; for workers, it was its very essence. 82. Marx's opus, Capital, is an often abstract analysis of the entire system of the creation, circulation, and reproduction of capital and attendant social processes. Today, to the extent it is studied, it usually is as a universal description and critique of capitalism as an economic system. Yet Capital is a book deeply rooted in a specific time and place, in an England when the textile industry reigned supreme. Cotton is everywhere in Capital, in Marx's explanation of key ideas, such as surplus value, in his account of broad historical developments, such as the transition from manufacture in the old sense of hand production to power-driven machine production, in his examination of a new set of class relations, and in his outrage at the exploitation of workers. The centrality Marx gave to the struggle over the working day in Capital, a struggle between collective capital, i.e., the class of capitalists, and collective labor, i.e., the working class, which he saw as the main battleground over the degree of exploitation of workers, mirrors the centrality of the hours issue in the national debate over regulating English cotton mills, which both Marx and Engels wrote about in great detail. 83. Time after time, when in Capital Marx uses an example to illustrate his theories, he turns to the cotton mill. In a typical passage, in which he is explicating his method to calculate the rate of surplus value, Marx tries to explain to his readers the novel principles underlying it with examples. First we will take the case of a spinning mill containing 10,000 mule spindles, spinning number 32 yarn from American cotton, and producing 1 pound of yarn weekly per spindle. We assume the waste to be 6%, under these circumstances 10,600 pounds of cotton are consumed weekly, of which 600 pounds go to waste. The price of the cotton in April, 1871, was 7 3/4 per pound. The raw material therefore costs in round numbers 342 pounds. The 10,000 spindles, including preparation machinery, and motive power, cost, we will assume, 1 pound per spindle. And on he goes for another half page of detailed calculations. There is nothing abstract here. Marx is talking about the ins and outs of the daily business of making cotton yarn, drawing much of his information from Engels, who spent nearly 20 years helping manage a Manchester cotton mill his family partly owned. 84. Thus, the cotton mill figured very large in the emergence of industrial capitalism and in the thinking of its most important critics, who gave a privileged place in their understanding of the capitalist system to a particular form of production and a particular group of workers who were seen as representing the future shape of society, even though at the time they still constituted a modest fraction of economic activity and of the working class. Worker protest. Journalists, critics, government investigating committees, novelists, even poets, almost all from the middle or upper classes, poured out a flood of words about the factory system during the first half of the 19th century. By contrast, we have only a tiny corpus of appraisals from workers themselves, most of whom, if not illiterate, had little occasion or capacity to record their thoughts in forms that would receive much attention or survive through the years. 85 To the extent we can reconstruct the attitude of workers toward the factory system, we have to do so largely by looking at their actions, not their words. One relevant word, though, was brought into the English language by workers: Luddite. Today Luddite is widely used as a catchword for technophobes, opponents of machine-based advancement, stripped from its original context. 86 The word came from the bands of workers and their supporters who in 1811 and 1812 and again from 1814 to 1817 attacked textile machinery, mills, and mill owners in the Midlands and in northern England, claiming they were acting under the command of General, or sometimes Captain or King, Ned Ludd. Britain had a long history of machine breaking as a form of protest and pressure, which predated the Luddites and continued after them. In the textile industry alone, incidents of machine wrecking occurred as early as 1675, with an attack on silk weaving machines, and continued through the 1820s with periodic assaults on cotton equipment. Both Hargreaves and Arkwright had early installations of their machines destroyed by mobs, leading Arkwright to design his Cromford complex to be easily defended, with building placements, walls, and gates restricting access. 87 But the Luddites represented a more extensive, threatening, and enthralling episode of machine breaking than anything before or after. Luddite attacks generally were preceded by letters threatening the destruction of machines and buildings and even murder unless employers met specified demands. An 1811 letter, apparently sent to a hosier named Edward Hollingsworth, read, as transcribed from the damaged original: "Sir, if you do not pull down the frames or stop paying goods only for work or make full face in my company will 6 sit your machines for execution a guy NSTYOU." Signed Ned Lew D. 88. The framework knitters, who made stockings, lace, and other woven goods on looms they sometimes owned but often rented from merchant hosiers, were the first group of Luddites to go into action. To cut labor costs, merchants increased the rent and introduced wide looms, on which, instead of making a single item, large pieces of knitted material could be produced and then cut and sewed to make cheap goods, including stockings. Also, many merchants began paying in truck rather than cash. Faced with declining income and what they saw as the debasement of their trade, the frame workers rallied under the banner of the mythical General Ludd, targeting wide frames and merchants who were cutting wages. Over the course of a year, an estimated 1,000 knitting frames in Nottinghamshire, Leicestershire, and Derbyshire were destroyed. It took the passage of a law making frame breaking a capital crime to halt the attacks. The croppers in West Riding, Yorkshire, formed a 2nd battalion in King Ludd's army. Croppers did the final, highly skilled finishing work on woven wool, raising the nap and using large, heavy, hand shears to cut and even the surface. The introduction of gig mills, to raise the nap, and shearing frames, to trim it, threatened to eliminate cropping as a skilled, well-paid craft. After trying unsuccessfully to use lawsuits and parliamentary lobbying to check the advance of the new machines, the croppers took to armed attacks on mills housing the machinery, including a successful assault by some 300 Luddites on a mill near Leeds and an armed battle at a mill in Rawfolds that left 2 Luddites dead, and provided the plot for Shirley. Soon after, a particularly hated mill owner was assassinated. To restore order, 4,000 troops were sent to occupy West Riding. 89. In Lancashire, a third eruption of worker violence broke out, including food riots and assaults on mills using steam-powered weaving equipment. The mill attacks, including one by a crowd of over 100, marching behind a straw effigy of General Ludd, which burned down a mill owner's house before being fired on by a military unit, killing at least 7 protesters, reflected the impact of mechanization on the handloom weavers. Initially, the factory system led to boom times for hand weavers, as spinning machinery produced a bountiful supply of cheap yarn and a growing demand for weavers. The handloom workforce probably exceeded 500,000 between 1820 and 1840, outnumbering all factory textile workers. But the weaver's golden age, as E. P. Thompson called it, was short-lived. The entrepreneurs who supplied the weavers with yarn and bought their products pressed down wages, even before power mills began providing substantial competition. Once they did, the downward pressure on wages and living standards became horrific, as mass impoverishment, sometimes literal starvation, descended on the weavers and their families. Looking back from not long after power weaving finally all but eliminated handwork, Marx wrote that history discloses no tragedy more horrible than the gradual extinction of the English handloom weavers. And it was not just in England that the incorporation of weaving into the factory system took its toll. Governor-General of India William Bentinck reported in 1834-35, "The bones of the cotton weavers are bleaching the plains of India." 90. Luddism, though the focus for much of the debate about industrialization, for the most part was only indirectly connected, when connected at all, to the giant factories that had popped up since the late 18th century. Hosiery knitting generally occurred in modest-sized workshops. Wool finishing likewise generally did not take place in massive mills. Only the attacks on power looms occurred on the terrain of the factory behemoth. Luddites generally were more concerned with particular grievances against particular employers than with abstract opposition to technology. Some machine wrecking was part of a tradition of what Eric Hobsbawm called collective bargaining by riot, using the destruction of property to pressure employers to raise wages and make other concessions. Many of the Luddites themselves operated machinery, albeit hand-powered, and most depended on factory-produced yarn for their livelihoods. 91. Rather than as an expression of opposition to machinery or the mill system, Luddism is better understood as one of many forms of protest against the miseries workers in factories, competing with them, and not engaged with them at all, experienced during the helter-skelter industrialization of the first half of the 19th century. Worker action took the forms that it did in part because other forms of collective activity were blocked. The concentration of workers in factories and urban neighborhoods created a critical mass for political discussion and labor organization, the context in which the working class made itself, as Thompson famously wrote. 92. But the outlets for action were limited. Workers were shut out of direct participation in governance through most of the 19th century, with women and working-class men excluded from voting during the decades when the factory emerged as a key social institution. Workers did seek redress from Parliament, proposing laws, gathering signatures on petitions, testifying at commission hearings, and sending delegations to lobby members, but generally with scant results. The demand of the Chartists, who led massive popular mobilizations in the 1830s and 1840s, for universal male suffrage and the democratization of Parliament, fell on deaf ears. 93. The government also severely limited the ability of workers to join together to pressure employers to improve wages and conditions. In reaction to the late 18th century growth of proto-trade unions, among non-factory workers, and the fear among British rulers, brought on by the French Revolution, of any type of radicalism or popular action, Parliament passed a series of laws, most importantly the 1800 Combination Act against worker organization. Between 1792 and 1815, the government built 155 military barracks in industrial areas. 94. In spite of legal prohibitions, workers formed open and secret organizations, held strikes, and joined in marches and mass demonstrations. The 1810s saw the first substantial walkouts by factory workers, some involving thousands of cotton spinners. The government reaction was heavy-handed, arresting, imprisoning, and transporting to the colonies leading activists and, in the case of some Luddites, hanging them. When in 1819 some 60,000 protesters gathered in Manchester to demand democratic reforms, a military unit made up of local manufacturers, merchants, and store owners charged the peaceful crowd, killing 11 people and leaving hundreds wounded in the so-called Peterloo massacre. The government response was to pass still more repressive legislation, among other things banning meetings with more than 50 people present. The 1820s brought yet more strikes, machine breaking, and reform campaigns, followed in the 1830s by a massive push to win legislation limiting factory working hours. In 1842 came a widespread strike among mill workers and miners, called the plug riots because strikers removed the plugs from steam engines, rendering them inoperable. By the 1850s, larger and more stable, though still mostly local, unions began to form among textile workers. Some launched large, prolonged, though generally unsuccessful strikes. Over a half-century after the first factory giants had been erected, in spite of repeated, episodically large-scale efforts, the workers within them still lacked any effective political or organizational method for improving their lot or shaping the society in which they lived. 95. Late 18th and early 19th century Great Britain often has been portrayed as a freer society than continental Europe. Some scholars, like Londas, suggest that this was one reason why the Industrial Revolution took off their first. 96 But for workers, especially factory workers, Britain was far from a free society. Factories grew up under an autocratic political regime, at least as far as it concerned working people. Workers did not have the right to vote, they did not have the right to assemble, they did not have the right to join together to bargain collectively with their employers, they did not have the right to quit their jobs whenever they wanted to, they did not have the right to say whatever they thought. Nothing better symbolized the support the state gave the emerging industrial system than the hanging of workers for the crime of not attacking persons but inanimate objects, breaking machines. Later to be extolled as the triumph of a new kind of freedom, the factory system was nurtured by severe restrictions on the rights of those whose labor made it possible. It took and continued to take the repressive power of the state to enable the giant factory to take root in unbroken soil. 97. Becoming ordinary. In the second half of the 19th century, cotton mills became less central to discussions and struggles about the structure of British society and the shape of its future. For one thing, they were no longer novel. By then, generations had grown up with large mills as a part of the world they lived in. Other, newer marvels had taken the lead as symbols of modernity, most importantly the railroad, which drew extraordinary attention from writers, artists, and the general public. In 1829 some 10,000 to 15,000 people assembled in Lancashire to watch a competitive test of newly designed locomotives. The next year, when the first modern railway line opened, linking Liverpool to Manchester, dignitaries filled the first train and huge crowds lined the tracks. Trains became, as Tony You'd put it, modern life incarnate. 98. Textile mills no longer held first place, either, in sheer size, as other types of work sites came to rival or exceed them. The railroad system had a huge workforce, with some shops that built and maintained equipment employing as many workers as large textile mills. Other industries, especially metalworking, also built very large plants. By the late 1840s, the Dowla Iron Works in Wales employed some 7,000 men in a complex that included 18 blast furnaces, puddling ovens, rolling mills, and mines, dwarfing even the largest textile mill. 99. Changed economic and political circumstances also muted attention to the textile factory. In the mid-19th century, the British economy began to significantly improve, with growing international markets for English textiles contributing to increased revenue and improved conditions for workers. Legislation also began easing the lot of mill employees, especially the 1831 Truck Act, which required workers to be paid in cash, the 1833 Act regulating child labor, and an 1847 law that limited the working day for children and women in mills to 10 hours, realizing a long-time goal of working-class reformers. When Engels returned to Manchester in 1849, just 7 years after he began research for what became the condition of the working class in England, he found a very different city, more prosperous and peaceful. The English proletariat, he complained, is actually becoming more and more bourgeois. 100. The transformation was as much political as economic. The failure of the Chartists to win their demands, in spite of their huge success in mobilizing support, took much of the wind out of the sails of the radical movements. At the same time, Chartism, with its emphasis on male suffrage, shifted attention away from female and child mill workers to adult men, artisans, construction workers, and other non-factory laborers. The campaign against the Corn Laws, which began in 1838 and triumphed 8 years later, rearranged the political terrain, too, in effect bringing workers and mill owners into alliance against the landed gentry, at least on this one, much debated issue. Further easing tensions, more mill owners began adopting paternalist practices, which had been prevalent among some of the earliest textile manufacturers, like Arkwright and Strutt, but rejected by many others. 101. Textile workers continued to protest conditions they faced in the mills, but their struggles were no more prominent than those of miners and other groups acting through unions. After the mid-19th century, the attention of middle-class reformers and observers shifted away from the mill, even as conditions for mill workers, though improved, remained often oppressive, and child labor, albeit slightly older, continued to be widely used into the 20th century. The questions surrounding the large textile mill and the factory system it brought into being devolved into part of a more general and less apocalyptic debate about the rights and standards of labor. By the time Charlotte Bronte published Shirley in 1849, she viewed the great dramatic struggles over the factory system as something from the past, with the large cotton mill having been, all in all, a source of social betterment. 102. By then, the giant cotton factory had led to new ways of organizing production, new sets of social relations, and new ways of thinking about the world. All but its most adamant defenders recognized that in the short run the big factory had brought with it massive human suffering, both among the workers in the mills and those displaced by them. Yet for many, the mill held forth the promise of a better world. In an unpublished article which would become the basis of the Communist Manifesto, Friedrich Engels wrote, precisely that quality of large-scale industry which in present society produces all misery and all trade crises is the very quality which under a different social organization will destroy that same misery and these disastrous fluctuations. 103. For better and for worse, the extraordinary social invention that first appeared with the Loms mill and the early cotton spinning mills, the factory behemoth, represented a giant leap toward a new world, our modernity. Chapter 2. The Living Light. New England Textiles and Visions of Utopia. During an 1842 tour of the United States, Charles Dickens spent a day visiting Lowell, Massachusetts, the largest cotton manufacturing center in the country. Founded just 20 years earlier, the mid-size city, set in the countryside, had become a bustling conglomeration of mills, boarding houses, and churches, its streets lined with trees and flowers and filled with lively young women. If he were to make a comparison between Lowell and the factories of England, Dickens wrote, the contrast would be a strong one, for it would be between the good and evil, the living light and deepest shadow. Dickens was far from alone among European travelers in seeing Lowell as a different order of society than the manufacturing centers of Britain. Englishman John Dix wrote in 1845 that a more striking contrast than that afforded by Manchester and Lowell can scarcely be imagined. Michael Chevalier, a French political economist, described manufacturing as the canker of England, which at least temporarily involves the most disastrous consequences. By contrast, he found Lowell neat, decent, peaceable, and sage. Novelist Anthony Trollope, son of Francis Trollope, who wrote Michael Armstrong, dubbed Lowell a commercial utopia. 1. European writers visiting Lowell, a regular stop on the circuit of New World wonders, were particularly taken by its pastoral setting and young, female workforce. Cotton mills. In England the very words are synonymous with misery, disease, destitution, squalor, profligacy, and crime, wrote Dix. How different from the neighborhood in which we now are, where the only sound which is heard above the whirling of spindles, and the clatter of machinery, is the chirp of the locust or the song of the robin. Chevalier found the sight of Lowell new and fresh like an opera scene. Witnessing neatly dressed young women working amidst the flowers and shrubs, which they cultivate, I said to myself, this, then, is not like Manchester. Dix, too, was impressed by the healthy, good-humored, pretty faces, and honestly earned habiliments of the Lowell workers, who, he wrote, belonged to another race of beings compared to their Manchester counterparts. 2. If, in the Old World, cotton mills came to be seen as dystopian, in the New World, they were repeatedly hailed as beacons of a bright future. As it turned out, many of the characteristics of New England textile manufacturing that won such praise, the bucolic surroundings of the factories, the neat mill towns, and the attractive young female workers, lasted but a few decades. But other aspects of the Lowell system of manufacturing, which commanded less notice from casual visitors, endured, anticipating what nearly a century later would come to be called mass production. By promoting a vision of the mill town as a morally uplifting and culturally enlightening community, and developing a system of cheap, standardized manufacturing, Lowell spread the idea that both economic and social betterment could be achieved through technically advanced industry. Lowell reduced fears of industrialization while equating progress with the efficient production of consumer goods. Doing so made the New England textile industry an important episode in not only the history of the giant factory, but also in the development of our modern world. 3. Beginnings. Lowell was not the first attempt to establish cotton manufacturing in the United States. Earlier, the industry had begun to develop along the same lines as in England. In the late 18th century, a few efforts were made to build spinning and carding machines, including one that, like Arkwright's early mill, used horses as a source of power. 4 But success only came when, in an echo of the Lamb's theft of Italian technology, textile machinist Samuel Slater evaded a British ban on the emigration of skilled manufacturing workers, in place until 1825. Like the Italians, the British hoped to maintain through the force of law a monopoly on advanced technology. Textile machinery could not be exported until 1843, but the effort proved futile. Slater, born in Belper, amid the world's first successful cotton mills, had apprenticed with Jedediah Strutt, living with the Strutt family and working in one of its mills, where he became familiar with Arkwright's equipment. In 1789, he slipped out of England, telling no one of his plans. Arriving in America, he quickly hooked up with Moses Brown, a partner in the Rhode Island Merchant Company Ammi and Brown, who hired him to build and equip a water-powered mill in Pawtucket, Rhode Island. Compared to the brick or stone English mills, the Ammi and Brown factory was very modest, a 2.5-story wood structure, housing machinery made almost entirely out of wood. Starting up slowly, it initially did carding and spinning with a workforce of 9 local children. By 1801 it had over 100 children at work. 5. The Ammi and Brown factory soon spawned new operations, as Slater and other mechanics who worked there launched their own enterprises, often in partnership with merchants. The Slater-style mills remained small, as the rivers they were built on generally could power only modest operations. Also, there were not enough nearby children to sustain large plants, with no poorhouses, as there were in England, to turn to for forced recruits. Mills advertised for large families to hire, with men to work as skilled mechanics and children minding machines. But with labor scarce in the thinly populated United States, recruiting workers proved difficult. So production grew not through increased mill size but by replication, with factories moving further into the back country, where untapped pools of labor could be found. By 1809, at least 27 mills were operating in Rhode Island, eastern Connecticut, and southern Massachusetts. 6. The American mills mimicked English practices, most obviously in the extensive use of child labor, including children as young as 4. In another carryover, they generally paid their employees, except for skilled mechanics, with credit at a company store rather than cash, reflecting, as in Britain, a shortage of small currency, as well as limited working capital. To conserve cash and retain workers, mills usually paid wages only once a quarter, or even less frequently, and delayed for weeks, giving final payouts when workers quit. At first, total factory output remained modest. For one thing, the demand for cotton yarn was limited. Most Americans wore flax or wool clothing. Those who preferred cotton could buy British exports. For another thing, raw cotton was hard to obtain. Little cotton was being grown in the United States when Slater got started, so at first he used cotton imported from Cayenne and Suriname, only later adding southern-grown cotton to the mix. 7. But output soared in the second decade of the 19th century. The Napoleonic Wars, the Embargo Act, in effect from 1807 to 1809, and the War of 1812 disrupted English imports just when a growing taste for cotton clothing and an increasing market for cotton cloth from settlements west of the Alleghenies boosted demand. Looking to cash in, merchants and mechanics launched a wave of spinning mill construction across the northern states. Weaving remained strictly hand-done. In Pennsylvania, full-time skilled artisans produced fine-quality cloth. In New England, some mills set up networks of outworkers to weave, but rarely as a full-time occupation. Frustrated by the difficulty in getting outwork returned in a timely fashion, Ammi and Brown hired weavers to work in the company's factory. 8. It was in this context that Francis Cabot Lowell conceived of a different way to produce cotton cloth. A wealthy Boston merchant, Lowell, during an extended sojourn in Britain, decided that big profits could be made through the large-scale integrated production of textiles, using powered equipment for all phases of the operation within a single factory. At the time, few British firms spun and wove in the same plant, and no power loom had ever been used in the United States, because of Britain's technology embargo. On returning home, Lowell hired a skilled mechanic, Paul Moody, to help him build machinery modeled after what he had seen in England. By 1814, they had a power loom successfully operating and a dressing machine to prepare the warp. 9. Meanwhile, Lowell formed a joint stock company, the Boston Manufacturing Company, with other Boston merchants to build and operate a mill. The investors realized that with the full-scale resumption of British trade after the War of 1812, their opportunities for profits in international commerce would be reduced. Manufacturing promised to be a rewarding alternative, even as they continued to be active in trade and real estate speculation. Creating the company was a radical innovation. In the early 19th century, stockholder corporations were rare, with each needing a separate enabling state law. Generally, they were used only for enterprises considered public utilities, like building a canal. The corporate form had great advantages. It allowed aggregation of capital on a scale few individuals could afford and shared risk among multiple parties, a practice well known to merchants, who often formed partnerships to finance ship journeys. Joint stock corporations also facilitated enterprise continuity when investors chose to withdraw their funds and eased the process of inheritance, important for the rich, largely passive stockholders who would be drawn to the textile industry. Corporations gained an additional advantage when they were granted limited liability in most New England states during the 1830s and 1840s. Within 5 years, Boston Manufacturing raised $400,000 in capital, soon raised to $600,000. By contrast, as late as 1831 the average capitalization for 119 mills in Rhode Island fell below $45,010. To begin operations, Boston Manufacturing bought a mill site in Waltham, up the Charles River from Boston, where a paper mill already was using water power. There the company built a 4-story brick mill, 40 feet wide and 90 feet long, topped by a cupola housing a bell to call employees to work. Though not much larger than the largest existing U.S. cotton mills, the Waltham factory fundamentally differed in that it housed weaving as well as spinning equipment, so that within a single structure bales of raw cotton were turned into finished cloth. Also, Boston manufacturing recruited a different kind of workforce than earlier mills, hiring, in addition to a few skilled male workers, local young women to operate both the spinning and weaving equipment. 11. The Boston manufacturing looms were crude, requiring coarse yarn much coarser than what was being used in England to avoid excessive breakage. As a result, the mill could only produce basic, heavy cloth. Initially the company turned out yard-wide white sheeting, of the sort then being imported from India, a product popular in the growing western settlements, where home spinning and weaving were less common than in New England and durability was valued. Some of the cloth was sold in the South to make clothing for slaves. The company distributed all of its output through a single agent, paid on commission, rather than by the consignment system other mills used. Lowell cleverly protected his market by lobbying to have the 1816 Tariff Act place a higher duty on cheap imported textiles than on higher-priced goods of the sort that the Rhode Island mills were producing, effectively locking out foreign competition. 12. The Waltham Mill, completed in late 1814, proved almost immediately profitable. In 1817 Boston manufacturing paid out its first dividend, 12.5%. By 1822, the company had fully repaid its initial investors, with a cumulative dividend of 104.5%. In 1816, the company built a second mill, close to the first, somewhat larger at 40 feet by 150 feet. A small separate building was erected for picking, the breaking up of the raw cotton bales that produced highly flammable cotton dust. Like the first mill, the second had towers on the outside of the main structure to hold stairs and toilets, which dumped their waste into the Charles River. 13. With the completion of the second Waltham Mill, a template for the northern New England textile industry was in place. Somewhat as had occurred a century earlier at the Lombay Mill, a new model of production came together rapidly, followed by a long period of replication and incremental improvements, but no radical shifts. Nathan Appleton, an original Waltham investor, noted in 1858 how few changes have since been made from the arrangements established in the first mill built at Waltham. 14. What made the Waltham system different and important? First, the integration of production within a single space and a single firm. Raw materials went into a mill and finished products came out. All the problems and costs associated with coordinating and transporting materials in various stages of production to and from different factories or outworkers and ensuring their quality were eliminated. Having all processes under one roof allowed productivity gains, such as spinning weft directly onto bobbins used in subsequent weaving. Second, the Waltham model mills concentrated on making standardized products at high speed. Most Waltham-style mills produced only a single type of cloth or at most a few and ran their machinery at higher speeds than equivalent equipment in England. Innovations introduced by Lowell and Moody traded off flexibility for speed. Their double-speeder roving frames, for example, were costly to reconfigure for different types of yarn, encouraging long production runs of the same product. Moody later introduced other changes to speed up equipment, including using leather belts rather than shafts to transmit power to individual machines and making main shafts out of wrought iron rather than wood. But the high-speed equipment could only produce relatively simple fabrics, not complex weaves, like ginghams, that had colored patterns, or other fancy goods. Third, the Waltham system automated as many processes as possible to reduce the need for skilled labor. Many Waltham-style machines had stop-motion features, which halted the equipment if a thread broke or another problem developed, reducing the needed skill of operatives and increasing the number of machines they could monitor. 15. Fourth, the Boston Group, in pioneering the use of the corporate form for manufacturing, linked big capital to goods production. The corporation would not become the norm for manufacturing outside of textiles for decades to come, but the advantages it brought eventually made it standard for large-scale industrial enterprises. With heavy capital investment in plant and equipment and large reserves, Boston Manufacturing and the companies modeled on it could build larger, more efficient factories and were better able to withstand the vicissitudes of the economy than smaller companies modeled on the Slater Mills. Fifth, the use of a single selling agent rather than multiple jobbers created a close identification between particular products and particular companies, a step toward what would later be called branding. Sometimes it was the selling agent rather than the mill that decided what products should be made, much like how, nearly 2 centuries later, brand name companies and giant chain stores would tell clothing, shoe, and electronics manufacturers precisely what to produce. The sales agent, rather than the manufacturer, felt the pulse of the market. 16. Finally, the Waltham model mills developed primarily as domestic, not international, enterprises. Much of the recent literature on the cotton industry stresses its global character. This certainly was the case in Britain, which imported raw cotton and exported cotton goods, a hub of world commerce. But the Waltham Lowell mills used cotton grown in the United States and sold their products primarily within the nation's borders. In 1840, exports accounted for less than 8% of U.S. cotton cloth production, in 1860 still less than 10%, a nice source of profit and a safety valve for excess output, but not central to the industry. 17 The rich array of natural resources in the United States and its large, growing domestic market meant that American industry would develop primarily as a domestic enterprise, engaged with international markets but not dependent on them. Lowell. Waltham established the model, but it was Lowell that became famous. The Boston Manufacturing Company founded the city to expand its capacity. After erecting a third mill in Waltham, the company directors decided to build a new complex to produce calicos. Without enough water power in Waltham for additional mills, company leaders found a site 23 miles north of Boston, in what was then East Chelmsford, Massachusetts, where at Pawtucket Falls the Merrimack River dropped 30 feet, unleashing enormous energy. Years earlier, a company called the Proprietors of Locks and Canals on the Merrimack had built a canal around the falls to permit navigation. Quietly, Boston Manufacturing bought up the stock of the older company and land along the river. To launch the new enterprise, in 1822 it created the Merrimack Manufacturing Company, offering shares to its investors. Using Irish laborers, the new company widened and deepened the existing canal and rebuilt the locks to create mill sites with adequate power. At a time preceding power equipment and dynamite, the infrastructure work, along with building and equipping new mills, proved extremely expensive. Only an assemblage of some of the richest men in New England could have financed industrial development on this scale. 18. The mills built at the new site and others later modeled on them were much larger and more substantial than the early Rhode Island factories. Handsome, durable brick structures, without much ornament, they bore at least a superficial resemblance to the Lom's mill, by then already a century old. 19 Technical considerations dictated their size and shape. The wooden shafts used to convey power from water wheels could be extended only so long before breaking, no more than 100 feet. Even after builders began centering mills over their water wheels, allowing horizontal shafting on both sides, building length was limited. The need to bring in light from perimeter windows restricted mill width. So floor plates could not be very big, in the case of the Merrimack mills, 156 feet by 44½ feet. To create more space and fully utilize the power of the water wheels, mills were built up, in the Merrimack model 5 stories high, including an attic and a basement. For greater capacity, Merrimack and other textile companies built multiple mills in clusters, sometimes arrayed around a central yard. New England textile firms did not make much use of iron structural elements until the 1840s. Cast iron was expensive in the United States, while large wooden beams were readily available, familiar to local construction workers, and capable of supporting heavy weights and absorbing vibrations. Like the British, the Americans worried about the danger of fire, but they adopted a different approach to minimizing it. not attempting fireproof construction by replacing wood with iron and brick but instead seeking to retard the spread of flames by using very heavy timbers, not only for beams but also for flooring, which would be slow to catch fire and capable of continuing to support weight even if charred. By 1825, Merrimack had completed 5 virtually identical mill structures and additional buildings for bleaching and calico printing. Each mill was self-contained, with both spinning and weaving equipment, capable of turning raw cotton into woven cloth. 20 As in Waltham, the new mills proved quickly profitable. Within 2 years of commencing production, Merrimack paid its first dividend. To further expand, its directors came up with a strategy of creating additional firms, each of which would have its own stockholders and directors, with heavy overlap in ownership from company to company. The structure facilitated raising capital from new investors, while allowing existing stockholders to withdraw money from older companies to invest in new ones. To advance the corporate metastasis, Merrimack transferred the land and water power it did not need to a reconstituted Locks and Canals Company, which also took over the machine shop operation of Boston Manufacturing. Like the William Fairbairn's Company in England, Locks and Canals could provide what today would be called a turnkey facility. When new companies were formed, starting with Hamilton Manufacturing in 1824, followed by Lowell Manufacturing, Appleton Company, Lawrence Manufacturing, Butt Mills, Suffolk Manufacturing, and Tremont Mills, Locks and Canals sold them mill sites and machinery and provided water power, usually for a per spindle fee. Figure 2.1 An engraving of Lowell, Massachusetts, in the 1850s, featuring a bucolic setting in the foreground. The owners carefully orchestrated the proliferation of companies. Rather than have firms compete with one another, each new company specialized in a different product: Merrimack, calicos; Hamilton, twilled and fancy goods; Lowell, carpets as well as cotton cloth, and so on. Many of the companies shared the same selling agent and routinely exchanged cost information. Eventually there were 10 major firms in Lowell operating a total of 32 mills. 21. Merrimack and its progeny built more than mills, they built a whole city in what had been nothing but a thinly populated farming area. At the initiative of Merrimack, the mill sites and surrounding land were spun off from Chelmsford as a separate town, named for Francis Cabot Lowell, who died in 1817. With nowhere near a large enough local population to staff the factories that were rapidly going up, the first priority was to build housing for workers to be recruited from afar. The feature outside observers usually focused on when they wrote about Lowell, the company boarding houses full of lively young women, did not come from Waltham. Boston Manufacturing owned some housing in Waltham, but apparently rented it largely to male workers. Unmarried female workers either lived with their own families, if they were local, or with families not connected to the company. The boarding house model developed elsewhere. Shortly after Boston Manufacturing had its first mills up and running, it began selling machinery and patent rights to others setting up textile factories, who generally used the second Waltham mill as a template for their buildings. In New Hampshire, the Dover Manufacturing Company built 2 mills housing Boston manufacturing machines and a new town, complete with street grid, company store, bank, commercial buildings, and boarding houses for its female employees. The company rented the boarding houses to housekeepers to manage, detailing rules for the residents. A similar complex in Great Falls, New Hampshire, likewise included boarding houses for female workers. Apparently it was from these complexes that the builders of Lowell adopted the boarding house model. 22. The Lowell boarding houses were not uniform in design. The early structures, made out of wood, generally rose 2 stories high, later units, made of brick, 3 stories. By 1830, Merrimack owned, in addition to its production facilities, 25 wood tenements, 4 brick tenements, 25 cottages, a house for its agent, a church and parsonage, storage buildings, and a fire department, along with a store and 2 warehouses in Boston. As Lowell grew, the textile companies helped finance a library, reading room, and lecture hall. By 1840, Lowell housed 8,000 textile workers, with a total population exceeding 20,000, making it the 18th largest city in the United States. 23. Figure 2.2 Merrimack Mills and Boarding Houses, and 1848 engraving by O. Pelton depicting boarding houses at Lowell lined up and leading to a mill at the end of the street. Scaling up. Even as the core group of textile investors, what economic historian Vera Schlackman dubbed the Boston Associates, expanded their production in Lowell by forming multiple corporations, they expanded beyond Lowell by founding new mill towns across northern New England. In Chicopee Falls, on the edge of Springfield, Massachusetts, they helped launch 4 textile companies, mimicking the Lowell pattern of having an additional company to control land and water power and manufacture machinery. Other complexes arose in Taunton and Holyoke, Massachusetts, Nashua and Manchester, New Hampshire, and Saco and Biddeford, Maine. In the mid-1840s, when Lowell itself ran out of mill sites, a group of Boston investors developed a new town, Lawrence, nearby on the Merrimack River, which became a major wool and cotton center. In a few instances, the Boston group took over mills others had founded, like the complex in Dover. 24. The Boston Associates companies were genuinely Boston companies. Their owners consisted largely of Boston residents who had made their fortunes before their textile investments. Most rarely visited their mills. Even companies with distant factories were run by a treasurer who lived in Boston, operating through an on-site agent. Selling and banking were done in Boston as well. The combination of absentee ownership and workers largely recruited from afar meant that the mills and mill towns often had few local roots. Industrial capitalism, which in the United States, as in England, had the textile industry at its lead, did not develop organically out of existing communities but was implanted, fully formed, by outside merchant capital. 25. The textile complexes built by the Boston Group dwarfed contemporary factories. An 1832 Federal Survey found that of the 36 manufacturing enterprises reporting more than 250 employees, 31 were textile companies. On the eve of the Civil War, manufacturing establishments in the United States employed on average only 9.34 workers. By contrast, Merrimack, the largest Lowell company, in 1857 had 2,400 workers, while 6 other companies in the city had over 1,000.26. Continuing growth, however, did not mean continuing innovation. After an initial burst of inventiveness, the Boston-based mill owners and managers proved a conservative lot, not introducing major technological changes for decades. Until the mid-1840s, individual mill buildings rarely exceeded by much the dimensions of the second Waltham Mill, each housing 250 to 300 workers. The companies increased production by speeding up existing equipment and building new mills using their well-established template. Able to make a good return on their money by doing more of the same, the Boston investors felt little need for novelty. 27. The question of power provides a good illustration. With plentiful water power, and coal farther away and more expensive than it was for British mills, New England mill owners did not widely adopt steam power until after the Civil War, long after it had become common in England. As a result, New England mill towns had none of the black smoke and soot so characteristic of British industry. When the growth of Lowell and the planning of Lawrence presented the possibility that companies on the Merrimack would run out of water power, instead of installing steam engines, the mill owners bought real estate and water privileges at the outlet of Lake Winnipesaukee in New Hampshire, over 60 miles away, to direct more water into the river, outraging Ralph Waldo Emerson for what he saw as arrogance. 28. The corporate arrangements adopted by the Boston textile investors allowed expansion on a scale unprecedented for manufacturing. In 1850, the mills they controlled accounted for about a fifth of all the cotton spinning in the United States. In Lowell alone, in 1857 the 10 mill companies, the Lowell Bleachery, and the Lowell Machine Shop, spun off from canals and locks, together employed over 13,000 workers. 29. But the Lowell model did not take full advantage of potential efficiencies that came with size. Within firms, Running each mill building as a self-contained production unit meant that while there were some shared functions that no doubt lowered costs, most importantly buying raw cotton and selling finished goods in other respects, each building operated as a separate, modest-sized enterprise. The idea of a fully integrated, rationalized, multi-site company still lay in the future. The Lowell mills did not begin to even calculate unit costs until the 1850s, so they had no way to know the advantages and disadvantages of different arrangements, sticking by habit to the system Lowell had introduced in the first Waltham mill. Even after the companies began connecting once freestanding mill buildings to one another and completely ringing mill yards with buildings to the dismay of workers who could no longer look out at town and country scenes, they continued to treat each mill as a separate entity. And because each cluster of 4 or 5 mills was organized as a separate corporation, other savings that might have accrued in purchasing, sales, and management were not realized. Point 30. Amoskeag Manufacturing Company was the exception that suggested there might be greater efficiencies in a different organizational structure. Set up in the late 1830s to develop a new textile center on the Merrimack River in New Hampshire, along with a town grandiosely named Manchester, the company at first replicated the Lowell pattern, expanding through the creation of new corporate entities. But unlike in Lowell, eventually the separate companies began to consolidate under one management, until all the mills in Manchester were controlled by Amoskeag. The consolidated corporate structure facilitated expansion. At its peak in the early 20th century, Amoskeag had 17,000 workers in 30 mills and many associated buildings, bordering the river for over a mile on one side and a half-mile on the other. Its size allowed the company to be almost completely self-sufficient, using its own workers for even major construction projects and building most of its own machinery. 31. The model of expansion through replication, many separate mill buildings, controlled by many separate companies, proved something of a dead end. When other companies began to approach and then exceed the size of the Boston Associates network, like the Pennsylvania Railroad, Standard Oil, and U.S. Steel, some experimented with interlocking directorates, but most quickly moved to consolidate corporate control and financial supervision, even with far-flung facilities. 32 Organizationally idiosyncratic, nonetheless it was the Waltham-Lowell system that first brought large-scale factories to the United States, and it was that system that, until the Civil War, represented industrialism in political and cultural discourse, a pole for criticism and, more often, praise of a new type of society. Factory girls. The American factory girl, declared in 1844 article about Lowell in the New York Daily Tribune, is generally the daughter of a farmer, has had a common education at the district school, and has gone into the factory for a few seasons to acquire a little something for a start in life. She spends some weeks or months of every year under her father's roof, and generally marries and settles in its vicinity. Many attend lectures and evening schools after the day's work is over, and of the 6,000 more than half regularly occupy and pay for seats in the numerous churches of Lowell. Hardly anywhere is temperance more general or are violations of the law less frequent. The newspaper perhaps painted an overly rosy picture, but its description was basically accurate. It was the character of the Lowell girls and their life in the mill town that so impressed visitors from home and abroad and led them to sharply contrast American mills to British ones. 33. Francis Lowell and his partners turned to farm girls as a workforce largely out of a lack of alternatives. The Lowell Group sought to avoid the social disapproval that accompanied the wholesale employment of children and, in any case, their power looms required considerable strength to operate, necessitating adult operators. Unlike Britain, the United States had neither a surplus of urban male workers nor an overpopulated countryside to draw on. Perhaps in an earlier era slaves might have been used. In the much smaller southern textile industry, they were used. By one estimate, more than 5,000 slaves labored in southern cotton and woolen mills by 1860. But by the time Lowell built the Waltham mills, slavery was all but over in the North. Instead, the Waltham-Lowell style factories found a brilliant solution in the recruitment of young women from rural New England. Unmarried, in their teens and 20s, they provided a well-educated workforce, accustomed to seeing and doing hard work and being subservient to male authority, but not so vital to their families that their withdrawal would create an economic or social crisis. And, to the mill owners' liking, they were a revolving labor force. When they became unhappy or the mills lacked work, they could return to their families rather than staying nearby and making trouble, avoiding the discontent and disorder that came in England with the creation of a permanent proletariat. 34. For these workers, the mills represented an opportunity before marrying to expose themselves to a wider world, while economically helping themselves and their families. Few came from destitute homes, desperate for additional income, as was so commonly the case in Great Britain. Rather, they typically came from middling families, daughters of farmers or rural artisans. But money did play a big part in why they came. Typically, they kept their earnings, using them to buy clothes, accumulate a dowry, save money for normal school, or to set themselves up independently from their families. Many also sent money home, to help pay off a farm mortgage or family debts, to support a widowed mother, or to pay for a brother's education. A big attraction of the Waltham Lowell style mills was that they paid cash, not credit at a company store, like many of the Rhode Island style mills. At the time, women had few other ways to make money, except domestic service, which many New Englanders rejected as subservient, school teaching, more seasonal than factory labor, or seamstressing. But money was not the whole story. The mills also provided an escape from families, rural life, boredom, and isolation, a chance to experience a new, more cosmopolitan world of independent living, consumer goods, and intense sociability. Earning their own living gave women a sense of independence and relieved their parents of a burden. Ironically, the mills themselves made redundant one of the main contributions young women had made to the family economy, spinning yarn and weaving cloth at home for family use or for the market. 35. There were other components of the mill workforce besides young women. Especially in the early days, there was a strict sexual division of labor. Women held almost all the jobs operating machinery, except for picking and carting. Men did all the construction, maintenance, and repair work and held all the supervisory positions. In addition, the mills recruited skilled male workers from England and Scotland for specialized jobs for which there was no pool of qualified native workers, including calico printing and producing woolens. A small number of children worked in the mills, too, though the Lowell mills generally did not hire anyone under age 15, as did a few older, married women. The Hamilton Manufacturing Company was probably typical in 1836, with women making up 85% of its workforce. Over time, the percentage of female workers dropped, at least modestly. In 1857, excluding the all-male Lowell machine shop, the Lowell textile workforce as a whole was a bit over 70% female. 36. The Lowell-style mills rarely had to advertise for workers. Young women, a sample of Hamilton workers found their average age on hiring just under 20, came on their own after hearing about the mills, often joining or sending for sisters, cousins, or friends. The Lowell Offering, a magazine of poetry and fiction by mill workers, not only received extensive praise from visitors, it also served as a form of job advertising for the companies, which quietly subsidized it. When nearby hinterlands became tapped out of workers, the mills sent recruiters to scour the more distant countryside, bringing back their finds on wagons before railroads eased transportation. 37 Female mill workers typically had a relatively short tenure. Most estimates agree that women stayed on average something like 4 or 5 years, commonly returning home for stretches while employed. 38. From the start, mill owners calculated that parents would allow their daughters to live on their own and work in the mills only if they were assured of their safety and well-being. For the mills to obtain their constant importation of female hands from the country, wrote the Burlington, Vermont Free Press in 1845, it is necessary to secure the moral protection of their characters while they are resident in Lowell. To that end, the companies established what the paper termed a system of moral police. Elaborate company rules regulated workers off the job as well as on. The Middlesex Company declared that it would not employ anyone who is habitually absent from public worship on the Sabbath, or whose habits are not regular and correct. Workers were forbidden from smoking or using any kind of ardent spirit in the mills and were generally required to live in company-owned boarding houses unless they had family living nearby. The boarding houses, in turn, had their own sets of rules, including a 10 o'clock curfew and, in at least one case, the requirement that all residents be vaccinated for smallpox, which the company agreed to pay for. The matrons who ran the boarding houses had to report rules violators, who could be fired. Companies required workers to sign one-year contracts and give 2 weeks' notice before quitting. They circulated among themselves lists of workers who had been discharged or who had quit before the end of their contracts, whom they agreed not to hire, and imposed fines for lateness and poor quality work. 39. Company paternalism was not simply regulatory or punitive. Especially in the early years, the companies tried to make the mills attractive places to work and the mill towns attractive places to live. Lowell was carefully laid out, with trees lining its broad streets and an orderly placement of the mills, boarding houses, and commercial structures. Companies planted trees and put in flower beds around their buildings and in their mill yards and allowed workers to grow plants and flowers on window sills inside the factories. One newly arrived worker in Manchester, impressed by the brick houses and very handsome streets, wrote her sister that she thought it a beautiful place. The sociability of the mill towns, especially Lowell, with its lectures and literary societies, was widely praised, though also somewhat exaggerated, since, given the very long hours of work, workers had limited time for other activities. Still, cities like Lowell and Manchester looked and felt very different than the crowded, filthy, impoverished English textile centres like Wigan, Bolton, and the namesake Manchester. 40. The experience of working in a factory and living in a factory town transformed the women who flocked to Lowell, Manchester, Chicopee, and the like. Augusta Worthen, 2 of whose sisters had worked in Lowell, later recalled that the young women from her town, Sutton, New Hampshire, population 1,424 in 1830, who traveled to take jobs in Lowell or Nashua had a chance to behold other towns and places, and see more of the world than most of the generation had ever been able to see. They went in their plain, country-made clothes, and after working several months, would come for a visit, or perhaps to be married, in their tasteful city dresses, and with more money in their pockets than they had ever owned before. For one group in particular, mill work could be utterly altering: widows and older unmarried women, dependent on their relatives for support. Mill worker Harriet Robinson later remembered them depressed, modest, mincing, hardly daring to look one in the face. But after the first payday came, and they felt the jingle of silver in their pocket and had begun to feel its mercurial influence, their bowed heads were lifted, their necks seemed braced with steel, they looked you in the face, sang blithely among their looms or frames, and walked with elastic step to and from their work. Many mill workers returned to their hometowns to marry, sometimes settling down to farm lives much like those of their parents. But a detailed study, by historian Thomas Dublin, of women who had worked for Hamilton Manufacturing found that they typically married at a somewhat later age than women from their hometowns who had not gone to a mill, were far less likely to marry a farmer, and were more likely to settle down in a city, with quite a few staying in Lowell after marrying. Although the New England countryside itself was changing, with improvements in transportation and the spread of commercial relations, for young workers the mill experience accelerated the transition out of a world of semi-subsistence agriculture into an emerging commercial society. Even those women who settled back home were never quite the same as those who never left. 41. Unlike British textile workers, the young women who flocked to the New England mills left behind a veritable flood of words. Almost all literate, they kept diaries, wrote letters back home and to one another, contributed to the Lowell Offering, its successor, the New England Offering, and labor papers like the Voice of Industry, and, in a few cases, wrote memoirs or autobiographies. In their letters, money is discussed frequently, wage rates, how much could be earned in alternative types of employment, expenses, and so on. Work itself does not figure as strongly as activities outside of work, family news, or religion. There are very occasional comments on the pace of work, but surprisingly little description of the mills. Social life and saving money. The reasons why so many workers left their homes remain at the forefront, while work tasks and the factories in which they occurred seem to have been taken for granted. 42. Perhaps one reason was that, at least in the first decades, mill workers generally did not consider their labor especially arduous. Many of the girls who come to Lowell, from the country, and 1843 editorial in the Lowell Offering noted, have been taught by their good mothers that industry is the first of virtues. Responding to claims about the unhealthful effects of factory labor, the editorial declared mill work light. Were it not so, there would not be so many hurrying from their country homes to get rid of milking cows, washing floors, and other such healthy employments. Just as in England, often new hires walking into a mill for the first time found the noise and motion of the machinery overwhelming, the experience of sharing a huge workspace with scores of others disorienting, and the tasks tiring. But acclimation usually followed. Though the intensity of jobs varied considerably, at least in the early years, when the companies were still perfecting machinery and operations and profits were high, many jobs were not especially taxing. In the spinning and weaving rooms, workers often had stretches of free time while they monitored equipment, waiting for a thread to break or a bobbin to need replacing, in some case defying rules to read or socialize. 43. But the work was work. In a review of Dickens's American Notes, the Lowell Offering quoted approvingly his comment about the Lowell operatives that it is their station to work. And they do work. Upon an average, 12 hours a day, which is unquestionably work, and pretty tight work too. Repetitive actions over the long days brought boredom and fatigue. The air in the mills was often foul, especially during the winter when candles and lamps were needed for light, and the noise could become oppressive. Often it was too hot or too cold. And many workers resented the tight regulation of their lives, what some came to call factory tyranny. 44. Milltown life also had its downside. Some newcomers found being surrounded by so many other people, after having spent their lives on isolated farms or in small villages, disconcerting. The boarding houses were crowded, with 4 to 6 women sharing each bedroom, 2 to a bed, affording little privacy, though that was nothing new for those who had grown up in large New England farm families, crammed into close quarters. But the opportunities for richer social, intellectual, and religious life than possible in their hometowns and to make money seemed to outweigh the challenges of urbanity for most of the newcomers. 45. Conditions, however, were not static, they deteriorated over time. An extended burst of mill building, both of the Slater and Lowell types, began narrowing the gap between supply and demand for cloth. By 1832, some 500 cotton mills operated in New England alone. To keep up dividends in the face of growing competition and falling prices, the Boston-based corporations sought to cut costs. Payroll was not necessarily their biggest expense. In some years, companies paid more for raw cotton than for the labor to convert it into cloth. But it was an expense over which they had control. 46. Companies reduced labor costs in multiple ways. Sometimes they simply lowered wage rates, which for many workers were piece rates. In March 1840, for example, the directors of Merrimack Manufacturing voted that in consequence of the depression of the times a reduction of the wages of the operatives is indispensable, authorizing the company treasurer to cut wages to the point that they may be deemed expedient and practicable. The companies also began running machinery at higher speeds, taking advantage of technical improvements in shafting and equipment. And they began assigning spinners and weavers more machines to monitor. Whereas once a weaver might have been assigned 1 or 2 looms, by the 1850s it was common to assign 3 or 4. As output and the strain of work went up, piece rates were reduced, so that wages rose at most modestly. A study of 4 Lowell-style mills in northern New England found that between 1836 and 1850 productivity increased by almost a half, while wages went up only 4%. 47. In the 1830s, in response to wage cuts, a few dramatic if brief flashes of protest occurred. They came at a moment of increasing labor organization nationally, as a language and politics of worker mobilization emerged. An announcement by the Lowell Mills in early 1834 of a forthcoming 12.5% wage cut set off a wave of meetings, petitions, and agitation, seeking to reverse the decision. When a mill agent fired a leader of the protest, other workers walked out with her, parading the streets and visiting other mills, calling for their employees to walk out, too. Some 800 women joined the turnout. But it was short-lived and unsuccessful. Within less than a week the strikers had either returned to their jobs or quit them, and the wage reduction went through as planned. 2 years later, 1,500 to 2,000 workers took part in a much better organized turnout, protesting a hike in the price of room and board in the company boarding houses, effectively another wage cut. At some mills, the walkout lasted for weeks, with at least one company having to shut down a mill, consolidating its non-striking workers in its others to keep production going. A newly formed Factory Girls Association, with a reported 2,500 members, coordinated the strike. Though the exact outcome remains unclear, at least some mills partially or fully rescinded the increase. 48. These were not the first mill workers' strikes. There had been earlier, brief walkouts in Pawtucket, Rhode Island, and Waltham and Dover, Massachusetts. But the Lowell walkouts were bigger and carried more symbolic weight because they took place in the most celebrated factory town in the nation. Also, though the organized labor movement in the United States had been developing in fits and starts since soon after the Revolution, walkouts by women and factory workers were still a novelty. In other ways, though, the Lowell strikes fit a national pattern, in which the language of republicanism and the spirit of the revolution were invoked to mobilize workers against what was seen as an emerging tyranny of economic power. We circulate this paper, read one petition circulated during the 1834 strike, wishing to obtain the names of all who imbibe the spirit of our patriotic ancestors, who preferred privation to bondage. The oppressing hand of avarice would enslave. As we are free, we would remain in possession of what kind Providence has bestowed upon us, and remain daughters of freemen still. Strikers saw wage reductions and the power to impose them as not just a menace to their economic well-being but also to their independence and respectability, threatening to reduce them to the opposite of freemen or daughters of freemen slaves. Just as in England, workers feared that the mill might not be a source of freedom but of its opposite. During the 1836 walkout, strikers walking in procession down the Lowell streets sang, "Oh, isn't it a pity, such a pretty girl as I should be sent to the factory to pine away and die? Oh, I cannot be a slave. I will not be a slave. For I'm so fond of liberty that I cannot be a slave." There was something light-hearted in this. The verse parroted the song "I Won't Be a Nun," which went "I'm so fond of pleasure that I cannot be a nun," but something serious. 2.49. In Lowell, the walkout movement proved short-lived. But worker criticism of the factory system, if anything, became more common during the 1840s. As in England, reformers focused on the long hours of labor. The great master evil in operation in Lowell, and too generally in American factories, the New York Daily Tribune wrote, is that of excessive hours of labor. New England factories rarely operated around the clock, but the workday was very long. In Lowell, in the mid-1840s it generally lasted between 11½ and 13½ hours on weekdays, with somewhat shorter hours on Saturdays, with Sundays off. 50. Following the same path as in England, New England textile workers sought legislative restriction of working hours to 10 hours first for children and then for workers generally. Mill workers petitioned legislatures, formed organizations, including female labor reform associations in Lowell and Manchester, held picnics and parades, and published appeals in an effort to reduce the hours of work. Massachusetts and Connecticut did pass laws limiting working time for children, but unlike in Britain, American mill workers did not win meaningful legislation covering adult workers. Some Lowell mills reduced working time slightly, but despite an impressive organizational effort, the 10-hour movement effectively failed. 51. Paradise or Paradise Lost. The dissatisfaction of mill workers with their jobs, employers, and what they perceived as an unrepublican disparity in wealth and power made little impression on the stream of visitors who came to see the mills. 52. Davy Crockett, then a Whig congressman from Tennessee, visited Lowell just months after the 1834 strike, less than 2 years before his death at the Alamo. Crockett wrote that he wanted to see the power of machinery, and how it was that these Northerners could buy our cotton, and carry it home, manufacture it, bring it back, and sell it for half nothing, and, in the meantime, be well to live, and make money besides. Like so many others, he was fascinated by the manufacturing processes and charmed by the girls who looked as if they were coming from a quilting frolic. Not one, he reported, expressed herself as tired of her employment or oppressed with work, not surprising given that Crockett was accompanied by Abbott Lawrence, one of the most prominent mill owners. I could not help reflecting, Crockett continued, on the difference of condition between these females, thus employed, and those of other populous countries, where female character is degraded to abject slavery. Though a bitter opponent of Andrew Jackson, Crockett's view of Lowell resembled that of the president, who had visited a year earlier. Jackson was not the first president to visit a textile mill. James Monroe toured Waltham in 1817. Leading Lowell investors hoped to charm Jackson at a moment of intense debate over tariffs, a matter in which they had great interest. They largely succeeded, organizing a procession of thousands of female workers in white dresses carrying parasols and wearing sashes reading "Protection to American Industry" and taking the president on a tour of the Merrimack Mills. 53. By the mid-1830s, it was not surprising for political opponents to be in agreement about Lowell-style manufacturing. In the era of the American Revolution, many leaders, like Thomas Jefferson, worried that manufacturing would threaten the agrarian nature of the country, on which, they believed, liberty, virtue, and republicanism rested. Industry, they feared, would bring the social ills and divisions it bred in Britain. But by the War of 1812 a broad consensus gelled that the United States needed its own manufacturing industries to ensure its strength and independence. Furthermore, even many critics of industrial development came to believe that the physical and political setting of the United States would shape a system of manufacturing shorn of the evils that accompanied it in Europe. Using water power rather than steam meant that American mills were dispersed in towns and small cities, avoiding the congestion and urban ills of Manchester and other British mill cities. Using young, country women as short-term workers avoided the creation of a debased proletariat. What was wrong with Old World manufacturing, American political and intellectual leaders came to believe, was not manufacturing but the Old World. Lowell, many contended, demonstrated that manufacturing in the New World could coexist with democratic values, moral purity, and pastoral harmony. 54. Not everyone was so sanguine. Poet and abolitionist John G. Whittier was often quoted for his smile-inducing 1846 description of the factory girls of Lowell, acres of girlhood beauty reckoned by the square rod, or miles by long measure, the young, the graceful, the gay flowers gathered from 1,000 hillsides and green valleys of New England. Whittier praised the Lowell workers for their hope-stimulated industry, teaching the lessons of free labor, a sharp contrast to the whip-driven labor of the slave plantation. But later in the same article he chastised the good many foolish essays written upon the beauty and divinity of labor by those who have never known what it really is to earn one's livelihood by the sweat of the brow, who have never, from year to year, bent over the bench or loom, shut out from the blue skies, the green grass, and the sweet waters, and felt the head reel, and the heart faint, and the limbs tremble with the exhaustion of unremitted toil. Whittier acknowledged much that is wearisome and irksome in the life of the factory operative. 55. Labor reformer Seth Luther sharply took to task politicians who praised the cotton mills based on whirlwind tours, for an hour or more, not 14 hours, he seems to be in the regions described in Oriental song, his feelings are overpowered. His mind being filled with sensations, which from their novelty, are without a name, he explains, 'tis a paradise. But for Luther, if a cotton mill is a paradise, it is paradise lost, a sight of unhealthy long hours, poorly paid workers, and tyrannical overseers. 56. Critics of New England mill conditions, unlike in England, rarely claimed that factory conditions were as bad as or worse than slavery. Ralph Waldo Emerson was something of an exception when, in a bitter commentary on Lowell, he equated black slaves in the South with female mill worker slaves and criticized mill owners for wanting to live in luxury without working, enjoyment without the sweat. 57. But critics still turned to slavery for metaphors of oppression. An 1844 letter in the Manchester Operative, for instance, likened the mill bell calling workers to their tasks to a slave driver's whip, while for a New Hampshire worker the unrestrained power of overseers was equivalent to that of slave drivers. A few critics, though not many, acknowledged that while the mills were not a form of slavery themselves, they were deeply embedded in the slave system, dependent on slave labor to grow the cotton they used and producing textiles sold to slave owners to clothe their chattel. 58. Though supporters and critics generally agreed that New England mills were not as bad as those in Britain, some argued that the difference might be temporary. Seth Luther declared that the misery in horrid forms in the manufacturing districts of England was directly produced by manufacturing operations, and that the United States was following with a fearful rapidity the splendid example of England. Luther highlighted the employment of children, very common in the Rhode Island style mills, a harsh reality usually elided by the focus of contemporary observers and later historians on the Lowell-style mills. Luther decried the lack of education that inevitably resulted from toiling long hours in the palaces of the poor. To the cry of manufacturers that it is not so bad as it is in England yet, he responded that one might as well say the cholera is not so severe in Boston yet as it has been in New York. 59. Anthony Trollope came to similar conclusions. The superior conditions and paternalist institutions of Lowell, he suggested, were made possible by its comparatively small size by English standards. On the eve of the Civil War, there were nearly 4 times as many cotton workers in Britain as in the United States. Scaling up, Trollope envisioned, would require moving from water to steam power. If Lowell made the switch and spread itself widely, he wrote, it will lose its utopian characteristics. John Robert Godley made a similar point in his 1844 Letters from America, questioning whether Lowell could be used to demonstrate that the evils which have in Europe universally attended the manufacturing system are not inevitable in it. Lowell, he noted, was set up and developed under eminently favorable circumstances. Over time, as the population of the United States grew, wages fell, and manufacturing increased in importance, he doubted that the favorable contrast which the New England factories now present to those of England, France, and Germany, can possibly continue. A quarter-century later, Edward Bellamy, a lifelong resident of Chicopee Falls and author of the blockbuster utopian novel Looking Backward, also saw European conditions of poverty and social division coming to the United States. He had no difficulty, he wrote, in recognizing in America, and even in my comparatively prosperous village, the same conditions in course of progressive development. 60. Herman Melville at least implicitly suggested that the United States already had the same kind of class division that manufacturing had brought to England in his 1855 story, The Paradise of Bachelors and the Tartaros of Maids. The first part of the story portrays a group of well-fed, self-indulgent London lawyers, while the latter part recounts a winter visit to a paper factory in an isolated New England valley, apparently based on Melville's visit to a paper mill in Dalton, Massachusetts, which is still operating. The narrator expresses his awe at the ingenuity and operation of the paper-making machine, this inflexible iron animal, a miracle of inscrutable intricacy. But he is horrified by the pale, unhealthy-looking, silent girls, the unmarried women who come from far-off villages who operate the machinery, mere cogs to the wheels, a far cry from the way Lowell workers usually were portrayed. Rather than in a commercial utopia, Melville's young women were trapped in Tartarus, a province of the underworld, while far away the wealthy barristers fed and liquored themselves. 61. New England reformer Orestes Brownson was more explicit in seeing the nation divided into two classes, laborers and capitalists. In a widely debated essay on the laboring classes, Brownson used Lowell as an example in decrying the effect of factory labor on workers and the growing gap between industrialists and their employees, suggesting that only a radical recasting of society could recreate true community. 62 Seth Luther concurred, the whole system of labor in New England, more especially in cotton mills, is a cruel system of exaction on the bodies and minds of the producing classes, destroying the energies of both. And for no other object than to enable the rich to take care of themselves, while the poor must work or starve. 63. Alexis de Tocqueville, too, saw a growing class division in the United States, brought about by factory production. The efficiencies of large factory production, he predicted, would enrich manufacturers to the extent that they would become a new aristocracy, threatening democracy, while workers were physically and mentally disadvantaged by the narrow, repetitive nature of factory tasks. Whereas the workman concentrates his faculties more and more upon the study of a single detail, the master surveys a more extensive whole, and the mind of the latter is enlarged in proportion as that of the former is narrowed. The industrial class divide, the concentration of workers, and the cyclical nature of the economy might well endanger public tranquility, a problem, in Tocqueville's view, that would require more government regulation to avoid. 64. Faded visions. The debate over Lowell raised what already had become a recurring question: was the factory system inherently oppressive to workers and threatening to social cohesion, or did its nature change with its environment? Over time, the critical views of Brownson, Tocqueville, and Luther became more widely shared. In England, the cotton mill quickly brought a broad acceptance of the idea that it was creating a new type of class society. In the United States, there was an interregnum during which the large factory was associated with the idea that industry and Republican community could coexist. But by the time of the Civil War, changes in the factory system itself, evident in Lowell and other cotton centers, faded visions of commercial utopia. Above all, it was the transformation of the workforce that changed the public perception of the New England mills. By the late 1840s, fewer young New Englanders were coming to the mill towns as a result of growing displeasure with the pay, hours, and increased workload, evident in the strikes of the 1830s and the 10-hour movement. Also, for young women, other alternatives to staying in rural homes opened up. Railroads made it easier to move to urban centers or out west. With the spread of public education, the number of jobs for teachers swelled and salaries improved. 65. Fortunately for the mills, in the mid-1840s, just as the influx from the countryside diminished, a new labor pool materialized with mass migration from famine-gripped Ireland. Between 1846 and 1847 alone, immigration from Ireland more than doubled, and by 1851 it more than doubled again. There were always Irish workers in Lowell and other mill towns. Irish men dug the canals and helped build the factories. But before 1840, the textile companies generally spurned Irish women. In 1845, only 7% of the Lowell mill workforce was Irish. Necessity ended the discrimination. By the early 1850s, about half the textile workers in Lowell and other mill towns were Irish. At the Hamilton Mill, by 1860 over 60% of the employees had been born abroad. 66. The increasing number of immigrant workers brought other changes. More children began being hired in Lowell-style mills, especially boys, as whole families needed to work to support themselves, a reversion to the pattern in the early Slater-type mills. The gendered division of labor broke down as male immigrants accepted jobs once reserved for women, paid wages that in the past only women would take. At Hamilton, in 1860, 30% of the workforce consisted of adult men. Immigrant family labor contributed to the decline of the boarding house system and company paternalism. Lowell firms put up mills at a faster pace than they built housing, and after 1848 they stopped building housing entirely. Institutional arrangements once needed to attract rural young women and reassure their parents became increasingly superfluous, as the companies acknowledged in the 1850s when they dropped requirements for church attendance and boarding house residence for single women. A growing proportion of the workforce, including more and more single women, lived in non-company-owned boarding houses or in rented tenement apartments. The company boarding houses lingered on between 1888 and 1891. A quarter of the workers at the boot mills were still living in company-owned housing, but they declined in importance as the immigrant workforce grew. 67. Figure 2.3 Winslow Homer's 1868 engraving of New England factory life, bell time. As the novelty of the mills wore off, the acres of girlhood, or at least of native-born girlhood, shriveled, and company paternalism diminished. Travelers, politicians, and writers lost interest in Lowell. But even as public attention moved away, the mills continued to expand. The Civil War stimulated growth. With cotton all but unobtainable and raw cotton prices soaring, many Lowell mills sold off their cotton inventories for windfall profits, reducing or stopping their own operations. Some took advantage of the hiatus to expand and modernize. The boot mill added 2 buildings and replaced much of its machinery. In the post-war years, it built yet another mill and began supplementing water power with steam. By 1890 it employed over 2,000 workers, large but nowhere nearly as large as the Merrimack Mills, with over 3,000 workers, and the Lawrence Mills, with over 4,500. In nearby Lawrence, the economic downturn in 1857 drove 3 mills into bankruptcy, but the war brought a boom. Unlike in Lowell, the Lawrence mills generally held onto their cotton to continue production. Old mills expanded and new ones shot up and continued to grow after the war, on a scale surpassing anything in Lowell. To hedge against cotton goods booms and busts, most Lawrence mills also produced woolens or worsts. One Lawrence factory, the Wood Mill, controlled by the American Woolen Company, in the early 20th century had more than 7,000 workers. Altogether, Massachusetts' employment in the cotton textile industry soared from 135,000 in 1870 to 310,000 in 1905. In New Hampshire, Amoskeag Manufacturing Company expanded until it was the largest textile factory complex in the world. 68. As the New England mills kept growing, Irish workers were joined and partially replaced by an influx of French Canadians. In the early 20th century, other immigrant groups began working in the mills, too, largely Southern and Eastern Europeans, but smaller groups, like Syrians, as well. For some of the newcomers, the experience of mill work felt not much different than it had for the early New Englanders. Cora Pellerin, a French-Canadian who began working at Amoskeag in 1912 at age 11, thought it was paradise here because you got your money, and you did whatever you wanted to with it. But for many others, the experience of mill work and Milltown life was far less positive, as working conditions deteriorated and widespread poverty came to characterize the factory towns. By 1910, according to historian Artis Cameron, readers of Charles Dickens would have found Lawrence's dull streets and cluttered alleys, its black canals and purple ill-smelling river, its vast piles of soot-covered brick buildings, its flimsy, damp privies whose waste oozed down open sewers and meandered through the city's shaded backyards, a familiar landscape. 69. After the 1850s, when New England mills appeared in the news, it usually was because of untoward developments. In January 1860, the 7-year-old Pemberton Mill in Lawrence fell down, its poorly made cast iron columns unable to withstand the weight and vibrations of its machinery. In the collapse and subsequent fire that engulfed the rubble and those trapped in it, some 100 people died and many more suffered serious injuries. It remains to this day one of the worst industrial disasters in U.S. history. Newspapers and magazines as far away as Hawaii reported on the catastrophe, recounting heart-rending and appalling scenes and featuring drawings of rescues and the charred remains of victims. Some papers going beyond the conclusions of a coroner's inquest, which held the mill architect responsible, blamed the calamity on the wealthy Boston philanthropists who owned the mill and the flagrant disregard of company leaders for the safety of their employees, tarnishing the reputation of the mill owners. 70. Child labor also brought the mill's unflattering public attention. Textile was among the industries targeted in an early 20th century campaign to keep children out of mines and mills. The photographs that Lewis Hine took in 1909 for the National Child Labor Committee of children working at Amoskeag became iconic. 71. Labor strife further buried the notion that the New England mills would avoid the ills of European industry. After the Civil War, textile strikes became increasingly common. Some involved relatively small groups of skilled male workers, like mule spinners. In other cases, women workers, or alliances cutting across skill and gender lines, conducted the strikes. Lawrence workers staged small strikes in 1867, 1875, and 1881, and a long strike in 1882, which received national attention. Failed strikes took place in Lawrence in 1902 and in Lowell in 1903. 72. The last time the country was captivated by a vision of the future emanating from the mills of New England came in 1912, when some 14,000 workers in Lawrence went on strike for 2 months to protest a pay cut, instituted in response to a state law reducing working hours. The strike in Lawrence, declared Socialist Congressman Victor Berger, is a rebellion of the wage working class against unbearable conditions. Led by fiery organizers from the industrial workers of the world, IWW, women and men from 40 different ethnic groups banded together, creating multilingual committees to direct the struggle. The militancy and solidarity displayed by the Lawrence strikers, the type of semi-skilled immigrant workers mainstream labor leaders had written off as impossible to organize, inspired radicals and unionists across the country to imagine that a new labor movement and a transformed nation were coming. Figure 2.4. Lewis Hine is famous for his startling portraits of child workers, including this one of a girl working in the Amoskeag textile factory in 1909. Mill owners and government officials set out to crush the strike with a declaration of martial law, a ban on public meetings, the arrest of strike leaders on trumped-up charges, the mobilization of the National Guard, and physical attacks on the strikers and their supporters. When the strikers, running out of food and money, started sending their children out of town to live with supporters, the police and militia tried to stop them, clubbing adults and children alike at the railway station. The owners overplayed their hand, as a wave of national outrage contributed to their decision to grant a substantial pay increase, ending the strike in a workers' victory. 73. After the strike, the IWW failed to consolidate its power. It took another 2 decades before New England mill workers finally created stable unions. By then, the end was near. Slow to modernize, and facing ever-growing competition from lower-cost Southern mills, some financed by New England mill owners, the mills put up by the Boston Associates began shutting down in the early 20th century. Amoskeag closed in 1936, the rebuilt Pemberton Mill in 1938, and the last of the original Lowell mills in the 1950s. Bits and pieces of textile production continued in Lawrence and elsewhere in New England, but the great experiment launched by Francis Cabot Lowell was over. 74. Well before the Lowell factories began closing, the United States had surpassed Great Britain as the world's greatest industrial power. By the mid-1880s, more goods flowed out of American factories than British ones. By World War I, the manufacturing output of the United States topped that of Britain, France, and Germany combined. The meteoric growth of American manufacturing reflected, in part, the growing size of the country itself, which in 1890 approached a population of 63 million, far larger than Britain, with 33 million, France, with 38 million, and Germany, with 49 million, allowing the high output of cheap standardized goods for the home market. 75. Lowell had helped usher in America's industrial age and its global industrial dominance. It had been born amid a blaze of positive publicity because it promised the fusion of mechanized manufacturing with Republican values, creating a commercial utopia that would confirm the United States as a land of new beginnings and infinite possibilities, free of the class divisions and inequalities of the Old World. The success of Lowell in creating a different social and cultural model for manufacturing helped ease long-standing national concerns about the impact of industrialization on what was still an agrarian republic, allowing a new consensus equating progress with increased productivity through mechanization and large-scale enterprise. By the time the Lowell mills receded from view, Americans had squarely embraced a vision of the future built on the bedrock of industry. Ironically, when the mills dominated national news for a final time, in 1912, before fading into oblivion and decay, it was because of the very kind of class warfare the promoters of Lowell had claimed its system would avoid. Chapter 3. The Progress of Civilization. Industrial Exhibitions, Steel Making, and the Price of Prometheanism. On May 10, 1876, the International Exhibition of Arts, Manufactures, and Products of the Soil and Mine opened in Philadelphia, a celebration of the 100th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. 100,000 people heard speeches by assorted dignitaries, 16 national anthems, the premiere of Richard Wagner's centennial inauguration march, the Hallelujah Chorus sung by a 1,000-voice choir, and a 100-gun salute. But for many visitors the highlight of the day came when President Ulysses S. Grant and Emperor Dom Pedro II of Brazil led the crowd into the immense machinery hall. There they climbed onto the platform of the 40-foot-high coreless double walking beam steam engine. When each man turned a valve before him, the 56-ton, 1,400-horsepower engine came to life, turning 23 miles of shafting that powered hundreds of machines filling the wood and glass building. The Centennial Exhibition, as it was commonly known, was an extravaganza occupying 285 acres, attended, during its 6-month run, by nearly 10 million visitors, equivalent to about a fifth the population of the United States. With exhibits from 37 nations, its displays were encyclopedic, featuring everything from exotic plants and prize cattle to fine art and historical artifacts. But machines and machine-made products overwhelmed all else. Figure 3.1 President Ulysses S. Grant and Emperor Dom Pedro II of Brazil start the coreless engine at the Centennial Exposition in Philadelphia in 1876. The 14-acre machinery hall contained a dizzying array of industrial equipment, including a complete printing operation that produced a newspaper twice a day, a railroad engine, metalworking and woodworking machinery, brick-making machines, and spinning and weaving equipment from Saco, Maine. In the section called, in the taxonomic terminology typical of the exhibition, machines, apparatus, and implements used in sewing and making clothing and ornamental objects, a visitor could watch a pair of suspenders mechanically made with his or her name woven into the fabric. Among the new inventions unveiled were the typewriter, the telephone, and a mechanical calculator. A huge variety of machine-made products could be found in the main exhibition building. Smaller buildings, like the Singer Sewing Machine Company building and the Shoe and Leather building, housed still more machines and machine-made products. Even the agricultural hall was full of machines, from reapers to windmill-driven pumps to chocolate-making equipment. 1. It was a peculiar way to mark the 100th anniversary of the United States. There was plenty of patriotic imagery and patriotic kitsch. But the weight of the exhibition lay elsewhere, in the celebration of the technological marvels of the day, of the great productivity and inventiveness of the United States, of its progress as measured by its mastery of the mechanical realm. It took an ideological leap to see the connection between the American Revolution and the coreless engine. The concentration on mechanical marvels and industrial bounty measured how much views of national greatness and progress had changed during the half-century since the Lowell mills opened. With little dissent, Americans had come to see machines and mechanical production as central to the meaning of the national experience, as integral to modernity. Americans had deep, sometimes violent disagreements about the structure and values of their society. As Reconstruction in the South came to a bitter end, workers suffering through a devastating economic depression launched the largest strikes the country had ever seen, and wars against Native Americans raged in the West. But about machinery and what it made possible, there was not much discord. Point 2. Americans believed that machines were opening the door to a new age of unprecedented bounty, freedom, and national power. The steam engine took center stage. It seemed to defy the gods, as Prometheus had, capturing fire from them and putting it to work. Tench Coxe, a Philadelphia merchant who worked closely with Alexander Hamilton in the late 18th century promoting manufactures, even used the term fire for the steam engine. The miraculous power of steam fully revealed itself with the introduction of the first practical steamboats not long after the Revolution. John Fitch began operating a steam-driven ferry between Trenton and Philadelphia in 1790. In 1807, Robert Fulton's North River, equipped with a British-built steam engine, traveled up the Hudson River from New York to Albany. 4 years later, his New Orleans introduced the steamboat to the Ohio-Mississippi River system, opening up the western frontier of the United States to commercial development. Two-way shipping on the Mississippi facilitated the spread of cotton culture and, with it, slavery. But it was not just the effect of the steamboat that drew admiration, it was the boat itself, its speed, power, and unnatural beauty. Mounting a steam engine on a boat radically changed the experience of time, space, and distance, making once epic journeys, like the trip from St. Louis to New Orleans, achievable in just a few days. Writer Edmund Flagg declared, "There are few objects more truly grand, I almost said sublime, than a powerful steamer struggling with the rapids of the western waters." For Flagg and others, the contrast between the steamboat, the creation of mankind, and the wild, natural setting of the Mississippi contributed to making the scene so memorable, bordering on the sublime, which for the 19th century observer meant not just awesome or beautiful but frightening, unsettling, and overwhelming, too. Americans and Europeans traveling into newly settled lands often saw the steamboat to be a carrier of civilization itself, or at least their idea of civilization. But it did not take a wild western setting to make the steamboat seem exalted. In 1848, Walt Whitman, echoing Flagg, wrote of the engine room of a Brooklyn ferry, "It is an almost sublime sight that one beholds there, for indeed there are few more magnificent pieces of handiwork than a powerful steam engine swiftly at work." 3 years later he said the United States had become a nation of whom the steam engine is no bad symbol. 3. The railroad soon eclipsed the steamboat as a symbol of modernity. Steam-driven trains were even more widely seen, more widely used, and more widely praised than steamboats. In the year of the centennial, Whitman wrote, "Into a locomotive in winter, type of the modern, emblem of motion and power, pulse of the continent." By radically reducing the time, cost, and difficulty of moving people and things, the railroad tied the nation together, spreading commercial relations and disseminating ideas and sensibilities. With the railroad came new landscapes, a new sense of time, and a new cosmopolitanism. Point 4. Exhibiting modernity. Even standing still, the steam engine became a symbol of progress and national prowess, part of the broader celebration of machinery and manufactured goods, so evident at the Centennial Exhibition. Before the Philadelphia Fair and continuing long after it, public exhibitions were built around the processes, symbols, and products of mechanical manufacturing, equating them with modernity. In 1839, for example, the Massachusetts Charitable Mechanic Association held its second exhibition at Boston's Quincy Market. Over the course of 12 days, 70,000 people attended. Among the exhibits were an operating miniature railroad, a small steam engine that powered other machinery, planing machines, a Casimir shearing machine, printing presses, and knitting machines. Displayed goods included textiles from Lowell, looking glasses, cabinets, coaches, saddles, hosiery, hats, caps, furs, confectionery, soaps, perfumes, boots, cannons, rifles, swords, hardware, cutlery, locks, pumps, fire engines, and musical instruments. Defending against the belief that manufacturing was undermining Republican virtue, James Tricothick Austin, in an address at the exhibition, tried to dismiss the supposed conflicting interests of the various classes in American society. "Our splendid manufactories of silver," he said, "are worse than useless, if it is a sin against democracy to use a silver fork." 5. The 1851 Crystal Palace exhibition in London, officially the Great Exhibition of the Works of Industry of all nations, marked the beginning of the great international expositions and world's fairs, temples dedicated to progress and modernity as reflected in machines and machine-made objects. The building that contained the fair was at least as impressive as the exhibits within it. A huge iron and glass conservatory, the Crystal Palace was constructed entirely out of machine-made parts, so that after the exhibition closed it was easily disassembled and reconstructed on a different site. The British exhibit, by far the largest, had sections devoted to fine arts, raw materials, machinery, and manufactures. The industrial tourism that the well-connected had indulged in with factory visits now was brought to the masses. 15 steam-driven machines for carding, spinning, and weaving took raw cotton and converted it to cloth while viewers stood nearby. The enormous display of manufactured goods educated attendees about the emerging consumer society, showing the myriad things that could be made and how they would make life better. World exhibitions, Walter Benjamin would later write, were sites of pilgrimage to the commodity fetish. 6. The United States mounted a Crystal Palace exhibition of its own, the Exhibition of the Industry of All Nations, in 1853. The Iron and Glass Exhibit Hall, built in New York City on the site of what is now Bryant Park, was essentially a smaller version of the London building, with a dome added. It created a sensation, nothing like it had ever been seen in the New World. Like the London exhibition, it contained a hodgepodge of art, machinery, and manufactured products. 7. Other countries, too, mounted international exhibitions. The French held a series of fairs in Paris, starting with the 1855 Exposition Universelle and its Palais de l'Industrie, intended by Napoleon III to top the London display. Succeeding exhibitions came in 1867, 1878, 1889, and 1900. Vienna put on an international exhibition in 1873. Chicago created the large, well-attended, and widely celebrated 1893 Columbian Exposition. Other United States fairs followed in short order, including in Omaha, 1899, Buffalo, 1901, and St. Louis, 1904. 8. Even the 1895 Cotton States and International Exposition, held in Atlanta to highlight the economic recovery of the South under white rule and the continued reign of King Cotton, prominently featured a machinery hall. One account called it the heart of the fair. Wheels, big and little, whirl in every quarter, dynamos generate untold volts of electricity, pumps and lathes, planes and drills are hard at work, all obediently responding to an unseen but irresistible force. Southerners joined with millions of Yankee guests, wrote historian C. Van Woodward about the Southern expositions held in the 1880s and 1890s, to invoke the spirit of progress and worship the machine. 9. The Eiffel Tower, built for the 1889 Exposition Universelle, became the foremost icon of the international fairs. Gustave Eiffel, a successful French engineer, won a government competition for a centerpiece for the exposition celebrating the 100th anniversary of the French Revolution. Made up of more than 18,000 wrought iron members, fabricated at an off-site factory, the 312-meter tower soared to nearly twice the height of what had been the world's highest structure, the Washington Monument, completed just 5 years earlier. From the top, the tower offered vistas previously known only to a few balloonists, a preview of the bird's-eye view of the great metropolis that would become common only decades later, after the invention of the airplane. 10. Before it was built, a group of prominent French artists, musicians, and writers protested what they called the useless and monstrous Eiffel Tower, the hateful column of bolted iron, which they declared would desecrate the beauty and honor of Paris. 11 But the tower almost immediately became celebrated as a symbol of modernity, portrayed as a new kind of beauty. Even before it was completed, Georges Seurat made it the subject of one of his best-known canvases. A flood of drawings, paintings, and lithographs followed, including works by Henri Rousseau, Diego Rivera, Marc Chagall, and, perhaps most delightfully, Robert Delaunay, who returned to the subject over and over again. The tower proved an ideal subject for modernist approaches to representation, including pointillism and cubism. Pioneer filmmakers also engaged the tower, the subject of short films by Louis Lumière in 1897 and Georges Méliès in 1900. So did writers. In Guillaume Apollinaire's poem Zone, the tower herded the way to modernity. At last you're tired of this elderly world. Shepherdess, O Eiffel Tower, this morning the bridges are bleeding. You're fed up living with antiquity. 13. Blaise Cendrars concluded Tower, his 1913 poem dedicated to Delaunay. You are all. Tower. Ancient God. Modern beast. Solar spectrum. Subject of my poem. Tower. World Tower. Tower in movement. 14. The huge numbers of visitors to the expositions and the flood of positive publicity attested to the widespread admiration for the new industrialism, the steam engines, vast iron structures, and machinery on display. 15. Of course not everyone was entranced. Guy de Maupassant declared, I left Paris, and France, too, on account of the Eiffel Tower. It could not only be seen from everywhere, but it could be found everywhere, made of every kind of known material, exhibited in all windows, an ever-present and racking nightmare. The author tired of the crowds the 1889 fair attracted, among them the people who toil and emit the odor of physical fatigue. 16. Just how many working people actually attended the various fairs is difficult to say. The middle and upper classes apparently made up the bulk of the audience, better able to afford travel and entrance fees. The planners of the London Crystal Palace exhibition paid considerable attention to attracting and controlling working-class visitors. Admission was cheaper on Mondays through Thursdays, facilitating visits by workers and their families, while allowing wealthier patrons to have Fridays and Saturdays largely to themselves. Many companies subsidized employee expeditions to the exhibition. The Philadelphia Centennial closed on Sundays, generally the only day workers had off, as a result of pressure from local clergymen, making it difficult for them to attend. But as in England, employers sponsored trips to the exposition for their workers. 17. Working-class visitors generally seemed to have enjoyed the fairs. By some reports, they were more interested in machinery and less interested in fine art than their economic betters, but some leaders of workers' movements could not ignore what they saw as the exploitation that underlay the industrial bounty on display. Radical Chartist G. Julian Harney called the exhibits at the 1851 exposition plunder, wrung from the people of all lands, by their conquerors, the men of blood, privilege, and capital. During the 1889 Paris Fair, socialists from Europe and the United States gathered at congresses in the city. Friedrich Engels, who by then had retired from his Manchester cotton mill, stayed away. He wrote Laura Lafarge, Marx's daughter, "There are two things which I avoid visiting on principle, and only go to on compulsion, congresses and exhibitions." Paul Lafarge, Laura's husband, complained to Engels that the capitalists have invited the rich and powerful to the Exposition Universelle to observe and admire the product of the toil of workers forced to live in poverty in the midst of the greatest wealth human society has ever produced. 18. Iron. The Crystal Palaces in London and New York, the great machinery halls, and the Eiffel Tower were possible because of advances in the iron industry. If the first half of the 19th century constituted the age of cotton, the decades after 1850 were the age of iron. By the time of the Centennial Exhibition, the largest manufacturing plants in Europe and the United States made iron and steel goods, not textiles. Iron mills and, later, steel mills supplanted textiles mills as symbols of modernity, as poles for debate about the nature of the society and what kind of future people sought. Until the 19th century, iron was made only in small quantities for specialized products. Typically, in Europe and North America, the mining of ore, its conversion into iron, and the production of finished goods all took place at one site, by small groups of skilled workers. But by the middle of the 19th century, the rising demand for iron outstripped traditional production techniques, in which small furnaces, fueled by charcoal or coke, were used to remove oxygen and impurities from iron ore, producing metal which could be cast into finished goods or later reheated and converted into stronger, more malleable wrought iron. 19. A huge boost in the demand for iron came from the spread of the railroad and the need for rails. In 1840, there were 4,500 miles of railway worldwide, by 1860, 66,300 miles, and by 1880, 228,400. At first, producing rails proved painfully difficult. Because not enough iron could be rolled at once to make a single rail, small bars had to be rolled into strips, which were layered, reheated, and rolled again. Quality was low, sometimes rails delaminated and, on heavily used lines, they wore out in as little as 3 months. American metallurgist Frederick Overman wrote in the early 1850s, "The application of science and machinery in the manufacture of iron does not exhibit so high a state of cultivation as we find in the manufacture of calico prints and silks." 20. That changed with a series of technical innovations that increased the quantity and quality of production. First came the blast furnace. Instead of forcing cold air through heated iron ore to remove the carbon in it, starting in 1828 in England and 6 years later in the United States, hot air, heated by the exhaust of the furnace itself, was used, greatly increasing the speed and efficiency of the process. Raising the temperature and pressure of the air yielded further gains. From a typical output in the 1850s of 1 to 6 tons of iron a day, by 1880 furnaces neared an output of 100 tons a day. 21. Iron produced by blast furnaces could be used to make some products by casting, like stoves and plows. But it was too brittle for many uses. Further reducing the carbon content to make wrought iron gave it greater strength and flexibility but required intensive labor, either repeated pounding at a forge or chemical transformation through a process known as puddling. Puddlers reheated cast iron bars, so-called pig iron, along with scrap iron in special furnaces, stirring the mixture to oxidize the carbon and burn off impurities. Experience, skill, and physical strength were needed to control the process. With a strong craft culture and a high level of unionization, puddlers forced iron manufacturers into what effectively was a partnership. The workers regulated all aspects of the puddling process, including how much iron to produce in each turn and their hours of work. They often paid helpers out of their own wages. In Pittsburgh, the most important iron center, a sliding scale linked puddlers' pay to their output and the selling price of iron, so that they shared any gains that resulted from higher productivity or improved market conditions. The men who operated rollers for shaping rails and other products also exerted near total control over the production process. In some mills, they negotiated a price per ton for an entire team of workers, which they decided among themselves how to divide. 22. Early iron plants tended to be small, as puddling could make wrought iron in batches of only about 600 pounds at a time. Soon, though, technical and financial considerations pushed up plant size. Rolling rails required expensive equipment. To be profitable, rail mills had to be operated around the clock, which necessitated a great deal of wrought iron. Some rail makers purchased iron from other firms, but the leading companies integrated backward, setting up their own blast and puddling operations. Switching fuel from charcoal to coke liberated them from the need to be near large tracts of forested land from which charcoal could be produced. Coal deposits and major rail lines made Pennsylvania particularly attractive for large-scale operations. Figure 3.2 Cambria Iron and Steel Works in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, circa 1880. The Cambria Iron Works, near Johnstown, Pennsylvania, was for a time the most advanced mill in the United States, introducing a system of 3 high rollers, which allowed iron to be moved backward and forward between shaping rollers, minimizing the need for reheating. Its rail mill extended over 1,000 feet long and 100 feet wide, far larger than the largest cotton mill. In 1860 it employed 1,948 workers, about as many as the largest Lowell mills. The Montour Iron Works in central Pennsylvania, another rail producer, had 3,000 employees. Though like the first textile mills, iron mills often lay in rural areas or small towns near rivers, they proved far more disruptive, sprawling over large sites and spewing out dark smoke. One European traveler described iron mill smoke in Pittsburgh as giving a gloomy cast to the beautiful hills which surrounded 23. The introduction of the Bessemer process led to a further leap in the scale of mill complexes. Puddling created a bottleneck in the production of iron goods, both because of its small batch process and the strong control exerted by the puddlers. The Bessemer process, developed by Englishman Henry Bessemer in the mid-1850s, provided an alternative way of turning blast furnace iron into a stronger, more malleable metal. As modified by subsequent inventors, it worked by forcing air into molten pig iron, allowing oxygen to combine with the carbon in the metal, thus removing it, with a manganese-based ore introduced to remove excess oxygen and sulfur. The end product fell somewhere between pig iron and wrought iron in its carbon content and proved more durable for rails than puddled metal. Its promoters dubbed it steel, appropriating the name of an older form of purified iron that had been very difficult to produce. The Bessemer process worked best with iron made from ore with a low phosphorus content, more readily available in the United States than in Europe. So it was in the United States, starting right after the Civil War, that the Bessemer process was first widely adopted. Some products, like pipes, bars, and plates, continued to be made out of puddled iron even as the Bessemer and the later open hearth processes for steel making spread. As late as the 1890s, one company, Jones and Lauchlin's, had 110 puddling furnaces. But thereafter iron production plummeted and the age of steel was firmly established. 24. Even early on, Bessemer furnaces could convert 5 tons or more of iron into steel in one turn. To feed them, companies built bigger and bigger blast furnaces. Rather than making pig iron that later had to be reheated, they loaded Bessemer converters directly with molten metal. In Pittsburgh and Youngstown, they built bridges to allow trains with special ladle cars to carry liquid iron from blast furnaces on one side of a river to converters on the other. In the 1880s, some firms began taking ingots produced by converters directly to rolling mills, where, after adjusting their temperature in soaking pits, workers rolled them without reheating. Thus heat and energy were conserved as the molten metal never was allowed to fully cool between its initial creation and the completion of finished products. 25. Increased output, integration, and an ever-growing array of end products, requiring finishing mills for structural steel, wire, plate, and other goods, boosted iron and steel mills to unprecedented size. In Germany, the Krupp works in Essen, out of which came steel cannons that were crowd favorites at the Crystal Palace and other exhibitions, grew from 72 workers in 1848 to 12,000 workers in 1873. In France, the Schneider works in Le Creuset, an iron and steel producer which, like Krupp, came to specialize in armaments, had 12,500 workers in 1870.26. In the United States, firms were quicker to mechanize and had fewer employees but also were growing. In 1880, the Cambria mill had the largest workforce in the industry, 4,200. Andrew Carnegie's Homestead plant, which displaced Cambria as the most technologically advanced mill in the United States, and which like Krupp and Schneider heavily engaged in producing armor, grew from 1,600 workers in 1889 to nearly 4,000 in 1892. In 1900, of the 443 manufacturing establishments in the United States with over 1,000 employees, 120 produced textiles, mostly cotton, and 103 iron or steel, so that half of all the large factories in the country were in these two industries. Among the very biggest plants, iron and steel dominated. 3 of the 4 factories in the United States with over 8,000 workers made steel: Cambria, Homestead, and the Jones and Laughlin's Pittsburgh plant, while the 4th made locomotives. 3 more steel mills had between 6,000 and 8,000 workers. 27. The steel mill, as a production system, was far more complex than the cotton mill. Its products were less uniform. Rails made to standard specifications were produced in large quantities, but finishing mills also filled orders for myriad other goods, some in small numbers: structural steel in all shapes and sizes, steel sheets of varying dimensions, armor plate of different thicknesses and strengths, pipes, wire, bars, tin plate, and so on. Experienced workers and constant adjustment of machinery were needed to meet ever-changing specifications. Carnegie came to dominate the steel industry by running his business like the Lowell Mills. The surest way to continued leadership, he believed, was to adopt policy of selling a few finished articles which require large tonnage. Bridges, he said, were not so good because every order different. But beyond rails, which became relatively less important as the railroad system was built out and stronger rails required less frequent replacement, Carnegie's policy proved hard to imitate. 28. A single worker operating a single machine could turn roving into thread or thread into fabric, but no one worker could produce a bar of pig iron or a steel rail. Instead, coordinated activity by teams of workers was needed. Even puddlers, the most autonomous metal workers, worked in pairs, the heat and effort being so draining that they needed to spell each other. Each was assisted by a helper and sometimes a boy. Larger groups of workers, some skilled and some laborers, operated blast furnaces, Bessemer and open hearth converters, and rollers. Unlike spinning and weaving, most iron and steel operations were not continuous. Blast furnaces were run non-stop, with raw materials poured in the top and iron tapped out at the bottom, until the linings burnt out or other problems developed, when they would be cooled and rebuilt. But most other processes were batch operations. Once a Bessemer converter was charged with molten iron, it took only 8 to 10 minutes before steel was poured out and the cycle restarted. Open hearth converters took 8 hours to complete their work. One reason why, though they produced higher quality steel, companies were slow to adopt them. Unlike textile workers, many of whom did exactly the same thing all day long, iron workers and steel workers often took on varied tasks and alternated periods of intense labor with rest and recovery. 29. In textile mills, many identical machines operated side by side, drawing power from a common source. Integrated iron and steel mills had many fewer machines, often with individual engines driving them, but they were linked in tighter sequential operation. Some of those machines were gigantic. At Homestead, workers made armor from steel ingots that weighed as much as 100 tons. After being rolled to the appropriate size, their ends were trimmed by a hydraulic press with a 2,500-ton capacity. They were then reheated to be tempered and cooled in a bath of 100,000 gallons of oil. Final machining was done with enormous equipment, like a planing machine weighing 200 tons. The flywheel alone on one engine in the beam mill weighed 100 tons. The Bethlehem Iron Company built an armor plant that had a 125-ton steam hammer, a massive, towering apparatus that dwarfed anyone standing nearby. Even equipment for handling raw materials grew to enormous size, like machines that could lift entire railcars full of ore or limestone and turn them upside down to load a blast furnace. Dignitaries at the 1890 opening of a steel mill in Sparrows Point, Maryland, rode in decorated gondola cars along the route iron ore would take, being pulled up to a charging platform over 8 stories high. 30. The romance of steel. There is a glamour about the making of steel, John Fitch wrote at the beginning of his 1910 study of Pittsburgh steel workers. The very size of things, the immensity of the tools, the scale of production grips the mind with an overwhelming sense of power. Majestic and illimitable. Fitch was only the latest in a long line of writers, artists, and journalists to be fascinated by the making of iron and steel. More than a half-century earlier, Nathaniel Hawthorne was entranced by exhibitions of mighty strength, both of men and machines, during a visit to an iron foundry in Liverpool, where he watched a 23-ton cannon being made. We saw lumps of iron, intensely white-hot, and all but in a melting state, passed beneath various rollers and converted into long bars, which came curling and waving out of the rollers like great red ribbons. Hawthorne found much delight in looking at the molten iron, boiling and bubbling in the furnace, with numberless fires on all sides, blinding us with their intense glow. 31. Fire was a big part of the allure of iron and steel making, the intense heat, the white molten metal, the glowing red ingots. Heroic images of workers using fire to turn ore into metal were commonly featured in 19th-century journals, often depicted at night to heighten the effect of radiant metal in blast furnaces or Bessemer converters. Several of the drawings Joseph Stella made for the early 20th century Pittsburgh survey showed men's faces lit by the glow of molten metal. One of the most common allusions in writing about the Industrial Revolution was to Prometheus, for giving man powers of the gods. Fire was the greatest of his gifts, iron and steel the most Promethean industry. In seeking classical reference for an act of alchemy that seemed beyond the realm of ordinary mortals, the 19th century also looked to Vulcan, the Roman god of fire and metalworking. When the Pittsburgh area puddlers organized a union in 1858, they called themselves the Sons of Vulcan. An 1890 account of a large steel works in Newcastle, England, reported that in the foundry modern Vulcans, in shirt sleeves and with unbroken legs, are still casting thunderbolts. Artists commonly portrayed iron and steel workers as intensely masculine, often bare-chested, with muscles rippling, a bit like ancient portrayals of Vulcan himself. The contrast was great to the typical representation of the English textile worker as a sickly child or the New England textile worker as a well-dressed young woman. 32. But if for some iron and steel making seemed the realm of the gods, for others it appeared the province of Satan, like the early English mills had been for Blake. Hawthorne described molten ribbons of iron as looking like fiery serpents wriggling out of Tophet, the place in the Old Testament where worshippers burnt their children alive in sacrifices to Moloch and Baal, a hell on earth. Early in the 20th century, the manager of an iron and steel mill in Pueblo, Colorado, wrote, "The steam, the fire, the fluid metal, the slag, and the whir of the machine all made it look like it was the devil's workshop." For Joseph Stella, Pittsburgh, often shrouded by fog and smoke, ever pulsating, throbbing with the innumerable explosions of its steel mills, was like the stunning realization of some of the most stirring infernal regions sung by Dante. Similarly, Lincoln Steffens wrote, "I have never lost my first picture of Pittsburgh when I went there to write about it. It looked like hell, literally. With its fiery furnaces and the two rivers which pinched it in." 33. Figure 3.3 Charles Graham's 1886 illustration, making Bessemer steel at Pittsburgh. Hellish though they might have been, iron and steel mills were often hailed as markers of national greatness and the advance of civilization. Their growth allowed the introduction of iron and steel implements on farms and in homes, the mechanization of other industries, a transformed landscape of railroads, bridges, and skyscrapers, and imperial power based on giant guns and steel warships. In 1876, George Thurston described the then new Edgar Thomson Steel Mill in Braddock, Pennsylvania, as a striking illustration of the progress of civilization. No grander monument to the growth of the nation, or the triumph of American manufactures and of American mechanics, could well be built. Mary Heaton Vorse, a left-wing journalist with a very different sensibility, nonetheless agreed in her 1920 book Men and Steel, "Our civilization is forged in the steel towns." And not just any civilization, but modernity. Iron and steel began the life of the moderns. Sociologist Sharon Zukin noted that steel has power because it has been the lifeline of industrial society. Steel is linked upward to the national government by warfare and international trade, and downward to the local manufacturing community as an emblem of economic power. In the late 1940s, best-selling journalist John Gunther declared, "The basic power determinant of any country is its steel production." 34. Class war. Fire, power, but one more thing, too, made iron and steel factories centers of public attention: labor strife. The English textile industry sparked a great debate about child labor and working conditions, if not much effective worker organization. The American textile industry was hailed, with considerable exaggeration, for harmonious relations between owners and workers. By contrast, labor conflict came to be strongly associated with the iron and steel industry, the site of some of the most dramatic episodes of what can only be called class war in the history of the United States. In the decades after the Civil War, the growing power of industrial capital set off fierce economic and political struggles, at their broadest, about what type of society the United States would be, and who would decide. Former slaves, farmers, women, and the unemployed mobilized, as a wide range of voices, far wider than we hear today. Populists, monetary reformers, socialists, anarchists, social Darwinists, Christian reformers, feminists, and cooperativists jumped into debates over social values and structures. Workers and the organizations they built composed the single most important force challenging the growing economic and political dominance of industrialists and financiers during what Mark Twain so aptly labeled the Gilded Age. Nowhere was labor conflict more intense than in the iron and steel industry. 35. More than any other industry, iron and steel seemed to confirm the notion that the factory system was creating two new, hostile classes. With much higher costs for starting up an iron or steel mill than a textile mill, capital tended to concentrate in a handful of powerful firms. For the men who controlled them, usually hands-on, they were not one of many investments as the textile mills were for the Boston associates, but the source of all their wealth and power, the means to achieve some of the largest fortunes in the country. Their workers recognized what they were up against. The preamble to the Constitution of the Amalgamated Association of Iron and Steel Workers declared, year after year the capital of the country becomes more and more concentrated in the hands of the few. And the laboring classes are more or less impoverished. It therefore becomes us as men who have to battle with the stern realities of life, to look this matter fair in the face. Only admitting skilled workers, the Amalgamated's membership fluctuated with good times and bad, peaking in 1891 at more than 24,000 members. Its power rested on a sense of solidarity among its members and their skills, without which the mills could not operate. 36. Or couldn't until they began mechanizing. New technology and the shift from iron to steel diminished the number of skilled workers and the level of skill needed in various phases of production. The move to steel also increased firm size and created an intensely competitive atmosphere, both of which worked against labor. The market for rails, which drove the steel industry until late in the 19th century, fluctuated wildly, encouraging a ruthless management culture. During economic upswings, there were plenty of orders for everyone, but in downturns companies had to scramble and slash prices to keep their mills operating. Steel executives repeatedly made and broke deals with other companies to fix prices and divvy up markets, while pressing their subordinates to lower costs. Mechanization provided one route, reducing wages and extending hours another. But squeezing labor costs meant having to take on unions, leading to escalating battles in the 1880s and 1890s. 37. The big companies took the lead in fighting the Amalgamated, equipped with the financial resources and multiple plants to win extended battles. Homestead saw some of the sharpest clashes. In 1882, the management of the plant, not yet owned by Carnegie, insisted that to keep their jobs employees had to sign an ironclad agreement not to join a union. Refusing, several hundred skilled workers struck for over 2 months, surviving repeated battles with private guards and the state militia until the general manager capitulated. 6 years later, Carnegie used a 4-month lockout and Pinkerton National Detective Agency guards to crush the Union at his Edgar Thomson Mill and go from a system of 3 shifts of 8 hours to 2 shifts of 12, a rout not only of unionism but of the standards it had defended. 38. The next year, 1889, Carnegie tried to replicate his Thomson triumph at the Homestead Mill, which he had purchased in 1883, plotting his moves while on a visit to Europe to see the Great Paris Exhibition. Once again, his company delivered a take-it-or-leave-it ultimatum to his workers, locked them out when they rejected it, and hired Pinkerton guards. But after 2 efforts to bring in scabs were repulsed by massive crowds of steel workers and Homestead residents, the local manager gave in and negotiated a new agreement with the Amalgamated Association. 39. When the contract expired at the end of June 1892, Carnegie sought to rid himself of the Union once and for all. By then, nearly a decade of industrial strife had placed the issue of labor relations at the center of American life. Observers saw Homestead as a bellwether for the future of class relations. The high productivity of the Homestead plant and the amalgamated sliding scale made labor costs at the mill, according to Carnegie's calculations, above the norm, while allowing its skilled workers relative comfort, buying small houses in town, and electing one of their own to lead its government, purchasing some furnishings, living in decency. The economic conflict had an ideological dimension. Carnegie and his partners, determined to drive down labor costs, wanted complete freedom to set wages and working conditions without union interference, to control what they saw as solely their property. By contrast, workers felt they had a moral claim on the company, having contributed to its success through their skill and toil. Many shared what at the time was a common democratic vision in which working people, or at least the white, English-speaking men among them, should and in Homestead for a while did have a say in both civic and industrial life. 40. As the battle loomed, Carnegie again absented himself to Europe, leaving in charge his partner Henry Clay Frick. Again, the company prepared an offer it knew the Union would reject. As it shut down operations and locked out its workers, Frick surrounded the mill with an 11-foot-high fence, with gun ports and topped by barbed wire, and contracted with Pinkerton for 300 guards. All remained peaceful until the company tried to sneak the Pinkertons into Homestead on barges. In the middle of the night, Union lookouts spotted them, alerting the town. As the New York Herald described it, like the trumpet of judgment blew the steam whistle of the electric light works at 20 minutes to 3 o'clock this morning. It was the signal to battle, murder and sudden death, though not one of the thousands who heard and leaped from their beds to answer its signal dreamed of how much blood was to flow in response to its call. Workers and townspeople positioned on the steep banks of the Monongahela River kept the well-armed private army from disembarking, firing a cannon at them, which ended up killing a Union backer by mistake, rolling flaming railcars toward the moored barges, raining down fireworks and sticks of dynamite, and pouring oil on the river and setting it on fire. Finally surrendering, the Pinkertons found themselves beaten, robbed, and humiliated by a gauntlet of strikers and local residents. 7 workers and 3 Pinkertons died in the fighting. The Union victory proved short-lived. Within a week, the governor of Pennsylvania sent 8,500 men, the state's entire National Guard, to occupy Homestead, where they remained until October. This massive application of state power, accompanied by the indictment of well over 100 workers on charges of murder, riot, and conspiracy, proved the key to the company's victory. With the troops in place, it began recruiting scab workers from around the country. On July 23, anarchist Alexander Berkman attempted to kill Frick, a rare American example of European-style propaganda by the deed, but the Carnegie executive proved a tough bird, surviving bullet and knife wounds, even helping to tackle his assailant. When a National Guardsman shouted, "3 cheers for the man who shot Frick," he was court-martialed and hung from his thumbs. In November, the Union formally gave up. 41. Figure 3.4 An awful battle at Homestead, PA, depicting the bloody clash between Carnegie's locked-out workers and the Pinkertons in the summer of 1892. The fight at the Carnegie plant was closely followed across the country and abroad. 100 reporters and sketch artists from major magazines, the press syndicates, and newspapers in Pittsburgh, New York, St. Louis, Chicago, Philadelphia, Baltimore, and London assembled in Homestead to cover the conflict. With special telegraph lines installed, news from the front lines immediately spread. Photographers documented the clash as well. Several companies sold stereoscopic images for home viewing, providing three-dimensional portrayals of the Industrial War. 42. The workers' defeat reverberated far and wide. Having been pushed out of the most advanced steel mill in the country, the Amalgamated saw its hold in the industry rapidly deteriorate. Within a year, more than 30 of the 64 mills in southwestern Pennsylvania rid themselves of the Amalgamated. In the iron industry, the Union maintained strength among pudless and sheet and tin plate workers, but even their company resistance and inept leadership gradually diminished its power. By 1914 it was down to just 6,500 members. 43. Like the early British textile industry, the American iron and steel industry grew in an atmosphere of denied political rights, free speech, free assembly, rule of law. With unions weakened or eliminated, the steel companies came to exert near autocratic control over not only the mills but the communities in which they were located. The town of Homestead sank into a dark era of suspicion and demoralization. In mid-1894, Hamlin Garland wrote in McClure's magazine, "The town was as squalid and unlovely as could well be imagined, and the people were mainly of the discouraged and sullen type to be found everywhere labor passes into the brutalizing stage of severity." Theodore Dreiser, who lived in Homestead for 6 months that same year, found a sense of defeat and sullen despair which was over all. More than a dozen years later, when John Fitch came to town, residents shied away from talking to him, fearful of company spies and retribution. Steel company influence over Homestead was so great that no halls could be found for any sort of union meeting. As late as 1933, 4 decades after the lockout, the only place in Homestead Secretary of Labor Francis Perkins could find to address a crowd of workers was inside a post office, an island of federal authority. 44. In 1919, radical critic Floyd Dell called Pittsburgh, across the river and likewise dominated by the iron and steel industry, capitalism armed to the teeth and carrying a chip on its shoulder. Lynch law carefully codified by a trained legislature and carried out by uniformed desperados. The city, he suggested, was an experiment in what might be called supercapitalism. It is a sociological experiment, akin, despite the oddity of the comparison, to the utopias founded here and there from time to time by enterprising if unrealistic socialists. But instead of a poor, precarious, struggling, starved, doomed utopia, it is a flourishing and, so far, absolutely triumphant utopia. It is a billion-dollar capitalist utopia. 45. Often repression and paternalism mixed together. During the 1870s and 1880s, leading European iron and steel companies built industrial villages, including Krupp in Essen and Schneider in Le Creuset. Many American companies followed suit. Like the Lowell textile firms, steel mills in isolated locations needed to provide housing if they were to attract a workforce. When in the early 1890s the Pennsylvania Steel Company built its complex at Sparrows Point, an empty spit of land on the north side of Baltimore's harbor, it constructed a new town a half-mile from the blast furnaces. Under an arrangement with the governor of Maryland, the company directly ran the community, without any local democratic structures. Rufus Wood, the company executive who designed the town, was the son of a foreman at the Butte Cotton Mill in Lowell. He modeled Sparrows Point on the Massachusetts city, though with mostly family accommodations rather than boarding houses. Dwellings ranged in size and quality from an 18-room, 3-story colonial for Wood himself down to small wooden houses without running water or indoor plumbing for black workers. As in Lowell, elaborate rules governed behavior not only on the job but in the housing, 2.46. The most ambitious mill town scheme came in 1895, when the Apollo Iron and Steel Company decided to build a new mill a mile and a half from its existing plant in western Pennsylvania. It contracted with the firm headed by Frederick Law Olmsted, the foremost landscape architect and town planner in the country, to design a new town, Vandergrift, named after the Standard Oil partner who was the largest investor in the company. Cost concerns kept the Olmsted plan from being fully realized, but parts of the town featured curvilinear streets, wide boulevards, scattered small parks, and a village green, characteristic of the high-end suburbs that were beginning to surround older cities. But only the best-paid workers could afford those areas. Most lived in a less attractive grid laid out on one side of town or in an unplanned hovel on another. 47. Company officials saw housing as a way to retain workers. Some companies offered their employees rental housing at below market rates. Others sold them houses. Carnegie built housing for his workers just outside Homestead, offering low-interest loans that could be repaid through small deductions from their pay. Because many steel mills sat in essentially one-employer towns, home-owning employees, as their bosses knew, would be reluctant to jeopardize their jobs in any way, because without them they would be forced to move. Companies hoped that orderly, well-regulated communities, both Sparrows Point and Vandergrift, banned the sale of alcohol would produce orderly, disciplined workers. 48. In the early 20th century, when the world's largest company built the world's largest steel mill, it, too, built a company town. As the United States recovered from the Depression of the 1890s, a wave of corporate mergers swept through the already highly concentrated steel industry. In 1901, Carnegie threatened to expand his finishing operations, in response to the backward integration of firms that had been purchasing his steel ingots. To avoid overcapacity and ruinous competition, J.P. Morgan, the country's leading financier, arranged a huge merger of steel concerns. For his interests, Carnegie received $226 million, the equivalent of several billion dollars today. The new entity, the United States Steel Corporation, controlled almost 60% of the output of the industry and was widely seen as the very embodiment of industrial capitalism. 49. 4 years after its formation, U.S. Steel bought 9,000 acres on the shore of Lake Michigan, just east of Chicago, where it erected a massive, sprawling integrated steel mill. To allow boat delivery of ore from its Minnesota mines, the company built a deep harbor next to the plant. It also laid out a new city, Gary, named after its chairman, Albert H. Gary. American industrialists loved naming towns after themselves and each other, where it sold vacant lots and constructed rental housing. Vandergrift, by then part of the U.S. Steel Empire, served as something of a model. But in building the new city, the company spurned the utopian pretensions of Lowell and Vandergrift, stating that it was not trying to create a model community, only building a necessary adjunct to its new facility. 50. Scientific management. Even with unions defeated and worker resistance tamed, steel companies still struggled to control labor in their mills and reduce labor costs, an imperative in periods of intense competition. With sprawling physical facilities and a large array of jobs, managers had difficulty even knowing what all their workers did, let alone how efficiently they were working. Skilled workers retained considerable autonomy, using knowledge accumulated through formal or informal apprenticeships to determine their methods of work, often effectively setting their own pace. Foremen pushed unskilled workers using threats and verbal abuse, with little planning or measurement of productivity. Throughout American industry, factories had swollen in size and complexity without a proportionate increase in managerial personnel or sophistication. Well into the 1880s, many major firms still managed labor through the direct presence of top executives. Cyrus McCormick's brother and his 4 assistants long managed the giant McCormick Works in Chicago. Thomas Edison and 3 assistants personally supervised production at his factories in Harrison, New Jersey, and New York City. 51. But with the development of giant multi-plant firms, such personal, informal control was no longer tenable. Systematic management, later more widely known as scientific management, grew out of a quest for internal corporate controls and increased productivity, a sweeping effort at reorganizing production. Its development involved many different companies, engineers, and managers over an extended period, who instituted a series of incremental changes that together represented a substantial transformation in how manufacturing and later office work was carried out. But in the public mind, scientific management became largely associated with one man, Frederick Winslow Taylor, who emerged as its leading theoretician, ideologue, and publicist. Taylor, the son of a prominent, liberal Philadelphia family, followed an unusual path in spurning college to become an apprentice machinist and pattern maker, before taking on a series of factory management positions and then a career as an industrial consultant. In 1876, he took 6 months off from his apprenticeship to work at the Centennial Exhibition. Many of Taylor's key innovations took place during the 1880s at Midvale Steel Works, a Philadelphia producer of high-quality steel products, and then, during the last years of the 19th century, at the much larger Bethlehem Steel Company. Taylor had an intense interest in the mechanics of steel production and metalworking, particularly high-speed machine tools, making numerous technical advances. But his greater importance lay in applying a systematic, engineering mindset to what commonly had been a seat of the pants, chaotic approach to managing manufacturing. Taylor's contributions included improvements in cost accounting, inventory control, tool standardization, and shop floor layout. But his best-known innovations involved labor. Working among machinists, Taylor realized how commonly workers set a stint, a maximum output, designed to conserve their energy and spread out the work. Managers had no idea what the maximum output could be or what should constitute a full day's work. The first step to boosting productivity, Taylor came to believe, lay in the careful observation and measurement of workers as they did their jobs, using stopwatches and, later in the hands of his disciples, stop-action photography and motion pictures. Once managers understood the elements of any given task, they could determine the best way to carry it out and the time it should take to complete. Critical to the Taylor method was the separation of the planning of work from its execution, breaking the hallmark of the skilled craftsperson, his or her ability to conceive of how to make various items and then to do the work themselves. All planning, Taylor believed, should be in the hands of management, in a specialized planning department, something previously all but unknown. Using knowledge of machinery and worker practices gathered through systematic observation, workers would be given detailed instructions about how to carry out each task, usually in the form of an instruction card. Pay would be calculated by a piecework system that rewarded with higher rates workers who met specified production norms and penalized those unable or unwilling to meet management-dictated standards. For skilled workers in particular, like the machinists that steel companies employed to make finished products and maintain their equipment, Taylorism meant a loss of autonomy and an attack on craft pride, as well as an intensification of work, leading to fierce battles. But Taylor always claimed his system would benefit workers as well as company owners, because the increases in productivity that would result from scientific management were so great that workers could be given higher pay even as company profits rose. In an example Taylor repeatedly used in publicizing his system, a Bethlehem laborer he called Schmidt, who was loading pig iron into railroad cars, increased his daily tonnage to 47 tons, from a previous gang average of 12.5, by following precise instructions. For his increased output, Schmidt received a wage boost from $1.15 to $1.85 a day. His wages thus went up by roughly 60%, while output nearly quadrupled, a good deal for the company though also a gain, if much more modest, for the worker. At least in theory, scientific management, or Taylorism as it was sometimes called, made the struggle between workers and owners over wages no longer a zero-sum game. For this reason, in the eyes of many progressive-era reformers, scientific management held the promise of eliminating or at least ameliorating the class conflict that had come with industrialization and the giant factory, without fundamentally restructuring society. 52. The Road to 1919. In practice, at least in the short run, scientific management failed to have much effect on the growing class tensions in the steel industry and the nation. Steel making remained a difficult and dangerous undertaking even with greater managerial presence, and after mechanization eliminated some of the most arduous labor, along with many skilled, higher-paid positions. After Carnegie's Homestead victory, the 12-hour day became the norm in iron and steel-making jobs. Some positions, especially finishing work, had shorter hours. Bessemer furnace workers and many others typically toiled for 13 consecutive 12-hour day or night shifts and then, after a day off, worked a long turn of 24 hours, which put them on the opposite shift for the next 2 weeks. The schedule wreaked havoc on their lives, making normal family life impossible and wearing men out at an early age. During their shifts, workers had stretches of extremely demanding labor in almost unbearable heat. When open hearth furnaces were tapped, the molten metal could be as hot as 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Workers had to stand over giant ladles containing the liquid steel to throw in heavy bags of scrap metal and alloys to adjust the final chemical composition. In a sheet mill, John Fitch observed men standing on floors so hot that a drop of water spilled would hiss like a drop on a stove. They wore special shoes with thick wooden soles to provide at least some protection. 53. Long hours, giant mechanical devices, crisscrossing rail lines, and molten metal made steel work extraordinarily dangerous. In just 1 year, from July 1, 1906, to June 30, 1907, Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, which included Pittsburgh, Homestead, Braddock, and other metal-making towns, recorded 195 accident-related deaths in the iron and steel industry. If death or maiming did not get a steel worker, occupational disease very well might, like the fine dust that pervaded the air in steel mills, ravaging workers' lungs, or the relentless noise that led to widespread hearing loss. 54. For years the companies showed little concern about the effect of long hours and dangerous conditions on their employees, whom they regarded, at least the unskilled workers, as easily replaceable. And they were. Starting in the 1880s, a flood of Southern and Eastern European immigrants entered the steel mills, except in the Birmingham, Alabama, area, the major Southern iron and steel district, where African Americans filled many of the unskilled jobs. In March 1907, in the former Carnegie Mills in Allegheny County, 11,694 of the 14,359 common laboring jobs were filled by Eastern Europeans. The immigrants largely had been peasants or migrant laborers, coming to America without their families for what they expected to be a limited period, hoping to make enough money to buy land, pay off a mortgage, or set up a shop back home. Some eventually decided to stay, sending for wives and children, but many returned. As in Lowell, the rotating workforce provided something of a safety valve for the owners, less likely to organize than more permanent workers. Linguistic and cultural barriers between the unskilled immigrants and the skilled workers, who generally were native-born or from the British Isles, and among the immigrant groups, also made organizing difficult, giving the steel companies free rein. 55. Or at least for a while. In the early years of the 20th century, immigrant steel workers began demonstrating their discontent in protests and strikes. Most were short and without union involvement. But in 1909, 5,000 immigrant and native-born workers conducted a prolonged walkout at the Press Steel Car Company, a U.S. Steel subsidiary, in McKees Rocks, Pennsylvania. More than a dozen men died as the company and local authorities repeatedly tried to bust the strike through physical force. Ultimately, U.S. Steel was forced to give in to the strikers' demands, a sharp reversal after a string of company victories against organized labor and its declaration, just before the walkout, that going forward it would operate on a strictly non-union basis in all of its plants. 56. The episodic immigrant strikes led the steel companies to pay more attention to labor policies and to seek favor with their workers, especially because they occurred at the same time that the industry was coming under scrutiny from middle-class reformers. Their interest flowed from a broad concern with what came to be called the labor question. Narrowly construed, the labor question meant how to maintain orderly relations between employers and employees and prevent the outbursts of labor warfare that had become common in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Between 1875 and 1910, state troops were called out nearly 500 times to deal with labor unrest, and at least several hundred persons died in strike-related violence. But for many labor activists, reformers, politicians, and even some business leaders, the question implied more. What place should workers have in American society? What say should they have in the workplace and in politics? And, most broadly, was democracy possible in an industrialized society with great economic inequality, and if so, what did it mean? 57. By the start of the 20th century, the factory-based, corporate-controlled industrial revolution had radically changed society. For millions of workers who entered the factory, leaving behind villages or farms in New England, Ireland, Italy, or Eastern Europe, wage work, industrial time discipline, and mechanized production were new and often troubling experiences. Just as industrial work was strange to them, the industrial worker was strange and threatening to many more prosperous Americans, especially employers. In 1889, 3 years before he crushed his workers at Homestead, Carnegie wrote, "We assemble thousands of operatives in the factory, and in the mine, and in the counting house, of whom the employer can know little or nothing, and to whom the employer is little better than a myth. Rigid castes are formed, and, as usual, mutual ignorance breeds mutual distrust." 58. Early in the new century, a number of middle-class writers dressed up as workers and plunged into working-class life to report about a world utterly unfamiliar to better-off elements of society. Whiting Williams, a former personnel director at a Cleveland steel mill, spent 9 months working undercover in steel mills, an iron mine, a coal mine, and an oil refinery to write what's on the worker's mind, by one who put on overalls to find out. Pioneer social workers and social scientists set out on a similar mission, in line with the progressive era belief in the reforming potential of exposure. Concerned about the brutalization of moral life brought about by industrialization and sympathetic to the plight of immigrant workers, these middle-class reformers nonetheless worried about the threat they posed unless assimilated to civil society and national culture. The steel industry was a natural focus for their concern. The centrality of steel to the economy gave it special importance. The formation of U.S. Steel as the largest corporation ever created added to the sense that steel had to be a matter of public concern, not strictly a private endeavor. The juxtaposition of the toll steel making took on workers with the extraordinary rewards reaped by mill owners. The formation of U.S. Steel made Carnegie the richest man in the world, Morgan told him, commanded the attention of not just unionists and political radicals, but a broad swath of the nation. 59. In 1907 and 1908, several dozen investigators descended on the Pittsburgh area to conduct a massive study of work, workers, and civil life centered on the steel industry. Funded by the newly formed Russell Sage Foundation, the Pittsburgh survey staff included some of the leading reform intellectuals of the day, like economist John L. Commons and Florence Kelley, a settlement house resident, suffragist, and consumer advocate, who had been the first to translate Engels's The Condition of the Working Class in England into English. The survey produced dozens of articles, 6 large books, and a photographic exhibition that documented life and labor in the Pittsburgh area, a model for the kind of foundation-funded social science that soon became prevalent. The picture painted by the survey was grim: families unable to live on an unskilled steel worker's wages, poor housing, dangerous jobs, and a climate of repression. 60. In the wake of the Pittsburgh survey, the McKees Rocks strike, and a subsequent walkout at a Bethlehem steel mill in South Bethlehem, the Senate launched an investigation of the steel industry, and the Department of Justice filed an antitrust suit against U.S. Steel. The giant corporation, mindful of its precarious legal situation, sensitive to public opinion, and not facing the competitive pressures that characterized the industry before its creation, made some modest improvements in working conditions. It started giving more workers Sundays off, reducing the 7-day work week to 6 days, but it clung tightly to the 12-hour work shift, which it claimed a necessity, even though in other countries steel companies succeeded without it. Steel companies launched employee stock purchase and pension plans and a safety campaign, responding not just to bad publicity but also to the growing crop of state laws requiring employers to provide accident insurance to their workers. Fundamentally, though, industry leaders stood pat, successfully repulsing all efforts from workers and middle-class reformers alike, for basic change. 61. Their most severe test came in 1919, when workers across the country mounted the most radical challenge to industrial capitalism in American history, part of a great, worldwide surge of reform and revolutionary sentiment. World War I transformed labor relations. The combination of a war-induced economic boom and an immigration cut-off created a labor shortage that left workers in a strong bargaining position, no longer fearful of losing their jobs since others could be easily found. With inflation pushing up prices, workers bounced from job to job, went on strike, and joined unions to better their lot. To keep labor strife from interrupting war production, the Woodrow Wilson administration, with strong input from the American Federation of Labor, AFL, set up a series of administrative bodies and promulgated regulations designed to give workers new rights on the job. Companies were forced to end discrimination against union members and enter discussions with worker councils, though not unions per se. Under these circumstances, union membership increased by nearly 70% between 1917 and 1920, reaching just over 5 million. More than 1 out of every 6 non-agricultural workers carried a union card. Combined with the radical fervor set off by the Russian Revolution, a wave of near-millennial enthusiasm swept through working-class quarters. In 1918, the young leader of the Clothing Workers Union, Sidney Hillman, wrote to his infant daughter that Messiah is arriving. He may be with us any minute. Labor will rule and the world will be free. 62. The steel industry was hit especially hard by changed labor market conditions and wartime federal progressivism. With immigration from Europe blocked by the fighting, the steel companies found themselves unable to tap their usual source for unskilled labor. In the spring of 1916, they began recruiting black workers from the rural South. But with the military draft soon pulling men out of their plants, a labor shortage remained, emboldening workers to launch a series of strikes. Meanwhile, under intense pressure from the federal government, the industry adopted the 8-hour day as its standard, though in practice that largely meant paying workers time and a half for the last 4 hours of their 12-hour shifts. 63. With conditions favorable, unions decided to take another shot at organizing steel. This time the impetus came from 2 militant, Chicago-based unionists, John Fitzpatrick, the head of the Chicago Federation of Labor, and William Z. Foster, the future head of the American Communist Party, who had developed a new organizing model in their successful drive to unionize the meatpacking industry. Recognizing the impossibility of organizing large-scale industrial companies on a craft union basis, they convinced the AFL to set up the National Committee for Organizing Iron and Steel Workers, with which 24 unions affiliated. Organizing was centrally directed, with workers steered to the union appropriate for their job only after they had signed up with the National Committee. 64. Launched in September 1918 in the Chicago region, the organizing drive, with the slogan 8 hours and the union, got off to a fast start. Many immigrant steel workers by then had decided to remain in the United States, giving them a greater stake in future job conditions. Unionists turned the democratic rhetoric of the war against industrial autocracy, giving the drive something of a patriotic air. Though short on money and organizers, it soon spread to Pittsburgh and other regions. The end of the war made things much harder for unions. Companies began laying off workers and reverted to their hard-nosed anti-unionism, defying government decrees that in theory remained in effect. In the Pittsburgh area, the National Committee had to wage a relentless battle simply to secure the right to assemble, as mill-town officials, acting on behalf of the steel companies, forbid union meetings and even street rallies. It took mass arrests and national publicity to win modest cracks in the solid wall of anti-democratic practices. Still, in a measure of how much steel workers resented company control over their lives and the new spirit ushered in by the war, more than 100,000 workers, the National Committee claimed, 250,000 signed up in the union drive. The steelworker mobilization took place against the background of an extraordinary national wave of strikes, the largest in U.S. history proportional to the size of the workforce. Unions sought to maintain their wartime organizational gains and increase wages to keep up with inflation, while companies fought to roll back union advances and re-establish their dominance. 4 million workers, 1/5 of the workforce, took part in the strike wave, which included a general strike in Seattle, a police strike in Boston, a telephone operators strike in New England, an actors strike in New York, and, at the end of 1919, a strike by 400,000 coal miners. Everyone, it seemed, was walking off the job. 65. The leaders of the steel organizing drive hoped to avoid a strike, fully cognizant of the power of the companies. But Elbert Gary, the leader of U.S. Steel and effectively of the whole industry, rejected all requests for negotiations, even a private one from President Wilson. With workers increasingly restless and the companies firing activists, on September 22, 1919, the National Committee, feeling it had no alternative, launched the first national steel strike in American history. Within a week, some 250,000 workers, half the industry workforce, stopped work. In a reversal of the usual past pattern, the strike was strongest among immigrant and unskilled workers, though many skilled workers supported it as well. In some regions, like Chicago, Buffalo, Youngstown, and Cleveland, the strike was nearly 100% effective, forcing the mills to shut down. But at the Bethlehem steel plants, strike leader William Z. Foster estimated only about half the workers went out, while in the Pittsburgh area, the most important, the strike was 75 to 85% effective. In the South, it barely made a dent. The companies fought back hard. Wherever they could, they kept plants in token operation, even if unprofitable, bringing in white scabs from northern cities and black scabs from the South. State police, deputy sheriffs, private guards, and vigilantes operating on their behalf launched what Foster termed a reign of terror. Pickets and organizers were arrested and driven out of town, mounted police attacked picketers and demonstrators, and even a funeral procession, rallies were banned, strikers were shot. In Gary, the governor declared martial law and 1,500 regular army troops occupied the city. A score of people were killed during the conflict, almost all strikers or their sympathizers, and hundreds were seriously injured. 66. To a greater extent than in previous industrial battles, both sides recognized the importance of public opinion to the outcome. Company propaganda portrayed the worker action as not an industrial dispute but an attempted revolution, playing on the anti-radicalism that came in reaction to the Russian Revolution. Foster's past record of radicalism was uncovered and widely publicized. The anti-red, anti-strike campaign had a decidedly nativist tone, as it portrayed immigrant strikers as un-American. The press generally supported the companies, while the Wilson administration, by then in sharp retreat from its wartime progressivism, failed to back the strikers, leaving them on their own in taking on the most powerful companies in the world. 67. Slowly the employers began increasing production, as some workers, at first mostly skilled, began returning to their jobs and new workers were recruited and trained. Tens of thousands of strikers stuck it out into the winter. But on January 8, 1920, the National Committee acknowledged the futility of going on, ordering its members to return to work in what Foster himself called an unconditional surrender. The 1919 strike had been a test of the ability of organized labor to penetrate the great national manufacturing companies, backed and controlled by the most powerful financial interests. Its failure meant that for another generation the largest and most advanced factories in the United States would remain non-union and their workers outcasts. Yet even as it remained a fortress of industrial autocracy, the steel industry maintained its allure, even among those with little sympathy for the owners. The scale, power, and elemental processes of steel-making commanded attention separate from the social arrangements that surrounded them. Neither the fierce discontent of labor, nor the well-documented dangers and difficulties of work in giant factories, nor the massive accumulation of power in the hands of the plutocracy that owned them dented the enthusiasm, cutting across the political spectrum, for the processes and products of the steel and other manufacturing industries, so proudly displayed at the world's fairs. Mary Heaton Vorse, who volunteered as a publicist for the strikers in 1919 and was a model for one of John Dos Passos's characters in his account of the clash in The Big Money, was far from alone when she wrote a year later, "I would rather see steel poured than hear a great orchestra." The steel mill had become the modern sublime. 68. Chapter 4. I Worship Factories. Fordism, Labor, and the Romance of the Giant Factory. In a 1926 entry in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, Henry Ford, or the publicist who ghost-wrote the article, defined mass production as the modern method by which great quantities of a single standardized commodity are manufactured. If anyone knew about the manufacture of great quantities of a single standardized commodity, it was Ford. His Model T, introduced in 1908, turned the automobile from a luxury plaything into a mass consumer good. Prior to then, automobile companies typically manufactured at most a few thousand cars a year. By 1914, the Ford Motor Company was rolling out nearly 250,000 Model Ts annually. By the time the company stopped selling the iconic model in 1927, 15 million had been produced. 1. Henry Ford's worldwide fame stemmed as much from the methods his company used to make the Model T as from the car itself. To manufacture it, the Ford Motor Company built some of the largest factories that ever had been seen and introduced countless technical and organizational innovations, including the assembly line, which enormously increased the speed and efficiency of production. To control the tens of thousands of workers who populated its plants, the company devised new methods of labor management that extended beyond the factory walls into workers' homes and mines. Ford pioneered what amounted to a new political economy of inexpensive consumer products that transformed people's lives, high-volume factories to produce them, and high wages and strict controls to discipline the workforce. Before Ford himself popularized the term mass production, commentators often spoke of Fordism, Ford methods, or the Ford system, appropriate terms for the new production, distribution, and consumption regime, for it was Henry Ford and the Ford Motor Company that ushered in a new phase of industrialization and a factory scale that would be unsurpassed for nearly a century. 2. Just as the factory system of early 19th century England captured the interest and imagination of journalists, political activists, writers, and artists, so, too, did the Ford system of the 20th century. Once again, it seemed like a new world was a-burning. Part of what made Fordism so transfixing was the promise of a wholesale rise in the standard of living and amelioration of the class conflict that had been shaking the United States. In 1924, merchant and reformer Edward Filene wrote that in Fordism lay a finer and fairer future than most of us have even dared to dream. Beyond the social implications of Fordism, many writers, painters, filmmakers, and photographers were entranced by the physical structures in which it unfolded. More than with earlier industrial production, artists and intellectuals explicitly linked Fordism to modernist trends in art and society. The great photographer Margaret Bourke-White, who through her work in Fortune and Life magazines did more than any other individual to popularize industrial imagery, captured the age when she bluntly declared, "I worship factories." 3. The road to mass production. The Ford system was a culmination of past manufacturing practices and a radical break from them. Almost from the start, American factories had been engaged in the production of great quantities of a single standardized commodity, be it the white sheeting made in Waltham or the rails that drove the expansion of the iron and steel industry. But automobiles were of an entirely different order of complexity. It was a long road to enable such complicated machinery to be produced on a mass scale. Fordism built on two manufacturing innovations, interchangeable parts and continuous flow. Until the early 19th century, Products with interacting metal parts, like guns or clocks, were individually made by skilled artisans, who spent a great deal of time fitting together parts, filing, and adjusting them to make sure they worked together. No one finished product was exactly like the next. The standardization of parts occurred first in the United States. Generally, introducing interchangeable parts initially increased the cost of production, since it required a huge investment in specialized machines, tools, jigs, and fixtures, and a great deal of experimentation to achieve the tolerances that made it possible to assemble a product from a pile of parts without custom fitting. The key innovations took place before the Civil War in New England armories. The military greatly valued the ease of repair allowed by interchangeable parts and cared less about costs than private manufacturers. Armory practice slowly spread to the making of clocks, sewing machines, typewriters, agricultural equipment, bicycles, and other civilian products. Point 4. American conditions promoted standardization and interchangeability. A mass market existed that justified heavy capital investment and that was hard to take full advantage of without uniformity. In 1855, 400,000 brass clocks were produced in the United States. During the Civil War, 3 million rifles were used. 5. A shortage of skilled workers and relatively high wages made it expensive and sometimes impossible to produce complex products in large quantities using traditional artisanal methods. With interchangeable parts, skilled workers were still needed to build specialized machinery and tooling, but less skilled workers could churn out parts and assemble them. 6. None of this was easy to achieve. The Singer Manufacturing Company, one of the most celebrated manufacturers of its day, illustrated the challenge. Well before the Civil War, the company emerged as a leader in the sewing machine industry, selling a high-priced model made with traditional metalworking techniques. During the war, Singer began mechanizing, but it would take almost 2 decades before the company fully achieved interchangeable parts. In the interim, it expanded by hiring more and more workers to make parts using some specialized machinery and employing fleets of fitters, who filed and adjusted them. The factory Singer erected in Elizabethport, New Jersey, in 1873 was reportedly the largest in the United States, making one product in a single building. Journalists wrote about it, tourists visited it, it appeared on postcards. Along with the second Singer plant in Scotland, it produced an extraordinary 75% of the world's sewing machines. Yet even when in 1880 the company was turning out 500,000 machines a year, they were still assembled, like almost all complex metal products at the time, by carrying all the needed parts to workstations where workers assembled one machine at a time, filing and finishing when less than true interchangeability had been achieved. 7. Continuous flow operation ultimately led to a radically different approach to assembly. The idea of keeping material moving as workers conducted various operations first developed in industries handling liquid or semi-liquid products, most notably oil refining. Grain milling, brewing, and canning came next. But the industry that apparently had the greatest influence on Ford was meat packing, where the disassembly of animals was done by hanging newly killed carcasses on an overhead conveyor, moving them from worker to worker, each of whom made a particular cut or removed particular pieces, until the animal had been reduced to smaller chunks of meat that might then undergo further processing. Implicit in continuous flow processing was an intense division of labor. Each worker performed just one or a few operations on something going by or momentarily standing still, rather than many operations on a stationary object. 8. Ford began experimenting with continuous assembly in 1913, 5 years after introducing the Model T. Henry Ford had been born during the Civil War, to a farm family in Dearborn, Michigan, near Detroit. Beginning as a machine shop apprentice, he worked his way up through a variety of jobs before becoming the chief engineer in Detroit for the Edison Illuminating Company. He built his first car in 1896, proving his model's worth by racing them. He founded the Ford Motor Company in 1903 with investors who supplied the capital needed to take on the expensive business of making automobiles. In 1907 he wrested control of the firm from his partners. Aiming at rural America, Ford conceived of the Model T as a lightweight vehicle, sturdy enough to withstand the terrible roads that farmers depended on but simple enough for them to repair themselves and for him to produce at a price they could afford. 9. Sold through a network of independent distributors, the Model T proved an instant hit. Sales zoomed from 5,986 units in 1908 to 260,720 in 1913, as the price of the touring model dropped from $850 to $550, $13,629 in 2017. 10 Part of the reason Ford could make so many cars and sell them so cheaply was product standardization. The way to make automobiles, Henry Ford said, is to make one automobile just like another. Just like one pin is like another pin when it comes from the pin factory, or one match is like another match when it comes from the match factory. Ford, perhaps unconsciously, echoed Adam Smith's famous use of pin manufacturing in The Wealth of Nations to illustrate the savings that could come from the division of labor in producing a standardized product. From 1909 on, the Ford Motor Company only produced the Model T. The vehicle's different body styles all used the same chassis. For most of its history, it was available only in black. 11. With just one model produced in high volume, Ford could invest heavily in equipment and experimentation to manufacture it as efficiently as possible. The tremendous profits the Model T generated freed him from depending on outside investors or Wall Street, which he despised, to expand his plants and add new machinery. Ford toolmakers developed specialized fixtures and jigs to simplify and speed up operations. One machine simultaneously drilled 45 holes into engine blocks from 4 sides, replacing the numerous setups and operations needed for the same result using traditional methods. The adoption of single-purpose machinery also helped ensure that tolerances would be met for interchangeability and easy assembly. The company boasted that you might travel round the world in a Model T and exchange crankshafts with any other Model T you met en route, and both engines would work as perfectly after the exchange as before. All Ford parts of the same kind are perfectly interchangeable. Specialized machines also were a strategy to deal with the severe shortage, high wages, and union orientation of skilled workers in the Detroit area as the automobile industry took off. Ford engineers called their jigs and fixtures farmers' tools, since they allowed new workers to produce high-quality parts, lessening the need for skilled machinists and their craft culture. Preferring workers with no craft background had a long history among American manufacturers. Arms maker Samuel Colt once said, "The more ignorant a man was, the more brains he had for my purpose." The Ford Company also made extensive use of stamped parts, a practice adopted from the bicycle industry, cheaper and easier than casting and machining. 12. For most of the 19th century, standard machine shop practice had been to group machines together by type, all lathes in one area, drill presses in another, and so on, which required a significant expenditure of manpower to move pieces from one area to another as the production process proceeded. By the early 20th century, the most advanced manufacturers, including the Olds Motor Works, which made the Oldsmobile, and Ford, began what Ford called the planned orderly progression of the commodity through the shop. Placing machine tools, carbonizing furnaces, and other equipment in the sequence in which they were used reduced the time spent on transporting unfinished parts and made immediately obvious where holdups were occurring. Here was a spatial embodiment of the logical flow Marx saw in the mid-19th century when he wrote that in a real machinery system, a detail machine supplies raw material to the machine next in order. At Ford, progressive placement of machinery went hand in hand with an ever greater division of labor. Each workstation was manned by a worker who did only one or a few tasks, usually simplified by the creation of equipment designed to do just those operations, over and over again. The gains in productivity were enormous. In 1905, with 300 workers, Ford produced 25 cars a day. 3 years later, with some 500 workers, it rolled out 100.13. Next came installing mechanical devices to move parts from one workstation to another, rather than doing so by hand, applying continuous flow processing to complex manufacturing. In 1913, Ford began experimenting with a conveyor system in its foundry and with slide rails and tables for assembling magnetos and transmissions, having workers stand still while parts for processing or assembling moved past them. Before the new system was installed, it took a single worker about 20 minutes to assemble a magneto at a stationary workbench. After Ford introduced what would become called an assembly line, splitting up the process into 29 separate steps, it took 14 workers a cumulative time of 5 minutes to make a magneto, a fourfold increase in productivity. 14. Inspired by the enormous savings, Ford engineers turned to the assembly of chassis and finished cars. Originally, Ford assembled its cars following the standard practice for manufacturing complex machinery. We simply started to put a car together at a spot on the floor, Ford recalled, and workmen brought to it the parts as they were needed in exactly the same way that one builds a house. Other early automakers also used the craft method of assembling vehicles on stationary sawhorses or wooden stands. With the Model T, Ford moved from having a team of workers assemble an entire automobile to breaking down the assembly process into many discrete steps. At stationary stands, arrayed in a large circle, cars were put together piece by piece, with parts carried to the stands as they were needed. But rather than working on one car until it was completed, workers walked around the circle, at each stand doing just one particular operation, attaching the frame to the axles or fitting in the engine or installing the steering wheel. After the last operation, fitting in the floorboards, the completed car was removed for testing and shipment, and the first parts for a new vehicle were laid out at the station. In mid-1913, the Model T assembly area had 100 stations, with 500 assemblers cycling around them and another 100 workers bringing them parts. 15. Figure 4.1 The magneto assembly line at Ford's Highland Park factory in Detroit in 1913. From there it was just one small step, but a world historic revolution, to keeping the workers stationary and moving the vehicles as they were being assembled. In August 1913, Ford engineers tried pulling chassis frames through a corridor of preplaced parts, with assemblers walking along with the vehicles installing them. Then they switched to positioning stationary workers along the path of the vehicles, having them attach parts to the chassis being slowly pulled past by a chain drive below. By April 1914, the assembly line had reduced the labor time needed for final assembly of a car from 12.5 hours to 93 minutes. The success of the final assembly line led to a burst of innovation, as Ford engineers introduced gravity slides, rollways, conveyor belts, chain-driven assembly lines, and other material handling systems to various sub-assembly operations, everything from putting together motors to upholstering seats. Many of the sub-assembly lines fed directly into the final line, delivering engines, wheels, radiators, other components, and, ultimately, finished bodies to the appropriate spots for their installation on the moving chassis. Just as at the Derby Silk Mill and the Waltham Cotton Mill, a new system of production came together in a remarkably short period of time. In less than 2 years after the first experiments with the assembly line, Ford had installed the system for all phases of Model T production. The factory had become one huge, integrated machine. 16. Ford labor problems and the $5 day. Some of the productivity gain of the assembly line came from the greater efficiency of material handling. Some came from the increased division of labor. But much of it came from the sheer intensification of work, the elimination of the ability of workers to wander around looking for a part or tool, to slow down while a foreman wasn't watching, or to store up finished parts to allow resting later on. For assembly line workers, work was relentless and repetitious, a single task or just a few done over and over again, every time a new part or sub-assembly or chassis appeared before them. 17. In the late 19th and early 20th century, management experts considered soldiering, workers deliberately working at less than a maximum possible pace, the paramount obstacle to efficiency and profits. To counter it, they devised all sorts of schemes, from elaborate systems of piecework pay to Frederick Winslow Taylor's scientific management. The assembly line provided an alternate solution to the same problem, having machinery set the pace of work rather than foremen or incentives. Well before Ford adopted the assembly line, packing house managers saw the possibilities in mechanically pacing production. In 1903, a Swift supervisor said, "If you need to turn out a little more, speed up the conveyors a little and the men speed up to keep pace." 18. Assembly line work proved physiologically and psychologically draining in ways other types of labor were not. More than ever before, workers were extensions of machinery, at the mercy of its demands and its pace. One worker complained, "The weight of a tack in the hands of an upholsterer is insignificant, but if you have to drive 8 tacks in every Ford cushion that goes by your station within a certain time, and know that if you fail to do it you are going to tie up the entire platform, and you continue to do this for 4 years, you are going to break under the strain." Another said, "If I keep putting on nut number 86 for about 86 more days, I will be nut number 86 in the Pontiac bug house." Ford workers complained that assembly line work left them in a nervous condition they dubbed Forditis. Speed, dexterity, and endurance, not knowledge and skill, were the attributes needed for assembly line work. Men aged quickly on the line, no longer considered desirable workers well before middle age. 19. The swelling sales of Model Ts left the Ford Motor Company with a voracious appetite for labor, especially operators, unskilled workers who by 1913 constituted a majority of the workforce. From about 450 employees in 1908, the company leaped to roughly 14,000 in 1913. The Highland Park factory, where Model Ts were made, averaged 12,888 workers in 1914, a size that surpassed even the largest 19th-century plants. Highland Park was not unique. Big and very big factories were becoming more common in the United States. In 1914 there were 648 manufacturing establishments with over 1,000 workers. By 1919, there were 1,021, 54 of which made automobiles or automobile parts or bodies, which together employed 26.4% of the manufacturing workforce. Rising demand led firms to expand existing facilities, as many companies preferred to keep manufacturing centralized near their administrative headquarters, expediting supervision and coordination. General Electric had 15,000 workers at its Schenectady, New York, complex and 11,000 at a plant in Lynn, Massachusetts. Pullman and International Harvester each employed 15,000 workers at their Chicago plants. Goodyear Tire and Rubber had 15,500 employees in Akron, Ohio. With its best-selling car and assembly line operations, Ford soon leaped to a whole new scale. In 1916, Highland Park averaged 32,702 workers. In 1924, 42,000.20 photographs of the inside of the plant show workers standing literally elbow to elbow, a density of human labor unlike anything seen in textile or steel mills or other types of manufacturing. They were crammed together not just because of their sheer numbers but by design. Ford engineers wanted workers and machines placed as close to one another as possible, to minimize the time and effort needed to transport parts and sub-assemblies. 21. When Ford introduced the assembly line, extraordinarily high turnover added to the company's difficulty in meeting its ever-growing need for workers. Turnover was a general problem for American industry in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Skilled workers were loyal to their craft, not their employer, often changing jobs to learn new skills or try a different environment. Unskilled workers left their jobs to seek higher pay, to take a vacation, in an era before employers provided any, when they had a dispute with a foreman, or for myriad other reasons. Staying put had no particular benefit. 22. Ford methods pushed the turnover rate through the roof. Many workers hated Ford's extremely routinized, repetitive work and the stressful pace of production, quitting often after only short tenures. Most simply walked away, never formally resigning. In 1913, the year the assembly line was introduced, Ford had an astounding turnover rate of 370%. To maintain a workforce of a bit less than 14,000, That year the company had to hire more than 52,000 workers. Absenteeism added to the difficulties. On any given day, 10% of Ford workers did not show up. Ford had other labor problems, too. Increasingly, the labor pool in Detroit was made up of immigrant workers, especially in the unskilled ranks. In 1914, foreign-born workers made up 71% of the Ford workforce, from 22 different national groups. A babel of languages meant that workers often could not communicate with foremen or one another. One supervisor recalled that every foreman had to learn in English, German, Polish and Italian to say "hurry up." Ethnic tensions sometimes exploded into fistfights. In January 1914, the company fired over 800 Greek and Russian workers for staying home to celebrate what by their Orthodox Christian calendar was Christmas but for the company was just another production day. Detroit automakers, including Ford, also worried about unions. The introduction of the assembly line coincided with a national surge of labor militancy. In Detroit, both the Radical Industrial Workers of the World and the New Carriage, Wagon, and Automobile Workers Union, affiliated with the more moderate American Federation of Labor, launched organizing drives in the auto industry, leading a few short strikes. Their gains were modest, but their specter haunted employers. 23. Ford responded to its labor problems with a program of higher pay and shorter hours, the $5 day. Already, the company had begun instituting policies to retain employees and increase their productivity. In 1913, it introduced a multi-tiered wage plan that boosted pay as workers' skills grew and, with longevity, a spur to self-improvement and steady employment. In early January 1914, the company went farther, shortening the workday from 9 hours to 8, 6 days a week, which reduced the strain on workers while allowing Highland Park to go from 2 shifts to 3. And more dramatically, it announced that it would effectively double the wages of unskilled workers, from somewhat below $2.50 to $5 a day. The wage boost set a precedent for mass production, especially automobile manufacturing, to be a high-wage system. Supporters hailed high wages for allowing workers to buy the kinds of goods they made, creating the mass purchasing power necessary to keep mass production going. But the $5 day was more ambitious and more complicated than just a wage boost. Technically, it was not a pay increase at all but a possibility for workers to get what was dubbed a profit-sharing payment that would bring their daily income up to $5. Qualification was not automatic, women were not eligible, at least initially, male workers generally had to be over 21, and, most importantly, they had to abide by a set of standards and regulations the company set, aimed not only at behavior in the factory but away from it, too. Workers had to be legally married to their partners, properly support their families, maintain good home conditions, demonstrate thrift and sobriety, and be efficient at their jobs. Ford established a sociological department to investigate if workers were eligible for the profit sharing and to guide them in behavioral change if they were not. 50 investigators, often accompanied by translators, made home visits to Ford workers to assess their qualifications for the plan. After an initial round of investigations, 40% of the workers eligible by age and sex were deemed deficient in some respect to receive the payments. Failure to rectify their behavior within a given period led to dismissal, but improvements could win retroactive profit sharing. Ford was particularly concerned with Americanizing immigrant workers. Sociological department agents encouraged them to adopt American habits and teach their children American ways. Workers who did not speak English were heavily pressured to attend an English school the company established, which taught industry and efficiency and American customs and culture along with language. Some 16,000 workers graduated in 1915 and 1916 alone, reducing the non-English speaking component of the workforce from 35% in 1914 to 12% in 1917.24. There were precedents for many aspects of the Ford labor policies. The Lowell-style mills had their own elaborate regulations for behavior on and off the job. Like Ford, the mill owners had the challenge of establishing behavioral norms and worker self-discipline necessary for the collective, integrated nature of factory work. And like Ford, they had moral concerns that extended beyond the factory walls. In the late 19th and early 20th century, a new wave of behavior-shaping programs began as many companies, especially manufacturers with large plants, initiated welfare work to increase worker productivity and reduce turnover. Companies built cafeterias, libraries, and restrooms, offered recreational activities, health services, and pensions, established savings and insurance plans, and occasionally introduced the type of social work Ford imposed. But the comprehensiveness of the Ford program, its intrusiveness, and its link to a doubling of wages put it at the forefront of employer efforts to shape the behavior and mindset of employees to make them fit into a factory regimen. S.S. Markey, who became head of the sociological department in late 1915, renaming it the educational department in response to widespread worker criticism of the home investigations, wrote, "As we adapt the machinery in the shop to turning out the kind of automobile we have in mind, so we have constructed our educational system with a view to producing the human product in mind." 25. Ford executives would have agreed with Italian communist leader Antonio Gramsci when he wrote, "In America rationalization has determined the need to elaborate a new type of man suited to a new type of work and production process." Henry Ford's rural Protestant moralism, with its stress on thrift, sexual rectitude, and spurning of alcohol and tobacco, prescribed a way of life that Ford executives and Gramsci saw as necessary for the physical and psychological demands of mass production. As the Italian communist, sounding like an auto executive, noted, "The employee who goes to work after a night of excess is no good for his work." The inquiries conducted by the industrialists into the workers' private lives, Gramsci cautioned, and the inspection services created by some firms to control the morality of their workers are necessities of the new methods of work. People who laugh at these initiatives and see in them only a hypocritical manifestation of Puritanism thereby deny themselves any possibility of understanding the importance, significance, and objective import of the American phenomenon, which is also the biggest collective effort to date to create a new type of worker and a new type of man. 26. Ironically, by the time Gramsci wrote his essay Americanism and Fordism, in prison after his 1926 arrest by the fascist Italian government, Henry Ford already had abandoned his effort to create a new type of man. As part of a cost-cutting drive during the 1920-21 recession, Ford shrank the responsibilities of the original sociological department until it effectively disappeared. He also abandoned his profit-sharing scheme, switching to a basic wage rate of $6 a day, an income boost less than inflation, with bonuses based on skill and longevity. Deeming paternalism and welfare work too expensive and a threat to the control of the factory by production officials, Ford instead turned to an elaborate spy system and autocratic management to control labor. The service department, into which he folded the remnants of the sociological department, was headed by a Harry Bennett, a former boxer with extensive ties to the police and organized crime, who used spies and brute force to maintain discipline, hiring many ex-convicts to do the job. 27 But if Ford himself abandoned the link between mass production and the creation of a new man, the idea itself would live on for decades, including in some very different places. Alfred Kahn and the Modern Factory. To make the Model T, Ford created not only a new production system but also new types of factory structures, which became templates for generations of giant factories around the world. Their technical and visual legacy remains strong today. Ford's first factory, on Mack Avenue in Detroit, had been a small, one-story, wood-framed building. His second, completed in 1904 on Paquette Avenue, was considerably larger, a handsome, three-story brick building. But in design it differed little from an early 19th century textile factory, long and narrow, with large windows and wooden columns, beams, and floors. 28. Even before Model T production began, Ford anticipated that his company would soon outgrow Paquette Avenue, purchasing land in nearby Highland Park for a new plant. To design the factory he hired Detroit architect Alfred Kahn, who would become the foremost factory designer of the 20th century. Kahn stumbled into industrial architecture early in his career, somewhat by chance. Eclectic in his commissions and styles, Kahn, a German Jewish immigrant, met Henry B. Joy, the head of the pioneer automaker Packard Motor Company, who helped him get a number of non-industrial commissions before asking him to design a new factory complex for his firm. 29. The first 9 buildings Kahn designed for Packard were conventional. But the 10th was a radical departure, made not of wood and brick but of reinforced concrete. In designing it, Kahn worked closely with his brother Julius, who had developed a system for reinforcing concrete with a particular type of metal bar. Reinforced concrete, first used in Europe during the 1870s and in the United States not long after, was strong, resistant to vibration, inexpensive, and fireproof. It allowed for large, uninterrupted spaces and a greater window area than older construction methods. A concrete shoe factory, built in Massachusetts in 1903-04, brought the material to the attention of industrial architects. Kahn's 1905 reinforced concrete Packard Plant No. 10, with its large window area and orderly layout, attracted much attention, as did a plant he built the following year in Buffalo for the George N. Pierce Company, which incorporated overhead cranes and rail platforms for loading, unloading, and moving materials. 30 So when Ford hired him, Kahn already had begun building a reputation as an innovative factory designer. The Highland Park complex extended Kahn's earlier work. The exterior walls of the main 4-story factory building were mostly glass, allowing in so much light that observers dubbed it the Crystal Palace, a reference to the London Exhibition Hall built over a half-century earlier. Kahn convinced Ford to allow him to use metal window sashes, at the time so unusual that they had to be ordered from England, which gave the building a particularly clean, modern look. Inside, the large open spaces facilitated the experiments that led to the assembly line. But in some ways, the initial Highland Park buildings still harkened back to traditional factory design. The long, narrow main building, with stairs, elevators, and toilets in 4 external towers, had the proportions and layout of a Lowell mill, even if much larger. The adjacent 1-story machine shop, with its sawtooth roof, resembled an English weaving shed. Even after the assembly line had been installed in the factory, some material, including car bodies, was moved by horse-drawn cart. 31. Kahn's 1914 addition to Highland Park, the new shop, represented a more radical break from the past. Almost immediately after Highland Park opened, Ford began adding more Kahn-designed buildings to the tightly clustered complex, including an administration building and a large power plant. It soon needed new assembly space as well. The company decision to begin making parts that it previously had bought from outside suppliers, along with the growing volume of production and a growing workforce, left the main factory crowded almost as soon as it was completed. Furthermore, the assembly line and the rapid pace of production made material handling an ever greater priority, as large quantities of raw materials, parts, and sub-assemblies needed to be delivered to particular points along various assembly lines at a pace that avoided pileups of inventory or shortages that stopped production. Kahn's solution in the new shop was to build 2 parallel 6-story factory buildings, connected by an 842-foot-long, glass-roofed shed. Along the bottom ran railroad tracks, so that trainloads of supplies could be brought directly into the plant. Along the top ran 2 overhead cranes that could lift loads of up to 5 tons to some 200 platforms jutting out from all levels of the adjacent buildings. From the platforms it was only a short distance to any place within the new buildings, allowing workers to use hand trucks to quickly deliver supplies to the many workstations within. Strikingly modern, the Cranavy, with concrete and glass buildings making up its walls, the staggered pattern of the jutting platforms, and its glass roof, was a new kind of space, resembling more the great 19th-century shopping arcades, like the Galleria Vittorio Emanuele II in Milan, stripped of ornamentation, than a traditional factory. Inside the new shop, the foundry and machine shop were positioned on the top floor rather than on the bottom level, the usual practice, possible because of the strength of the reinforced concrete construction. Production could then flow downward, as parts and sub-assemblies were lowered from floor to floor by gravity slides and conveyor belts, until reaching the final assembly line on the ground level. Air circulation was accomplished through ducts inside hollow concrete columns, an approach reminiscent of that used in English factories by Lombe, Arkwright, and Strutt over a century earlier. 32. The Highland Park factory almost immediately became the object of enormous worldwide attention for its design, its assembly line, its experiment in high-pay paternalism, and the Model Ts that came out of it. Ford sought the attention, using the building complex as an advertisement for his firm. Manufacturers had been doing variations of this for decades, designing handsome factories adorned with large signs, putting engravings of their plants on their stationery, allowing postcards of them to be issued, and sometimes welcoming journalists. 33. The freestanding administration building was handsomely designed and carefully landscaped. The nearby power plant had plate glass windows, allowing passers-by to look in at the giant generators. Henry Ford insisted that the plant have 5 chimneys, so giant letters spelling out Ford could be positioned between them, though fewer chimneys would have sufficed. In 1912, the company began conducting public tours of the plant. By the summer of 1915, 300 to 400 people a day were visiting. To further publicize the factory, Ford issued a booklet detailing its operations, with pictures from its own in-house photographic department, which also produced weekly short films to distribute to Ford dealers and local theaters. 34. Figure 4.2 An aerial view of Ford's Highland Park factory in 1923. Among the most important visitors to Highland Park was Giovanni Agnelli, the chairman of the Italian automaker Fiat, who came away determined to adapt Ford methods to the European auto industry, which still largely made cars through handcrafting. To accommodate the Ford system, he commissioned a new factory in the Lingotto district of Turin, which opened in 1923. The plant, one of the great landmarks of modernist architecture, was Highland Park turned on its head. Like the new shop, it had 2 long, linked, parallel buildings for assembly operations, each 5 stories high and over a quarter-mile long. In the huge courtyard between the buildings, 2 spiral ramps connected all of the floors to the roof. In an opposite procedure from Highland Park, raw materials were delivered on the ground floor and production proceeded upward until finished cars were driven onto a test track on the roof, with banked curves that allowed high speeds. Then the cars were driven down a ramp for delivery. In a ricochet, when Kahn designed an 8-story service center for Packard on the west side of Manhattan, he included 2 interior ramps that allowed access to a rooftop test track. 35. Highland Park positioned Kahn as the leading architect for the automobile industry. He was soon designing factories for the Hudson Motor Company, the Dodge brothers, Fisher Body, Buick, and Studebaker, as the industry rapidly adopted both the assembly line and reinforced concrete construction. Ultimately, his firm designed a wide range of industrial buildings, not only in North America but in South America, Europe, Asia, and Africa as well. Kahn also designed office buildings for the auto industry and other industrial firms, including the massive General Motors building in Midtown Detroit, the largest office building in the world when it opened in 1922, and the adjacent, opulent headquarters for Fisher Body. And he designed homes for auto executives, including lakefront mansions in Grosse Pointe for Henry Joy and Henry Ford's son, Edsel. He even designed the Henry Ford Hospital. The extraordinary productivity of his firm, which by the late 1920s had 400 employees, and the rapidity with which it could complete designs, rested on a high degree of division of labor, with various departments performing specialized functions, an application to professional, white-collar work of some of the principles Ford perfected for manufacturing. To track work, Kahn's firm used forms similar to those used by Ford at Highland Park. 36. River Rouge. Even as Kahn's practice grew, Henry Ford remained his most important client. Together they designed what became the next flagship of industrial giantism, Ford's River Rouge plant. Almost as soon as the new shop was completed, Ford began planning a much larger complex in nearby Dearborn, buying massive tracts of land. Some was used for Ford endeavors besides the car company, including a separate firm that produced Fordson tractors. But most of it was devoted to making the Model T. Ford decided to advance to the extreme his effort at vertical integration, seeking to make not only parts but also basic materials like steel, glass, and rubber for his cars, eliminating the possibility of suppliers raising prices or not fulfilling orders when inventories were tight. The Dearborn property, along the Rouge River, allowed the direct delivery of bulk goods, including iron ore, coal, and sand, from Great Lakes ships and had plenty of water for industrial processes. Also, the sparsely populated Dearborn suburb gave Ford greater control over his environment than Detroit, with its heterogeneous population and episodic labor activism. 37. Ford began constructing a blast furnace at River Rouge in 1917. It was followed by a series of other processing plants, including coke ovens, open hearth furnaces, a rolling mill, a glass factory, a rubber and tire plant, a leather plant, a paper mill, a box factory, and a textile mill. Ford put great effort into integrating the various plants and reusing byproducts. Impurities from the blast furnaces, for example, were sent to an on-site factory to be made into cement. Ford also began buying coal and iron mines and vast tracts of forest land in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, where he built sawmills, kilns, and factories to make wooden parts for the Model T. Sawdust and scrap lumber were used to make the charcoal briquettes, sold under the Kingsford brand, which to this day fuel barbecues and family happiness across America. His grandest effort at backward integration was a vast rubber plantation in the Amazon basin that proved a costly failure. 38. Complete Model Ts were never produced at River Rouge, which initially served as a feeder plant for Highland Park. Engines, tires, windows, and other components were taken from the Rouge to Highland Park for final assembly. But with the high volume of Model T production, even the feeder operations were vast. The River Rouge foundry, where engine blocks were cast from molten iron conveyed from adjacent blast furnaces, was the largest in the world, employing 10,000 men. 39. When final assembly operations did begin at the Rouge, it was, ironically, to make boats, not cars. During World War I, Henry Ford contracted with the Navy to build 112 submarine chasers using assembly line methods. The Navy paid for a new plant to produce them, the B building, designed by Kahn. Freestanding, it was the largest factory ever built, 300 feet wide and 1,700 feet, a third of a mile long, a huge shed with walls composed almost entirely of windows. As tall as a three-story building but open inside to accommodate boat production, it was designed to allow the later addition of intermediate floors. When the last of the Eagle boats left the building in September 1919, none were completed in time to be used in combat. Floors were added and the building was used to assemble Model T bodies, which previously had been purchased from outside contractors. The B building represented the beginning of a shift in factory design principles for Ford and Kahn, moving away from the ingenious architectural machine that they had just developed at the new shop. Kahn helped lead not one but two revolutions in industrial architecture. Rather than multi-story buildings, at the Rouge Kahn and Ford erected very large single-story factories to avoid the cost of hoisting materials and to allow bigger uninterrupted spaces, since columns to support upper floors were no longer needed. The expansive, open areas gave engineers flexibility in machine placement, aided by the company decision to stop using overhead shafts and belts to power machinery, instead deploying individual electric motors. Single-story plants also avoided the need to punch holes between floors when assembly lines were repositioned. In 1923, Ford switched its standard design for branch plants from multi-story to single-story as well. With the move to single-story factories, Kahn abandoned reinforced concrete, no longer needing its vibration-dampening qualities. Instead he used steel frames, which allowed structures to be put up more quickly and expanded more easily. Kahn's new buildings had, if anything, even more glass on the walls than his earlier structures, and he generally used roof monitors, raised structures with glass facing in varied directions rather than sawtooth roofs, which provided more diffuse natural light. The loft style, concrete buildings Kahn helped popularize continued to be built for manufacturing and storage. Resistant to water damage and strongly constructed, they can be found in large numbers in older American industrial districts, sometimes still used for manufacturing, sometimes abandoned, sometimes converted to warehouses or offices, and occasionally turned into trendy apartments. But Kahn himself almost never returned to the style. Instead, Kahn embraced sleek surfaces of glass and metal in buildings both functional and beautiful. Over the course of 2 decades, he created a bounty of industrial buildings of great modernist design, clean, light, spare, seemingly endless. Many of Kahn's Rouge buildings were expressions of almost pure form: tall cylindrical chimneys, long glass walls, shapely monitor roofs unsullied by ornamentation. The engineering laboratory, completed in 1925, where Henry Ford had his office, had a particularly striking interior, with a long central space flanked by smaller galleries, with 2 levels of monitor windows on both sides flooding it with light. Some of Kahn's later designs, like his Chrysler half-ton truck plant, are widely recognized as among the greatest industrial buildings ever erected, modernist masterpieces. Yet neither Kahn nor Ford thought of themselves as modernists. In a 1931 speech, Kahn gave a nuanced but largely negative appraisal of modernist architecture. Kahn criticized the extreme functionalism and lack of ornamentation of architects like Walter Gropius and Le Corbusier, arguably traits that characterized his own factory designs. What we call modernism today is largely affectation, a seeking for the radical, the extreme. In his non-industrial projects, Kahn drew on a variety of historical styles, designing often handsome but rarely path-breaking buildings. Henry Ford was even more explicitly anti-modernist at the very moment he was creating a new industrial modernity. Concurrent with the creation of the Rouge, he continued to add to his collection of old machines, furniture, and buildings, which he eventually installed in Greenfield Village, near the Rouge plant, a recreation of an earlier, small-town America. Even as his cars and factories promoted urbanization and cosmopolitanism, Ford remained deeply nostalgic about the parochial, rural world he grew up in and chose to leave. Buildings continued to be added at the Rouge all through the 1920s and 1930s. The press shop, completed in the late 1930s, became the largest single factory building in the world, with a floor area of 1,450,000 square feet. Ford spaced the Rouge buildings far apart to allow for later expansion, having plenty of room on the 1,096-acre site. An elaborate system of rail lines, roads, 142 miles of conveyors, monorails, and an elevated high line with an automatic transport system moved raw materials, parts, and subassemblies within and between buildings. Employee parking lots ringed the vast, isolated complex, but many workers arrived at special streetcar and bus terminals. Fences, railroad tracks, and guarded gates restricted access to the plant, which came to resemble a fortress, in contrast to Highland Park, which was situated in a busy urban neighborhood, with public sidewalks alongside the factory buildings. 40. Ironically, while the Rouge was being built out to produce everything needed to make a Model T, the car itself was becoming obsolete. By the mid-1920s, other car companies, including General Motors and Chrysler, had introduced more technically advanced and varied models than Ford, which still only sold the Model T, though it offered luxury cars under the Lincoln nameplate. By 1927, as sales diminished, it became evident that something had to be done. Abruptly, Ford stopped making the Model T, even before finalizing the design of its replacement, the Model A. For 6 months, Ford factories sat idle, while the company replaced 15,000 machine tools and rebuilt 25,000 more. New molds, jigs, dies, fixtures, gauges, and assembly sequences had to be created. Meanwhile, the layoff of 60,000 Detroit area Ford workers created a social crisis, as relief agencies, free clinics, and child placement agencies struggled to meet the huge demand for their services. The underbelly of the Ford system had been exposed. Extreme standardization had allowed other companies to win over consumers on the basis of style and change, what General Motors President Alfred P. Sloan, Jr., called the laws of Paris dressmakers. In the automobile industry, single-purpose, specialized machinery, which made it inexpensive to produce particular parts, made it expensive to switch over to new products, a problem that went all the way back to the high-speed but inflexible machinery used in the early Lowell mills. The changeover from the Model T to the Model A cost the Ford Motor Company $250 million, $3.5 billion in 2017 currency, and first place in sales to General Motors. Vertical integration had its downside, too, evident when the economy and auto sales tanked just a few years after the introduction of the Model A. Ford had a harder time cutting costs than the other major automakers, which bought most of their parts from outside suppliers. Over the course of the decade starting in 1927, Ford had a cumulative net loss, while General Motors made nearly $2 billion in after-tax profits. The introduction of the Model A completed the transfer of the center of the Ford empire from Highland Park to River Rouge. The final assembly line for the new car was set up in the B building, which was so large that it also could house at various times an assembly line for Fordson tractors, a trade school, fire department, and hospital. The geographical move was accompanied by a purge of pioneer Ford engineers and executives, most of those remaining from the team that had created the Model T, the assembly line, and the Ford system. With Harry Bennett and Charles Sorensen, a long-time, very tough Ford production manager, effectively running the Rouge, an autocratic, chaotic, and brutal culture came to characterize the plant. Workers decried harsh discipline for petty offenses, arbitrary, ever-changing rules, and tyrannical foremen. One Rouge worker complained that the bosses are thick as treacle and they're always on your neck, because the man above is on their neck and Sorensen's on the neck of the whole lot. He's the man that pours the boiling oil down that old Henry makes. A man checks his brains and his freedom at the door when he goes to work at Ford's. The Rouge, that self-sufficing industrial cosmos, a masterpiece of ingenuity and efficiency, Edmund Wilson called it, embodied an extreme strategy of industrial concentration. Ford set up dozens of branch plants in the United States to assemble kits of parts shipped from Highland Park and later Dearborn, but manufacturing remained highly centralized at the major complexes. During the 1920s and 1930s, the company built a series of village industry factories in rural southeastern Michigan. Powered by small hydroelectric dams, the plants produced small parts for use at Highland Park and the Rouge starter switches, drill bits, ignition coils, and the like. Henry Ford conceived of the plants as providing work for farmers during the slack winter season. Again, as at Greenfield Village, he seemed to be embracing an idealized vision of a decentralized Jeffersonian society, even as his life's work undermined it. But with a combined workforce at their height of only some 4,000 workers, the village factories were not much more than an ideological gesture in the shadow of the giant Ford plants. Other automakers also built very large plants. The complexity of manufacturing an automobile, with its hundreds of different parts, the cost of transporting bulky components like frames, axles, motors, and bodies, and the heavy investment needed to build and equip an automobile plant made concentration of production a widely shared strategy. The Dodge main plant in Hamtramck, an independent enclave within Detroit, began as a parts supplier for Ford, but the Dodge brothers later expanded it to produce their own car. Albert Kahn designed the first buildings, Smith, Hinkman, and Grills, another Detroit architectural firm, many additional buildings, most of them multi-story structures made of reinforced concrete. Under the Dodges and later Chrysler, which bought the company after its founders' deaths, the factory became a fully integrated manufacturing and assembly plant, larger in floor space than Highland Park, its nearest equivalent. It had some 30,000 workers in the late 1930s and even more during World War II, remaining in operation until 1980. General Motors became famous for its divisional structure and decentralization, but in Flint, Michigan, it, too, had a huge production complex, several really. In the late 1920s, the gigantic Buick plant, yet another Con design, had 22,000 workers, a cluster of Chevrolet factories employed 18,000 workers, Fisher Body, by then a GM subsidiary, had 7,500 workers, and still more workers could be found in the factories of AC Spark Plug, another GM subsidiary. But nothing touched the Rouge in sheer scale. Historian Lindy Biggs characterized it as more like an industrial city than a factory. In 1925 it had 52,800 workers, still trailing Highland Park, where the workforce had swelled to 55,300. With the Model A, though, the Rouge moved ahead. It peaked at 102,811 workers in 1929, a level of employment entirely unprecedented at a single factory complex. To this day, at least in terms of the size of its workforce, it remains unmatched in the United States. It was, simply, the largest and most complicated factory ever built, an extraordinary testament to ingenuity, engineering, and human labor. 41. Celebrating Ford. Ford methods attracted widespread interest among industrial professionals as soon as they were introduced. Henry Ford welcomed reporters, especially from the technical press, into his factories, openly sharing details about his latest innovations, a departure from the usual wariness among manufacturers about releasing information about their techniques. Trade journals like American Machinist, Iron Age, and Engineering Magazine ran extensive articles about the methods developed to produce the Model T. Other American automobile companies and consumer goods manufacturers quickly adopted the assembly line. 42. The general public was likewise fascinated by the Ford system, especially the assembly line. Henry Ford realized that public interest in the methods of making Ford cars could help sell them. In addition to providing tours of the Highland Park plant, he took the assembly line on the road. At the 1915 Panama Pacific International Exposition in San Francisco, just 2 years after the assembly line had been introduced, a Ford exhibit included a working production line that turned out 20 Model Ts a day. When in 1928 Ford unveiled the Model A at Madison Square Garden, the company put up displays of every facet of the production process, from dioramas of Ford iron and coal mines to workstations for making glass and upholstery. At the 1933-34 Chicago Century of Progress Exposition, part of the Ford Exposition Building, designed by Albert Kahn and later moved near the entrance to the Rouge plant, showed the complete production of the car in all its parts. In 1938, nearly 1 million people visited the display. And they flocked to the Rouge itself, too. In the late 1930s, Ford offered a 2-hour tour of the complex starting every half hour. Other manufacturing firms, including Chrysler and General Motors, also opened their plants and set up exhibits for a public endlessly fascinated with how things were made, especially with the complex, wondrous choreography of the assembly line. The Kahn-designed General Motors exhibit at the Chicago Exposition featured a model production line, which allowed visitors on an overlooking balcony to watch workers assembling vehicles. The public romance with the giant factory and the assembly line proved long-lasting. In 1971, 243,000 people visited the Rouge, a record number. A few years later, the U.S. Department of Commerce published a list of plants in the United States that offered tours. It ran to 149 pages, with everything from distilleries to steel mills, including a dozen auto plants. 43. Intellectuals and political activists were caught up in the allure of Fordism, too. Perhaps surprisingly, given Ford's later reputation as a union-hating, conservative autocrat, some prominent leftists at first praised the Ford system. In early 1916, after visiting the Highland Park plant, Kate Richards O'Hare, a well-known socialist leader, published 2 articles in the National Ripsaw, a mass circulation socialist monthly, praising Henry Ford. O'Hare saw the $5 day, the sociological department, and the Ford English School as advancing the lot of workers, along with Ford's decision to take the power to fire away from foremen. Using a jarringly racist simile, she wrote that as a result of Ford's policies, men freeze to a job in the Ford plant like a Negro to a fat possum. If every capitalist in the United States were to suddenly become converted to Ford's ideas, it would not solve the social problems, eliminate the class struggle, or inaugurate the cooperative commonwealth, but it would advance the cause of social justice, demonstrate the soundness of the socialist theories, and bring the mighty pressure of education to hasten the final and complete emancipation of the working class. 44. Later that same year, John Reed, soon to be the most important chronicler of the Russian Revolution and a founder of the American Communist Party, wrote a similarly glowing if more sophisticated portrait of Ford in the left-wing journal The Masses. Ford's strategy of low prices and high wages, especially the profit-sharing built into the $5 day, for Reed represented a huge step forward from normal industrial practices. Reed detailed the difference high wages made in the lives of Ford workers. Beyond that, after interviewing Ford, he came to believe that the auto giant was moving towards some sort of new form of corporate control that would give workers a say. The $5 day was turning into something dangerously like a real experiment in democracy, and from it may spring a real menace to capitalism. This was why, Reed believed, capitalists hate Henry Ford, an echo of Ford's own perception of himself, in the populist idiom he grew up around, as a producer of value having to fight off the parasitic financiers of Wall Street. 45. Left-wing praise for Henry Ford diminished over time, in part in response to changes in his company's practices and his rabid anti-Semitism during the 1920s. Edmund Wilson, writing 15 years after Reed, dubbed him the despot of Dearborn. But Fordism struck a strong chord with a group that during the New Deal would ally with elements of the left, businessmen and their supporters who saw mass consumption as critical to maintaining prosperity and profits. Edward Filene, who made his money in department stores, was perhaps the most outspoken member of those who have been dubbed proto-Keynesians, foreseeing the need for mass purchasing power to maintain economic growth. Unlike in the past, Filene wrote in 1924, businesses needed to produce prosperous customers as well as saleable goods. Fordism, with its promise of high wages and cheaper products, was a way to create a virtuous circle of mass purchasing power, mass consumption, mass production, and economic growth. Unlike O'Hare and Reed, Filene acknowledged the monotony of Fordist labor, but saw shorter hours as partially ameliorating the problem. And, in any case, every man is not an artist, every man is not a creative craftsman. Poverty brings a monotony 1,000 times more deadly to body and mind than the monotony of factory routine, he added in a comment reminiscent of W. Cook Taylor's remark about child labor 80 years earlier. 46. Novelists, too, saw in Fordism a startling development, a step into a new type of world. John Dos Passos profiled Ford in The Big Money, 1936, which concluded his great 3-volume portrait of the country, USA, writing not only about the Model T and the exhausting labor used to produce it but also the automaker's many contradictions, his pacifism, war profiteering, and anti-Semitism, his revolutionary inventions and antiquarianism. Alfred Kazin shrewdly observed that USA, with its complex structure composed of different types of narrative building blocks, was itself a tool, another American invention, an American thing peculiar to the opportunity and stress of American life. 47. Louis Ferdinand Céline, who visited a Detroit Ford factory in 1926, included a scene of working on the company assembly line in Journey to the End of the Night, 1932. Upton Sinclair wrote a not very good novel about Ford, The Flivver King, A Story of Ford America, 1937. And most famously, Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, 1932, depicts a dystopia of Fordism, a portrait of life. The years Anno Ford, measured from 1908, when the Model T was introduced with Henry Ford the Deity. 48. Dos Passos, Sinclair, Celine, and Huxley all wrote about Ford and Fordism during the 1930s, well after the initial burst of journalistic and industrial excitement over mass production. Their work was colored by the Great Depression and the Ford Motor Company's violent anti-union actions, which radically changed the public image of Ford and the Fordist project. By contrast, the key visual depictions of Fordism began earlier, during the 1920s. More than in the written word, it was in the visual arts that Fordism and the Giant Factory were celebrated. Giant factories and the visual arts. Factories had been portrayed from their earliest days in drawings, lithographs, and paintings. But only in the 20th century did the factory become an important subject for artists. It is difficult to think of a truly great 18th or 19th century artistic representation of a factory, but there are plenty of great 20th century factory paintings, photographs, and films. For many artists during the 1920s and 1930s, the factory represented modern life, secular, urban, mechanical, overwhelming, a break from the rural landscape or intimate domestic interior. And it provided a vehicle for modernist modes of artistic representation, moving toward abstraction. While in the 19th century, novelists and other writers played a major role in shaping public perceptions of the factory and the factory system, in the 20th century, visual artists came to the fore. Photography, in particular, took the lead in influencing public perceptions of the giant factory. Itself a product of the Industrial Revolution that created the factory system, photography allowed the easy reproduction and dissemination of imagery, while painting remained an inherently elite form, largely created for private viewing by collectors or museum goers. It was fitting that photography and film, so well suited to the creation of unlimited identical products, proved the most important media for the representation of mass production. Early in the 20th century, a number of American photographers, including Paul Strand, Alfred Stieglitz, and Alvin Langdon Coburn, began taking pictures of machinery, machine parts, and industrial landscapes. By the 1920s, photographers and artists elsewhere, purists in France, futurists in Italy, Bauhaus affiliates, and Neue Sachlichkeit photographers in Germany, constructivists in the Soviet Union also had turned to industry for visual ideas, symbols, and a machine aesthetic. 49 But photographing actual factories, especially their interiors, presented formidable technical problems in an era of large, heavy cameras, a limited choice of lenses, slow film, and primitive lighting devices. The photographer who first overcame many of the challenges and did more than any other to disseminate images of giant industry was Margaret Bourke-White. Bourke-White's father, an engineer and inventor, worked for a printing press manufacturer. He often took Margaret, while a child living in New Jersey, to the plants where presses were being made or installed. She later wrote of the first time he took her to a foundry, "I can hardly describe my joy. To me at that age, a foundry represented the beginning and end of all beauty." Her lifelong fascination with industry was linked to her intense feelings for her father, who died when she was only 18. "I worshipped my father," she wrote. "Whenever I go on a job, I always see machinery through my father's eyes. And so I worship factories." Bourke-White moved to Cleveland in the mid-1920s to try to make a go of it as an architectural photographer, documenting upscale homes and gardens. But she found herself drawn to the flats, the smoky, dirty, noisy district in the heart of the city that housed heavy industry. "Fresh from college with my camera over my shoulder, the flats were photographic paradise." Soon Bourke-White was selling exterior shots of industry to a local bank for its house publication. But getting inside factories was another story. Cleveland industrialists, like most factory owners, had no interest in allowing outsiders inside. Her break came when the head of Otis Steel gave her access to his mill. With a confidence beyond her years, she pronounced to him that there is a power and vitality in industry that makes it a magnificent subject for photography, that it reflects the age in which we live. She had come to believe that industry had evolved an unconscious beauty, often a hidden beauty that was waiting to be discovered. After 5 months of experimenting with camera positions, lighting, film, and darkroom technique, Bork-White managed to capture the drama of molten steel being poured. Otis Steel bought her prints, and other industrial commissions began coming her way. For the stage set of Eugene O'Neill's play Dynamo, she photographed the generators at the Niagara Falls Power Company. Years later, when she reprinted the image, she wrote in the caption, "Dynamos were more beautiful to me than pearls," quite a statement for a woman devoted to stylish looks and expensive clothes. 50. In 1929, Henry Luce, the publisher of Time, hired Bork-White for his new business publication, Fortune. A lavish, heavily illustrated magazine, with some of the top writers and designers in the country, Fortune provided sophisticated documentation, celebration, and analysis of American business. Its photographers, including Bork-White, had access to the largest and most advanced industrial complexes in the country. In 1930, she photographed the Rouge. 4 years later, she took pictures at Amoskeag Mills, where years earlier Louis Hine had photographed child workers. Bork-White's audience expanded exponentially when Luce shifted her to his new photo magazine, Life. The cover of the first issue, dated November 23, 1936, was a Bork-White photograph of the spillway of the world's largest earth-filled dam, the Fort Peck Dam in eastern Montana, a masterpiece of formal, nearly abstract composition and human dwarfing scale. Within months, Life was selling 1 million copies a week, with Bork-White one of its stars. In her early industrial photographs, Bork-White displayed little interest in workers. Often they are totally absent. When present, they seem negligible compared to the huge structures and machines that dominate her pictures. This effacing of workers from industrial imagery was a common characteristic of photographs and paintings during the 1920s and early 1930s, in Europe as well as the United States, a sharp contrast to the earlier work of Hine. Though Hine sometimes showed machines dwarfing humans, emphasizing their large scale and abstract shapes, the bulk of his work centered on the human experience of labor, on the faces, bodies, and expressions of the workers who inhabited the industrial realm. For Bork-White, at this stage of her career, it was not the worker who held her interest, nor the products being made, but the abstract forms of industry. Beauty of industry, she wrote in 1930, lies in its truth and simplicity. 51. Charles Sheeler, who beat Bork-White to the Rouge, shared her credo. "I speak in the tongue of my times," he said in 1938, "the mechanical, the industrial. Anything that works efficiently is beautiful. Our factories," he declared, "are our substitutes for religious expression." A precisionist painter from Philadelphia, whose early work included the magnificent, abstracted urban landscapes Church Street L, 1920, and Skyscrapers, 1922, Sheeler took up photography as a way to support himself while painting. His commercial work included photographs for a Philadelphia advertising agency, N.W. Ayer & Son, which the Ford Motor Company engaged to promote the introduction of the Model A. Von Flannery, the Ayer art director, working with Ford, decided to sell the new car by portraying the giant machines and factories used to manufacture it. Flannery sent Sheeler off to the Rouge, where he spent 6 weeks producing an extraordinary portfolio of images. Most of the photographs depict steel making and stamping processes, with their giant equipment and elemental drama. There are no photographs of assembly operations. Many of the images appear nearly abstract, with chimneys, conveyors, pipes, and cranes cutting across the picture plane, often at dramatic angles. Workers are entirely absent in many photographs and barely visible, at the edges of the frame, in others. As in some of Bork-White's photographs, when humans are present they serve to make evident the massive scale of the equipment and buildings near them, not dissimilar to the relationship between man and machine in illustrations of the Corliss engine at the Centenary exhibition. Figure 4.3 Charles Sheeler's striking photograph of the Ford River Rouge factory, crisscrossed conveyors Ford plant, 1927. The Flannery-Ford campaign, wrote architectural historian Richard Guy Wilson, was the first to portray a beauty and heroism in the manufacturing process in order to spur sales. The Rouge ad started a fad, as many advertisers found that industrial views could be used in popular, mass circulation magazines as well as in trade journals. Flannery shrewdly realized that the giant factory, with its Promethean grandeur, represented a modernity with which consumers would want to associate themselves. 52. While Ford made use of Sheeler's Rouge photographs for advertising, some were presented as art objects. Sheeler himself used them in a photo montage exhibited at the Museum of Modern Art in 1932. He also produced a series of paintings, drawings, watercolors, and prints of the Rouge. The best-known paintings, American Landscape and Classic Landscape, were not studies of individual factory buildings but vistas of the complex. Both realistic and abstract in their concentration on form, line, and light, the near absence of people in Sheeler's depictions of an industrial plant which had tens of thousands of workers gives an eerie air to the paintings. The critic Leo Marx wrote of American Landscape that Sheeler eliminated all evidence of the frenzied movement and clamor we associate with the industrial scene. This American landscape is the industrial landscape pastoralized. In depicting few people on the Rouge site, Sheeler was being literal. Other observers noted that, counterintuitively, very few people could be seen outside the factory buildings in many parts of the highly mechanized complex. But Sheeler also was making choices about what to depict. After World War II, he did a series of paintings of the by then shuttered Amoskeag mills. Heinz Amoskeag photographs portrayed young workers. Borchweitz captured the symmetry and repetitive patterns of the machinery. Sheeler's Amoskeag paintings were again landscapes, with no person inside. 53. Art historian Terry Smith criticized Borchweitz and Sheeler for banishing productive labor, excluding the human, implying an autonomy to the mechanical, then seeking a beauty of repetition, simplicity, regularity of rhythm, clarity of surface. This is the gaze of management at leisure, marveling at the new beauties which its organizational inventiveness can create. Smith has a point. After all, Borchweitz's first clients were business leaders who wanted beautiful images of the buildings and facilities they controlled, before she moved on to a broader audience of business readers at Fortune. Edsel Ford bought Classic Landscape. Abby Aldrich Rockefeller, wife of John D. Rockefeller, Jr., bought American Landscape. 54. But to leave it there is to miss the greatness of this art. Borchweitz's subject was not the control of industry by capital, it was the grandeur of the structures of industry and the processes of production. Her photographs celebrate the power and creativity of humanity as manifested in industrial forms and the transformation of intractable materials. In her early work, the creations of workers effaced the workers themselves or at least diminished them. But over time, her interest in workers and the impact of industry on them grew. For Fortune, she photographed not only factories but skilled artisans, laborers, and industrial workers. At the Rouge, she had groups of workers informally pose for her. Her cover story for the first issue of Life documented not only the Fort Peck Dam but also the boomtown that grew up for the workers building it. One of her most striking images is of workers relaxing at a local bar. Her 1938 Life photographs of a Plymouth factory documented men at work. 55. In his Rouge photographs, Sheeler was even more concerned with form and geometry than Borchweitz, creating stunning formal compositions, some of which did include workers. He, too, had a central concern with power, as Fortune recognized when it commissioned him to create 6 paintings on the theme for its December 1940 issue. But if Sheeler's industrial photographs have a cool, triumphal feel, his industrial paintings, with their near absence of humanity, have a melancholy air, reminiscent of Edward Hopper in their light, treatment of shadow, and emotional tenor. These are far deeper and more ambiguous images than simple celebrations of possession. 56. During the 1920s and 1930s, other painters besides Sheeler found a rich subject in large-scale industry, many lumped together under the label of precisionism, including Elsie Driggs, who did a painting of the Rouge in 1928, Charles de Muth, and Louis Lozowick. Lozowick, a self-conscious leftist who had extensive contact with the European and Soviet avant-garde, defended the portrayal of industrial machinery more as a prognostication than as a fact of the time when rationalization and economy would be allies of the working class in the building of socialism. Other painters, like Stuart Davies and Gerald Murphy, adopted what has been dubbed a machine aesthetic, though they never made industrial structures themselves their subject. But the artist who best captured the world of heavy industry, and the Rouge in particular, was not a precisionist but rather a Mexican muralist, Diego Rivera. 57. Diego Rivera and Detroit industry. Automaking turned Detroit into a boomtown. As workers poured in to take factory jobs, the population more than tripled, from 466,000 in 1910 to 1,720,000 in 1930, and the city sprawled. The newly enriched industrial captains built their mansions in lakeside suburbs and took it upon themselves to endow the city with the civic and cultural institutions that mark centers of power. Among them was the Detroit Institute of Arts, owned by the city but overseen by a small board, which was headed by Edsel Ford and included Albert Kahn and Charles T. Fisher of Fisher Body. 58 in 1930, the ambitious museum director, William Valentiner, commissioned Diego Rivera to paint 2 murals in the courtyard of its new building. The artist, already well known in international art circles, at the time was working on his first murals in the United States. Valentiner convinced Edsel Ford, whom he tutored in art history, to finance the project. By the time Rivera and his wife, Frida Kahlo, arrived in Detroit in April 1932, it was a very different place than when Sheeler had taken his photographs 5 years earlier. The Depression had hit the city hard, with mass unemployment in the auto industry and severe deprivation in the working-class neighborhoods. Radical movements had swelled, demanding jobs, relief, and unionization. On March 7, 1932, Ford Guards and Dearborn Police opened fire on a march of unemployed workers and their supporters, killing 4 and wounding many others. A funeral procession for the slain attracted 60,000 marchers. Though a self-identified Marxist and sometimes communist, Rivera and Kahlo, too, seemed oblivious to the ferocious class conflict. Instead, he was entranced by Henry Ford and the industrial empire he had built. My childhood passion for mechanical toys, he later wrote, had been transformed to a delight in machinery for its own meaning for man, his self-fulfillment and liberation from drudgery and poverty. Rivera admired the photographs of industrial equipment that Kahlo's father, a prominent Mexican photographer, had taken. The artist toured a variety of Detroit area factories, but like for so many others it was the Rouge that captured his imagination and became the centerpiece of his work. Rivera grew so enthusiastic that Valentiner and Edsel Ford agreed to enlarge the commission to cover all 4 walls of the museum courtyard, at double the original fee, with 27 panels providing space for a huge pictorial program, which, in accordance with Edsel's wish, included not only the Rouge but also scenes from other locally important industries. 59. Figure 4.4 left to right, Albert Kahn, Frida Kahlo and Diego Rivera at the Detroit Institute of Arts on December 10, 1932. Rivera completed the murals in mid-March 1933, the very low point of the Great Depression. While he and his assistants had worked on them from heavy scaffolding, groups of visitors had watched, much like the tourists at River Rouge, whom Rivera incorporated into one of his panels. Even before they were unveiled, the murals were subject to attacks of all kinds. But they proved immensely popular. Thousands came the first week to see them, and they have remained one of Detroit's premier attractions ever since. 60. Detroit industry is one of the triumphs of 20th century art, the most fully realized visual representation we have of the factory system. The 2 largest panels depict with remarkable visual compression the complex process of automobile manufacturing at the Rouge. The north wall panel shows the production of transmission housings and V8 engines, just recently introduced by Ford, from the blast furnace through casting, drilling, and assembly. The south wall portrays the stamping and finishing of steel car bodies and the final assembly line. Visually dense, with conveyors, pipes, cranes, and balconies serpenting through the panels, Rivera's Rouge, unlike Bourquois or Sheeler's, teems with people, workers toiling, supervisors and tourists watching, and Henry and Edsel Ford, Valentiner, Rivera himself, and thrown in for good measure Dick Tracy all standing by. 61. Figure 4.5. A detail from the north wall of Detroit Industry, a series of frescoes completed by Diego Rivera in 1933. As remarkable as the Rouge panels are, they are only part of a larger array, epic in its conceptual and visual sweep. Other panels depict the miracle of modern medicine, the constructive and destructive sides of the aviation and chemical industries, huge figures representing each of the races, fruits and vegetables illustrating the bounty of the earth, and even the earth itself, with its stratifications and fossils and a fetus within it. While most of the Rouge workers have the faces and bodies of European Americans or African Americans, other figures, including two remarkable giant portraits of nude women representing the bounty of agriculture, in the upper corners of the east wall, are indigenous Mexicans in face and body, a fusion of two countries and two cultures in Rivera's vision of modernity. Human labor and machines co-dominate the Rivera mural. The toll that Fordism took on workers is evident in a predella panel of their tired bodies trudging across an overpass on their way home. But in its totality, the mural celebrates the strength of man and machine, the power seized from nature by mankind and harnessed in the giant factory. Only in one tiny detail does an explicit critique of Ford appear, a hat worn by one worker that reads "We want," no doubt a reference to the union movement then gaining power in Detroit and ferociously resisted by the company. Rivera, though, could not contain his disdain for capital, though not for the Fords, father and son, whose company he seemed to genuinely enjoy. As soon as he finished Detroit Industry, he headed to New York to create a mural in the newly completed Rockefeller Center. His refusal to remove portraits of Lenin and of John D. Rockefeller, Jr., with a drink in hand and women nearby led the Rockefellers to destroy the work. Rivera also had been commissioned to create a mural entitled Forge and Foundry for the Con-designed General Motors exhibit at the upcoming Century of Progress International Exposition in Chicago. The architect, who initially had not been enthusiastic about commissioning the Rivera murals at the Institute of Art, had come to strongly defend them. But after the Rockefeller Center controversy, General Motors ordered him to fire Rivera. Con promised the artist to "do my best to get permission for you to proceed," but the auto company did not relent. Rivera told the press, "This is a blow to me. I wanted to paint men and machinery." Returning to Mexico, he hardly ever did again. Fordism and the giant factory lost their greatest chronicler. 62. Ironically, and tellingly, today the most widely seen image of the Rouge in high culture is probably neither the Rivera murals nor Sheeler's work but a painting by Frida Kahlo. When she came with Rivera to Detroit, Kahlo was almost completely unknown as an artist, but while in the city she produced a number of works that eventually came to overshadow Rivera's mural in the global art world, just as her overall reputation came to overshadow his. In her best-known work of the period, the extraordinary painting Henry Ford Hospital, the Rouge appears as visual and topical background to the central image of a bleeding Kahlo lying in bed after the miscarriage she had in Detroit, probably induced as an abortion. Among other things, her painting is a premonition of the shift of culture